was a loner, you were a goner. I never wanted fairy tales. I was distracted, you were impacted. I never practiced fairly well, and it took too long. Where did I go wrong? Now I'm too far gone to turn back. It was an accident, it was a lie. Even through the blackness I can see the light. You were ammunition, shotgun by my side. We were at the wrong place at the wrong time, but you were by my side. Body hadn't died, now it's looking done. Now I'm on the run, but if I look around, nowhere to be found. But if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. You were by my side, body hadn't died, now it's looking done. Now some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 My friends, they telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons from the past. How can I recover? I was a loner, you were a goner. I never wanted fairy tales. I was distracted, you were impacted. I never practiced fairly well, and it took too long. Where did I go wrong? Now I'm too far gone to turn back. It was an accident, it was a lie. Even through the blackness I can see the light. You were ammunition, shotgun by my side. We were at the wrong place at the wrong time. But you were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done, now I'm on the run. But if I look around, nowhere to be found. But if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. You were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done, now I'm on the run. And if it's going down, if we're going down, if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. Yeah. And you didn't trust me, should have been just me. I've always known you don't play fair. Back on my own now, cover is blown now. Thought you should know now, I don't care. You were an accident, you were a light. Even through the blackness I can see the light. You were ammunition, shotgun by my side. We were at the wrong place at the wrong time. But you were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done, now I'm on the run. But if I look around, nowhere to be found. But if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. You were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done, now I'm on the run. And if it's going down, if we're going down, if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to assume you can hear me. I'm going to assume after all this time, you can hear me. I've been vibing. I've been sitting here vibing, and I'm assuming that is the go button. Ladies and gents, it's a pleasure to have you here. So we are starting things off. If you're wondering what's going on, you're wondering what's going on, the LPL stream. Right now, as we get into draft, I know we've got a lot to talk about. We are in 12-16. I'm not going to kick off the draft just yet. You all know how this goes. Zeri, trade off for Siva, etc., etc. Yumi still on the board, but taken off. We're doing solo casts here. A quick touch up here. The Asia Star Challenge Invitational kicks off now. We are going for 12 hours a day here for 4 days in the group stage, then into a knockout BO5. Us as casters, there's 5 of us on board. Mazel, Kelsey Moser, we have Chronicler, and we have Why Not, who is an absolute legend in the OC scene, will be going for solo cast throughout the day. 2 of those gents will be joining us here today as well. Keep an eye on draft. I'll update you in a second. I just need to do a bit of housekeeping as we have 4 different groups consisting of PCS Challenger. We have LCK Challenger, LDL, which is LPL Challenger, LJL, and VCS Challenger as well, if I didn't mention them. So right now, we're going to be kicking things off. We've got our LDL champion in FPX Blade, first seed here, versus DK Challengers as well. This is group number A that we start with as well, and DK Challengers, for LCK fans, know that they are the second seed coming through from the Challenger region. We can talk more about it in-game as well, but 12-16, we've just finished with LPL coming through. I remember it being 12-15. Maybe it was 12-16 as well. And in the LPL, we got a lot of this Lucian Nami in the bottom lane. But from what I'll talk about is FPX Blaze's bottom lane is the big focus here. So already I love that we do have the Zeri, Lulu that we have seen internationally over the past couple of days, right? And as we kind of start this up, remember that Xingye and Lela are people that, especially Lela, has sat behind people like Ming. Right, Lolo was previously on Royal Club. Ming has been the starter in RNG for so long. And so you think, man, this person's so persistent and consistent. He's sitting behind a player like that. So you have to think of the talent being grown there. FPX Blaze, a bit of a surprise to win the LDL Championship as well. So they're definitely a team that came out of the blue. I was expecting Joy Dream, Max, EDG Youth even to pick up the title. But these guys, 3-1 over to EDG Youth. And FPX Blaze getting the title was just huge. So, again, look for the carry in the bottom lane. I like that Ching is going for roaming as well. We can see a bit of map movement coming through to the bot side and set up for that. While Poolbay over on DK, kind of going to try and bring the laning phase in. Ari, Azir, both available. But I'm more curious about what goes into the top lane, because it's an early pick to the Nah here, and maybe Thanatos goes for the Camille. Dude, it's dumb one, right? Seeing a good top side, and that's what makes the magic happen, especially when Chronicler, big shout out to him, gave me so much information on this team, and he talked about Jungle being a really good anchor here in Lucid. Thanatos as well, who strangely enough sounds like Thanos, is a really strong top side. Strong top laners as well. And he also said to me, he's like, man, this team loves Swain, loves skirmishing. And so far for DK, I look at the laning phase towards mid-top, whether it's going to be the Victor or the Camille, which Victor's locked in the end. We do have strong lanes here, right, as well, using the range from Poolbay, Thanatos as well into the Nah matchup. Looking forward to that level 6 too. So, shout out to Chronicler for keeping me in the loop. Right now, he's 100% on point with how DK have started off this game. For FPX Blaze, remember I talked about the bottom side. Now, DK were also told to me by the same man in Chronicler that it's not like we're looking at Bible and Rahel, I hope I said that properly, as core carries. We are looking at them to fulfill a similar role that Ghost and Beryl did in 2020 Damwon Kia. And with that bit of a flashback, and thank you again, we've got a Lucian Nami. So that dynamic changes a bit, but we still have the skirmishing. And so I'm kind of curious to see if we can get some of the scaling elements come through from FPX Blaze, because in that 2v2, if they can abuse it, especially in the early level 1, the Zeri Lulu looks pretty promising. So yeah, as we've kind of catapulted in, and I've just tried to do draft and everything all at once as well, I'll take a step back, and I'll tell you what we're kind of fighting for here as well as we jump into a pretty pog matchup. The Asia Star Challengers Invitational was a bit last minute. I was told about it and like, oh, cool. We're getting our challenger teams of Asia and Southeast Asia joining into a tournament before Worlds. And we've all just watched the draw show, right? We're all pretty excited to get into it, especially with how good the groups look this year. But this is like our little warm-up, right? Seeing the next incoming talent into major regions, especially when we're looking at the LCK and LPL talent. now in their challenger leagues that are on our screens. You know, FPX Blaze are a team that I've been looking at people like Lola to join the LPL for quite a while. I think Hao-Ye has been a pretty promising jungler. Carter's someone who came over, I believe, from the PCS and has been promising himself. On the other side, LCK Challenger League, you know, if we're looking at a strong anchoring jungler like Lucid, who is in that upper echelon, then we kind of wonder where his place in the LCK might be in the future as well. And with strong solo lanes too, we know that LCK has boasted some of the best solo lanes of all time. We know that Korean solo laners, both in the LCK and the LPL, has been pretty PogChamp, guys. So I wouldn't put it past to see these guys in the major league in the next year or so. So that's what this is kind of about, looking at the upcoming talent joining their main regions. FPX Blaze and Damwon Kia Challengers. To kick it off is a pretty pog start as well. Just a heads up that, you know, we are going through 4 days here. 12 hours each day. Casters will rotate here and they'll talk to themselves like crazy people, running kind of like a co-stream format here as we get into our first game. Day 1 kicks off now here. We are running all the way until the very last game between J Team 2 and Team Flash, the VCS.B team there too. Remember, 4 days of that, and then on the 16th of September, we will get into our best of fives, where we run through all the way to the grand final on the 25th of September, fighting for yen, by the way. Not yuan, not won, you know, Korean currency. We're fighting for 2 million Japanese yen for the first place team. It doesn't even get spread out. You have to be first, or you get no prize money, apparently. So that's kind of interesting, and I guess it's be the top or be nothing in the time being as well. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. If there are any issues, anything at all, give us some feedback. We're going to be running through some issues. Let's be real. Running this broadcast all the way from China, and I'm in Australia with other people in Korea, America. Who else we got on the team? New Zealand, by the way, after this. It's going to be a little bit hard. So if there's any issues, any feedback, just let us know, as we're now on a Summoner's Rift. Okay, so Damwon Kia, as Chronicler said, really strong top side with a great jungler in Lucid. He's set up here with the Sejuani with the Unsealed Spellbook, as we know it's going to be about setting up the top side, right? Melee solo laner, super easy to set up. While we look at the quick invade here from FPX Blaze, giving priority to that bottom lane that we talked about, and making sure that we're kind of in the right state of mind with Xingye and Lola being team fighting carries, being the greatest carries for FPX Blaze, but DK are hiding in the brush. It's only level 1 though, so not much to be done apart from a quick double dash, and Lola taking a nice trade on the right side. Level 1 going to be pretty big here from FPX Blaze and the level 2. We've talked a lot about in the LPL broadcast. I'm sure there's multiple broadcasts out there that have mentioned things like Lucha and Nami aren't really a pairing until level 3. Now, hopefully the frame rate's okay. Hopefully you guys are getting games down again. Each and every game we'll try and work on that, and any feedback will be passed on to the team as well. 12-16 is the patch 2, just to keep you guys informed, as that's an early gank, a seismic shove as well. Onto Paul Bay mid. Might have to burn a flash depending, Pressy attack is there, and he's just forced out a lane. Really nice setup here as Xing and Hao-Ye pull off a gank that seems nearingly impossible at some point. And we'll try and get that game sound turned up for you as well. I feel like if you're tuning in now and you're waiting for Worlds to start, you're waiting to kind of be entertained, this is the perfect starter, right? Even though you might be like, hang on, what's going on with this tournament? You'll be thinking, well, at least we're getting 2 of the top teams from LCK and LPL challengers to show us up first. And with ganks like that, Hao-Ye was noted as a pretty aggressive jungler when I was doing my LDL co-streams. I mean, this guy impressed me quite a lot because his synergy with mid was really good, and kind of expecting that this game too as well. For DK's bottom lane, though, we're now getting closer towards a 3-pointer. Xingye and Lola with a pretty quick reset. In fact, it is just the Zeri here who's taken barrier, by the way. Worth noting here that it is a Cole back, so just going to be look to stack up and play the lane while we look across the rest of the map. And after Hao-Ye bullied out mid, Paul Bay was able to walk back to lane. Didn't look like he missed anything as well with the wave state too, but Xing was able to get the push and make his quick reset, while Hao-Ye right now controlling the bottom side of the map. Started out with that invade, didn't reset the wolves, and Lucid had to come down while he was clearing up the top side, it seems. So it feels like right now FPX Blaze still have their condition in the bot lane that we saw in the regular season of the LDL, working strong, while topside going well already. Cardus now at half HP versus Thanatos. We haven't even seen Lucid up here. Remember, the Sejuani is going to be pretty crucial in this lane, and especially at 6 as Zanar. Feels so hard with a room for error being so limited. As Thanatos not getting the hookshot, wall shot, but running up here with Grice getting the proc. The flash burned on the spot. Carter's now about to go into the mega. The health bar is going to jump up too, and with a couple more autos out in the boomerang throw, Thanatos gets away, but that flash is now down. Cartus is going into Mega Nice. Be careful, but a bit of a crucial summoner. And I guess Thanos just doesn't have the gauntlet yet, guys. All right, give him time. Level 6, he gets the gauntlet, he snaps the fingers. But until now, he's going to play with fires. Good little pillar, but he's got the Arctic Assault to get away. And remember, we've got 12 games of this today as well. And I just realized I've never solo casted. Solo casting is one of the hardest things to do because your voice gets dry. You start talking about nonsense. And honestly, talking about game mechanics, movement, while also being a monkey play-by-play is one of the hardest things as well. Now, let's come back into it. First of all, first thing you guys need to know is we have gotten my fiance's parents' dog. He is staring at me right now. You can't see on the camera, but he's the best boy. Cocker Spaniel Poodle mix. And he's kind of hoping for an FPX Blaze win. He's a little bit biased because although he didn't watch the LDL co-streams with me this split, he did pretty well. As this flash, remember what I told you about. Carter's looking for Thanatos, but he's just going to threaten him out. Now, there is a CS difference up on the top side, and Thanatos has the teleport available. But more importantly, Cartus is going to be able to get a bit of lane pressure here and maybe even stop the back or get some plating. While Haoya's kind of been everywhere. Now sitting up towards the top side. They've got good vision towards bottom well, so they'll see the response from Lucid. But FPX Blaze, that means they will see him coming. Blast Cone taken, Lucid now on a ward, and they can't do too much else. So Lucid just backs away, playing with time, but Xingyan and Lola doing the same thing. Lola going pretty deep as well. Arctic Assault not going to hit on in yet, but the Weaver's Wall coming in. Ching with a great response. He hits the Sejuani. Rahel is forced out with a health bar, but flash away. Now FPX Blaze having a huge advantage. Rahel getting his trade off, but Ching with a good seismic shot backwards. However, Bible survives, and the burst is responded likewise. Luckily enough here, Lucid burned the flash, but nothing else came of it. But FPX Blaze jungler now down here for a response, and it's straight into the dragon play. That was a good one. That was a pretty smart play from Ching. I mean, already at the level 6, he wasn't punished that hard in lane. This is what we've seen out of, this is what we've seen out of a lot of the matchups across the world. I feel like except for top LPL, LCK teams, things like Azir, Victor, being able to utilize range, and it's one of those champions where you can have a really good laning phase, and you can make it so hard for things like the Talia, the Galio, to start moving around the map early. But Ching's already gotten his first ult off. It is a success, and you look at the summoners on the left-hand side of your screen. Paul Bay with no TP, he was able to hold the flash before, as we've got a Hextech ultimatum in the top side. Cardus, will you survive this? Yes, he will. Remembering that Thanatos still doesn't have that flash available, but it's the trades like this with Sheen that are starting to come through. It's a level 6 that we know the Camille 4 to do very well in this matchup. So already good news there as the 10 CS lead starts to brew. But I'm more interested in bot side. Look at Ching coming back down even without ulti. Using that movement speed well as the pillar will go against Bible, who has no mana. He's got the flash available but burns it early. Ching, yeah, almost dying though. He used the pillar for a bit of momentum, but now with Ching in the bottom side, all it needs is a shove. First blood goes down on FPX Blaze, and the dive happens. The bot side play happens. And with a good threaded volley, Ching now setting out his own pace of damage. Looking for a seismic shove. Will he need it? He flashes though. Ching! The heal, the flash. Oh my god, this mid laner putting in the legwork, and FPX Blaze showing that the LDL champions are looking pretty in form. Remember I told you that during the regular season, during playoffs, FPX Blaze was so good at utilizing 2v2, but not even that. I mean, Ching just getting across the map early. That's the second time now alongside Haoya that FPX Blaze have really heightened this bottom side advantage. Almost 1k gold lead. At least Damwon are playing to their strength of the map, but you just look at the gold, the setup at Dragon, and now Azeri, who has a Vamp Scepter, was able to pick up plating, and was able to help his mid laner get ahead too. So, pretty good start here by FPX Blaze, considering that, you know, Damwon Kia, we talk so much about the strength of these solo laners. Right now, we are seeing Paul Bay with the CS lead. Due to Ching roaming around, you expect there's going to be a collapse, and there it is. On top, that's clean. Lucid and Paul Bay coming in clutch, and Chronicler, you absolute brain magnet. There's no smoothness in yours whatsoever. I feel like if we looked inside Chronicler's head right now, we would see lights flashing because for DK Challenger, they're hitting exactly what he talked about. First turret blood just like that. I was talking about a CS lead through mid, but Lucid and Pool Bay make it even more so. His first kill too. And honestly, that's a much bigger difference than bot side. We saw the kill here for the Talia, but you look at Pool Bay now. You look at this Victor who just got a Luden's Tempest. That's huge. That Victor is gigantic. And Lucid didn't even lose that much from having to swap bottom side with Howyer. You know, this Sejuani got forced out with a vertical jungle, but Howyer hasn't been able to have, I guess, that inner jungle lead with CS that Lucid has, right? So, kind of a better response. You know, strong response, but a better response right now from Damwon Kia Challenger. So now what do we look, folks? What do you reckon? I think we look towards next Dragon, right? 2 minutes to go. I'd say that because Herald is something that can be leveraged quite nicely. Who picked it up? Why are we not seeing it? Oh, no, excuse me. We already saw it drop towards mid. We saw it drop towards mid. That's why Pool Bay was able to get first turret, so... Okay, no leverage there, but still, mid is open. Mid is open with a Victor who has Luden's Tempest. Think about the push. Pool Bay right now has so much more push, and this is kind of what happened. Was it against Doomby? Was it against Xiaohu? No, let's go a little bit earlier. I feel like it might have been against people like Care or... I'm trying to think early days. Maybe like OMG, although Cream doesn't play as much Talia. Let's just say bottom tier is... might have a fight in the river while I'm ranting away. Warding set on down. Now, FPX Blaze, look at their vision on the bottom side. They're kind of cleaving out the start of the enemy jungle. Damwon Kia can't move in without being seen, and Ching has that Weaver's Wall up and available now too. So, Weaver's Wall up and available, a lot of zone control, but when you talk about zone control, again, you know, Victor does exist too, right? You know, closer range, but still very influential with the item difference and the gold lead you're seeing on your screen. He's got 1,000 over Ching right now. In fact, looking across, 300 over jungle too. I didn't catch bot side, but I believe Xingye is slightly ahead. I'm talking to all of you. It's not like we normally do, right? You know, we were told about this stream and we're like, it's not like an LPL broadcast, right? We're not sitting there, even though LPL's at home at the moment, apart from our little soiree in France, it's like a co-stream. Just not on our channels, just on the LPL channels. So, yeah, we're going to be working at it over the days, but... You know, it is like a nice little off-season tournament when you consider that we do have to wait a little bit for planes to come through, right? And somewhat of the sort is, okay, Lucid going in a little bit deep here. It's 5 seconds till Dragon. Look at the TPs up on the top side. Thanatos is about 5 seconds off, so no issue here from Damwon Kia Challenger to join in. But what my biggest concern is how this Weaver's Wall is used. You look at the push in mid, and Pool Bay right now has priority yet again. Lucid is here in deep vision, and Ching has to pay respect, but an Arctic Assault Glacial Prison can be used. Seismic Shove to get the wave clear. They won't pull the trigger, but they don't have to. Merely the threat. As Cardis now walks down, but remember Thanatos has his own, as Lucid has to flash away. Instantly regret being there with Carter showing his face, and now with no jungle flash, he's going to have to rely on one of those QRs yet again, but... FPX Blaze have vision control once again in the river. They have control, and they've got themselves the damage too now with Crown through mid, but Lucid walks on in. Seismic Shove yet again. The exhaust onto Ching is good, but the Tidal Wave is a 3-man. Now look at Pool Bay joining in as Hextech Golden in the side. The AoE is stunning from Damwon Kia Challenger. As Xing has to get out of there. The Zeri ain't 3 yet. As Pool Bay, hang on, brother, a little bit too deep. Xingye, a little bit too ballsy. Hook shot, walk shot as everyone else jumps on in. Xingye doing the exact same thing as Cardis flashes on in for one-man ulti. There's the Weaver's Wall, and oh my god, they're just feeling it, dude. They literally said this was their time to shine. They want to be scouted hard, and I tell you what, I don't know who really gets the highest honors in that, but everyone had to go forward. Everybody had to go forward for that, and Pool Bay feeling himself a bit too much. Xingye obviously watching a bit of the LCS finals today, or hell, dare I say, you know, Rogue slapping down G2, and probably had that in the back of his mind. A lot of summoners burnt, but remember, FPX Blaze picked up the Dragon. As we look, we have replays. Oh my god. Replays come in red hot. Watch Thanatos. Amazing ulti. Scatters everyone. Glacial Prison, not bad, but the biggest thing is Pool Bay's damage. Zones out the rest of FPX Blaze. But keep an eye on Pool Bay. Walks in while the rest of DK are ward clearing after the fact. Then Xingye jumps over and kind of does the same thing. But as they all dart in, you watch Cardis. They have to disperse because this Meganar, flash available, ulti available. Thanatos burns his summoner over the wall and luckily gets out. Because that could have been so much worse. Considering that FPX Blaze were losing members after the fact, it could have been an okay trade. But for day1 Kia Challenger, they've now lost themselves 2 kills. They've now lost themselves a second Dragon. We have second Herald coming up, but look at the Dragon stacking on a Zeri team. And the reason I look at this as scaling, even with Victor in the game, even with side lane pressure that you can utilize from Thanatos, is the fact that each and every objective fight is now going to be in the hands of FPX Blaze. Like, you look at how this team can operate as we get a bit of a turret look at here, with mid just being destroyed by Poolbay and Lucid thanks to a great gank and Herald placement. But it might not be enough considering what I was mentioning with Xingye is getting into a better position. One item now, Immortal Shield Bow, might not seem much, but with the Cull now fully stacked up and sellable, we're going to be onto a 2-item Zeri pretty soon. And FPX Blaze can dictate more of the Dragons, which means with this comp that can use a lot of zone control, has an Enchanter on a Zeri as well, with a Trundle who can mitigate the one tank in Lucid. It feels very favorable here. So I feel like for DK, let's try and use a brain for a second. As a monkey play-by-play, I think if I had a brain, I'd tell you something like Lucid playing towards side lanes. Maybe getting this Camille in a stronger position would be a start. I'd also say you have a lot of wave control. You got Victor, Camille as well, but more importantly, Lucian Nami now at that one item with Imperial Mandate, plus Gale Force and Serrated Dirk. Feels pretty impactful as Raheel does it. Oh, yes, onto Lola Culling. That's what I want to see, man. Is this Viper? Because that was exactly the play that EDG's bot pulled out. And that's what I want to see out of Lucian Nami. When people talk about Lucian Nami being only lane phase, I laugh. And as Orc said to me during LPL playoff finals and regionals, it's so good to watch them play around these skirmishes or setups in the lane. That was a Giga Chad move if I've ever seen one. And that's exactly how you want to see that 2v2 work out, rather 2v into whatever from day1 Kia's bottom lane. Really nice stuff. And, we were focusing on the solo lanes here today, right? Solo lanes were a big priority. Man, I don't know. It was just so clean. A shout out to Chronicler, who also told me that spellbook tech from Lucid, by the way, was to reduce the value of Subjugate from Trundle. Oh, I get you. As well, I mean, oh my god. Also, you think about how the team operates as well. Things like Exhaust to be channeled in on people like Zeri, people like Talia as well. Has a lot of value with Exhaust. Shout out to Chronicler again. We are all staying communicated, so even though it is a solo cast, they are taking us. Wait, let's try English again. They are taking us to new limits by being brothers here. Thank you. That probably didn't make sense, but we'll get there. We'll get there a little bit. Now, I've been told I can and they get this Camille to a favorable position, but I love what they're doing, man. I love what they're doing. Tiny bit down. Thank you very much. We'll work that out in a second. We're going into team fight. Can I turn games out at the same time? Hell yeah, is going to be walking into a trap. Chaos Storm, he flashes away. But the jungler now without the summoner, now without a health bar. Subjugate has not been used, but he's flashed down. I think is a big deal against the comp he's versing. We're going to move that down a tiny bit. All right. Well, DK, just because of that, are going to find themselves positioned on top of Dragon. And the Herald gets a charge in mid. I feel like DK right now have played so well from the back foot, but more importantly, their jungle has just been so great on the setup, plus the play from Rahel and Bible. That was so unexpected, but so clutch, right? I hope that game sound is perfect for you now. If Zoe's in the game, I will not mute it. If Yumi is, oh, hang on. Are we in Chinese game? Because if it's Chinese or Korean, it does sound like it's Chinese. Lysandra will be muted. We are not getting game sound from Lysandra, and you all know why. Guys, I don't know why she sounds like that, but she does. Okay, good to hear. If there's anything else I can do for you, like get you a hot towel, let me know. I'll try my best. I'll probably have a meal. Wait, no. How professional do we have to be is the real question. Probably someone. Anyway, I'll take you back into this, because I think that was the biggest turn of play. I think Howyer walking in there was one of the biggest issues with FPX Blaze now transitioning in this game. We look at the side lane, we look at that Camille with Divine Sundra, but more so the fact that she's been pretty comfortable at this point. Look at the bottom side of your map. Is pretty much just farming away, is dealing with Cardis well for now. And even though it's Trinity Force on the Gnar, we're going to get to a point where Thanatos is going to be unmatched. This Gnar won't be able to do anything, and I feel like Cardis is going to struggle. And then we look at the rest of them as a small pick here onto Lucid. Good pillar after the fact, but you look at how tanky this Sejuani is, who, by the way, went Warmogs first. Lucid literally went Warmogs first. What a move. It's an absolute baller move. This 2v2 still stronger, by the way, as well. Paul Bay and Bible, Rahel and Bible are doing a lot of work. We've now got a rapid fire cannon. Tidal Wave comes through. Lola has to flash away. Glacial Prison connects, though. Culling over the wall. Look at them go. Rahel at the right place at the right time. And Lucid is carrying this, man. You know, I might not have been able to cast Damwon or FPX at Worlds, but hey, next best thing, casting Damwon Kia Challenger. These guys pulling out some pretty big moves, and Lucid right now is 6 out of 7 kill participation, is making this Sejuani pick look so good, and it's not even with the laning phase we talked about. We didn't see the melee interaction. We saw so much map movement, like here we are now. Lucid going under turret. He's got himself an Arctic Assault ready to go in, as pool-based damage is still something to be feared. He's now got a Shadow Flame too. So you expect this Victor to still maintain priority. Well, Thanatos getting a bit of solo time with the turret. Is he going to commit? Minions should do it for them, and they do. Thanatos gets out, gets a bit more gold under his wing, and gets closer towards what looks like a Ravenous, question mark? Or are we going something like a Death's Dance? We do have double longsword, so my puny brain should help you get there in a second. But we're not at a point where I would say FPX Blaze are in a comfortable spot. Yeah, it's 4k gold down, but FPX Blaze, you know, I look at the late game, I look at objectives set up, and I would say around objectives, if they're able to play around Mega Gnar, play around Weaver's Wall, I feel like with an Enchanter, you always talk about scaling here as well. However, maybe it won't matter. Maybe it won't really matter with Camille and Victor, with Camille being able to play flanks with really nice picks from DK before the fight and their ability to do so. I don't know. I think that's something super easy to talk about. But yeah, for DK, I mean, this has just been such a good turnaround. It's a 4k gold lead. They got that Dragon before, which means so much, and now in a minute 30, we're getting towards Dragon number 4. Look at the CS difference through mid. Look at Jungle keeping up as well after the way the game starts. Luce is just throwing him out. You look at Sejuani old timers. Might not be level 11, but it's still good enough where a minute 20, that will be up again too. So don't worry about that ult being thrown out, as Cardis might be walking into Fog of War, but he has Mega Gnar. Even with a ward down, FPX Blaze are coming in red hot on this. Hell yeah, needs a pillar and gets it onto Bible, but he gets flipped over the other side. Hell yeah, walking in won't be good enough as Thanatos used the pillar to hookshot, walkshot, but not straight in. Look at FPX Blaze with the shove now, setting up for Dragon. It's early, and Cardis getting Mega Gnar. The same thing as kind of what I said with Lucid before. That ulti coming up now will be on a bit of a cooldown, but it won't matter too much if FPX Blaze pull from the fight and use those 45 seconds well. But for DK, I look at that ult of not Aqua Prison. Oh my god, it's a Glacial Prison. We've got water, we've got ice in this one too. 35 seconds. Watch the river for now, because DK have dropped wards, so they'll have control. FPX Blaze don't look like they're going to contest this one. They do have Baron available, and they're not the slowest Baron team, but as Rahel goes forward, I don't think it's one they can really turn and burn quick enough for DK to move from Dragon and then not be there in time. So as push comes down to the bottom side, they're not walking in. They're going to use Weaver's Wall. Yes, it is 12-16, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. It's not the same as LPL Finals, 12-16. We can talk about patch after this, because I think we have a bit of a lull. I don't know when they cut me off, but it'd be hilarious if it was right after the game. What? Okay, well, it is Unsealed Spellbook. TP going to be used. Is it so he gets Smite? Yes, it is. Excuse my shenanigannesses. Tidal Wave comes through. Smite now available for Lucid, and he has the ulti too. The Weaver's Wall, though, grand-tastic, if it's even a word, but hell yeah, just walks into the Chaos Storm, and now Thanatos with a great backline access, but no! Cardis with the Mega Gnar, but no damage running into that same line. Xingye's not at the point yet as the Zeri tries to pace the fight, but Thanatos clicks his fingers, and just like that, Xingye is disintegrated. As Lucid in front of Dragon is making this a bit yakety sacks. How are you going to try for the steal because he's still alive? He's got Smite available. They don't know how low he is, but FPX Blaze are so worried about this Camille, so DK with yet another win. And that was just beautiful. Great ulti from Cardis. But where's the follow-up? Xingye still at 2 items here as a Zeri. Ching can't do too much, and I just look at Thanatos on this Camille, playing fights so well. Top laners seem to be the point of contention, and right now I feel like this Camille has been the more consistent as we look at a Death Stance being picked up. We'll get a replay because apparently we're high-end budget now, so we'll pull that out. But I think what's the most embarrassing part is I said to you all, hey, how good are Xingye and Lola? Now, Xingye has been having a bit of a rough one this time. He's set up through bot side, but on this area, hasn't been having the best of time. As we watch again. Now, Hao runs in. Chaos Storm has to go golden. The rest of DK there, so he has to flash out. But Cardis, that's when he goes in for his flash ulti. But you look at the damage follow-up. They can't do too much because this Sejuani runs into the front line. DK is spread wide. And when you look at FPX's abilities, it's not like they have huge AoE unless they're all pulled into the spot. You know, it relies on Pillar, relies on Seismic Shove, relies on Cardis getting into that angle, and Xingye maybe being a little bit further along with his W, where he has that AoE. You want to talk AoE? Look at the side of DK. When they're channeled into one spot, Chaos Storm, the Hextech Ultimatum from Camille, is great at separating and repositioning. Rahel can shred through frontline, but Piercing Light does such a good job against this comp of shredding as well. So it feels like we're at a point where DK have been picking the perfect fights in small spaces, or rather in small areas of big spaces, and have just been getting away with it. It's 3 items now on Lucian too, by the way. Rabadon's almost completed for Pool Bay. Look at the 5k gold lead and the dragon stacking beginning for DK. In the 5v5s, it's just been so favorable. We're not at the 3 items for Xingye, but will it change the fact that Lucian might have 4 by the time he has 3? Will it change the fact that we're going to have a Victor who could just one-shot? And yes, you're going through a Lulu, but with the Shadow Flame, this item choice is going to help make the Lulu more irrelevant. Right? More irrelevant. Not irrelevant, but just more so. I feel like right now, if you're an LCK fan, or at least LCK Challenger fan, you'd be pretty happy with the result here. Rabadon's picked up, by the way, just through that one mid-play. I think Lucid's done so well at carrying the game. He's also a huge unit. Arnold Schwarzenegger would be jumping around right now with how large Lucid is. And the Sejuani has been setting up with the Glacial Prisons. Just look at that ward towards mid. If FPX Blaze push out too deep, they'll get punished. There's a Seismic Shove. They want Rahel, but look who's waiting in the wing. I'd still be cautious as Pillar is off to the side. Rahel was able to cleanse away, but that's still a summoner down. They're in front of the Baron. They're trying to bait it out, but FPX are not walking in silly up on the Baron. And look at where FPX Blaze are. Cardis needs to TP in. He's going to get into Meganar, but you look down on the bottom side. That Meganar bar is going to be hit right now, so he needs to TP now. As Baron goes down to 4-7k, Culling will come through as well. Lolo just gets poked out massively. Pillar saves his life, though, as that wall is gorgeous, but Cardis is on the wrong side of it, not into a Meganar, as Lola and Hao get on down low. Lucid with a flash ready to go. He's got a Glacial Prison, but DK are thwarted off of the Baron, and I was expecting FPX Blaze to run into that, dude. They felt confident, but the damage from Rahel is insane, as you see it there, even onto Cardis, who now has a Randuin's. It's meaningful. It's super meaningful. Is that a Void Staff coming from Bible? Is that a Caradian? Did mention Void Staff, and I thought, hang on, that's a blasting one. That is a blasting one. Let's see. I can't remember. Do you guys remember the tournament that we saw Void Staff? I think someone who tweeted it. Might have been someone like LS. Might have tweeted it. But it's a very baller move, right? You'd be happy that FPX didn't get Baron there. Absolutely you would. Excuse me, DK. But for FPX Blaze, we kind of see how hard these fights are when FPX Blaze is separated in. When they don't get Nara in, when they don't get the Weaver's Wall, that sets up for the combination. It feels like right now, Ching is setting up with really good walls, but timing is off for FPX Blaze. Where for DK in the 5v5, it's all coming together cleanly. You know, macro is an overused word, but it definitely feels like DK have a lot of it. So we're going to get another fight, aren't we? Of course we are. In our starting game of our Asia Championship, we get an Ocean Soul, and we get an Ocean Third Drake if DK can pick it up. No vision in the pit right now as Thanatos gets poked out. That's a 3-item Zeri, but Thanatos is able to absorb it. Asia Star Challengers Invitational is apparently going to bring us some menacing games. And hopefully continues from here as Ching is off onto the wing. The Weaver's Wall available again. He's got a good angle as Pillar zones him off. And yeah, Xing is starting to do that as here it is. Weaver's Wall over, but they have a lot of ways of catching back up as Tidal Wave follows through. Hao wants to burn it down, but the rest of FPX players are zoned in. The Weaver's Wall now down as Lucid's on the edge. They'll get the Dragon as the subjugates there, but Qingye is just soloed out. Hao, excuse me, is the one getting bullied. He'll flash over, but look at the poke in return. Bible and Rahel stepping up as Carter says flash has ult. He needs to use it. It's a two-man! Finally gets on in as there's this Eri ulti as well. They're getting poked out and hang on DK, don't want to be here. As Xingye flashes forward. The team fighting I talked about now for FPX plays is coming into fruition as they've paced out the timing, the burst, the AoE. And this is just so easy from here on out. Thanatos is over the wall, wants to go in. You absolute lunatic! Into 4 people, flashes, gets 2! Thanatos, oh my god! He's got the gauntlet! Carter's up next, and I don't care that he dies. The Baller Award goes over. Paul Bait, our last to leave. But, dude, what a maniac. What an absolute criminal. I couldn't care less that Dragon goes over. Paul Bait trying to bring his own little montage in. He's gotten away. He's actually gotten away. I don't think Cartus wins this. I think he has enough mana that Paul Bait can turn it around. Holy... Can I swear on this? Maybe not. Maybe we'll hold back. We'll hold back. We'll hold back. At least you know I would have. Freaking hell. What an insane... Dude, Chronicler wasn't wrong. Chronicler wasn't wrong. He said to me, he's like, let's read quote for quote, right? As, hang on, we're still following this up. No flash, now as it's burned, as Cardus was abusing the fact of no mana. And he does slow down the back here of the top side. Let's look at the replay again. Oh, lordy, lordy. So Dragon goes over. So it's a third Dragon for FPX plays. A big win. But how, it takes a while. He's waiting for the Hextech ultimatum to time out. And as soon as it does, flash. He's out. Then FPX plays, after some of those key ultis have been used, you look at how the team fight works with an elongated, let's call it journey. Oh, we're getting another fight on live, aren't we? Oh, dude, it is like the LPL. I love that tab 1 key challenger just right there with them. We got a 21 kill game to kick things off, and I couldn't be more happy about it. Look, we come back to live. We didn't get to see the rest of it, but Carter's ult was only the beginning. What I think was the big change was the fact that Xingye had ulti and was able to keep it going for a little bit and keep the fight going. I mean, Zeri in long fights with an enchanter, you all know how it goes, right? It's so simple to watch it play out, and I think there's going to be a lot more of it, considering that we're now getting towards a 4th item, and it's going to be a GA. Like, Xingye can play with time a little bit more, and with Barrier too, with that Wild Growth being up for the next Dragon, FPX Blaze might be down 3k gold, but it might not be as significant as we think. It all does depend on Thanatos, right? And those ultis coming from Pool Bay as well. The burst is insane. The pick potential is also great, but we are going to hit a limit. Once it's all used, then FPX Blaze have free roam of the fight. We'll watch and wait, right? We'll watch and wait. Now, if anyone's tuning in, good time to loll about and tell you, 12.16 is the patch we're on, right? Not as big as our previous patches, but remember, this is the Udyr patch. Is Udyr available? A question I need to ask the producers, I believe. There's things like Caitlyn as well. You know, we saw some changes. Diana, Draven, Aurelia, Jace. I'm not going to read this out. You all know what's going on. I do wonder if we see some Kai'Sa. That would be interesting, as there's been a bit of more AP scaling coming through. I've absolutely run it down in solo queue on it, but I'm sure these players are a hell of a lot better than I am. We're playing for 2 million yen. And it's only going to first place as what LOL fandom says. I wonder if that's the case, but if it is, you're either first or you're not. On the plane coming back from France, I watched what's that Ricky Bobby movie? Ricky Bobby, it's Will Ferrell. The guy's with in John Riley, I think. The guy's in with Step Brothers. What's his name? Whatever. Look, and then Sacha Baron Cohen's in it. Banger movie. He's a race car driver, right? He's a southern race car driver. You all know what I'm talking about. Yeah, okay, you guys have got it. You got it. I can't even say it. Talladega Nights. I don't know how to say it. But yeah. So I'll solve that again. And I had a point here. I got so sidetracked. I got so sidetracked. I don't know, guys. But anyway, there was a point coming through, and I've completely lost it. Let's talk about the game. 15 seconds until Dragon. Ocean Soul, by the way, for FPX. Damwon Kia, though, had the option to play through mid. Thanatos can actually just run the wave through. Look at the wave actually charging in. So you can put pressure on mid inhibitor, or you can set up for the flank, but FPX plays with some good deep wards. Cardus going into Meganar. I would say right now that for DK, they can pick the fight here in the main unit as into the 4v4. Pool Bay burnt down. The seismic shove's beautiful. The tidal wave even better, but it's only on Delolo as Cardus takes the rest of them. Glacial Prison a bit late. It's denied. Thanatos was denied. That was the beautiful window into the Hextech Ultimatum. And with the threaded volley, the Unraveled Earth stopping him. FPX in the 5v5 coming out clutch. DK now being thwarted. The seismic shove after seismic shove. Thanatos jumping in with the GA, feeling confident, but Ocean Soul goes down to FPX Blaze. There's the ultimatum, but Xingyan's wild growth, even with the GA, he's confident. Thanatos going to drop his. Lucid's up next. And everything's about to unfold. As now in a 2v1 while the rest of the team claws at him. DK are thwarted. What was a beautiful mid-game. Gives props over to FPX for playing their last two fights so well. Rahel going down with a kill, but now it's the ace. 1 for 5. And FPX plays with the Ocean Soul. Make that an easy win. Xingyan moving over to the Baron. And that feels like a bit of a sealed deal. Maybe not a seal to some other games. There's definitely good scaling elements. There's definitely ways that DK can play the game. But FPX players are going to claw back some of that gold. And with an Ocean Soul on Zeri with an Enchanter, on a Trundle front line, on a composition that can play at range a little bit, it does feel like DK are going to have to rely on Thanatos now more than ever. I can't believe he's one of the good guys in this one. But if you ain't first, you're last, by the way. That was what I was bringing up the reference before. 2 million yen to first, and that's it. Can you imagine? That's a lot of money. Maybe I'd buy an organization with that kind of money. I feel like if I bought into any league, I'd probably buy LPL. Because, man, there's some insanely cracked players at the moment. There's a really nice pick. Ching, just, again, carried early game. And now carrying some of these fights. And I'll paraphrase Lyric. What he said on LPL as Thanatos flashes away from that next seismic shove. And, by the way, was Unraveled Earth, I believe, stopping Thanatos. So he got stunned up. And that's why it was so beautiful. Is the fact that, like, Ching has been carrying early and late game here on the Taliyah. And Lyric was saying things as, I'm not going to get his quote out. Cardus dodging away narrowly, but he's been poked out as Lucid's now deep in the front of the rest of FPX. It's going to be a Chaos Storm launched out. Poolbay doing a lot of work here. Watch the Victor. However, with an Ocean Soul, there is one thing to mention. That against a comp who has a lot of burst through ultis, has a lot of all-in, once it's down, if Ocean Soul heals them back up, how do you win the fights from there? That's a very hard thing to ask. I was going to say, Lyric talked about a Taliyah being a bit more late game. And I feel like we're seeing it here. As Poolbay and Rahel still doing a lot more damage, but Cardus, even on a ward, is going into Meganar. The Weaver's Wall threatening them out, and he can just jump on over. A nice Ultra Shock Laser. Again, if it hits, is going to be devastating. As Thanatos wants that flank we talked about. In for the fight. Cardus in Meganar, though, it would be pretty dangerous. And so they don't pull the trigger. For DK, still in this game, as I said, but it does feel like one target that has to go is going to be Xingyan, but he's got GA. He's got a Lulu by his side. Maybe Ching, but even then, you know, Ching's got Banshee's Veil half the time. He's got Crown of the Shattered Queen. It's hard to kill him. As FPX Blaze are playing with a Baron timer of 1 minute. To try and push down some of these lanes. You look at inner through mid, top, bottom. All need to be taken down. Right now, the base not broken. If DK can hold on, it looks pretty good, right? Looks pretty good. All right. You got wave clear here from DK. That's not a problem. Victor wave clear, not bad. Even Lucian, not too bad, but it's shorter range, isn't it? A lot shorter range, and even against Baron minions, it's nothing like a Sivir. It's nothing like a... Where else would we go? I mean, why do I think Sivir? Is there a wave clear? It's okay. It's okay. Zeri things are about to happen, though. Hey, last Whisper in inventory, by the way. While on this other side, more Malwater is being built with the Sorrelta's Grudge actually picked up, too. Like the itemization into this team that is building a lot of armor at this point. As Lucid with a good ulti. Culling's there, but the tidal wave hits the rest. The Culling off to the right, the tidal wave to the left. Ain't gonna fly. As Cardus now comes on into Meganar, that's enough of a threat. As with the Baron buff, the extent of it as well with the Weaver's Wall coming through. They're gonna threaten them off. Bible almost dies! Oh! Don't know. Don't know how he didn't, but as they scream in agony, I feel like I understand every support's gripe right now with Zeri. So much burst with the Talia mixed in. And that's a close call. So, Inhib doesn't go down. Inhib turrets don't go down. But we see the gold fluctuate. FPX Blazer in the lead. Solo casting's hard. You know? Where's my water? I wish I could trade in Bailey, you know, our new dog, to get the water. Hey, Bailey, come here. Hey. Come here. Can you get me water? That's a no. That is definitely a no. He's asleep on the couch. He's not even coming over anyway. Oh, it's gonna be a fun 2 weeks. We finished September 25th, by the way, which, funnily enough, is Worlds. Isn't it Worlds group stage start? Play-in start, or are we starting at a different time? Because I definitely don't want this running while Worlds is running, as Lucy going to be shoved back. But I guess it won't be, right? It'll be morning my time in Australia. As look at Cardus with the Mega Narbar. Okay, last fight for sure. How are you getting bubbled up? Culling's not too bad, but Thanatos frontlining, has the hookshot, walk shot out, but that's part of his engages. Ultra Shock Glaze is there. Cardus with the 2-man ulti. It all lines up perfectly. Thanatos' ulti is decent, but they can't kill Ching. His Zonya's nicely angled as well. Cardus just over the wall as Thanatos almost stopped, and DK are on the wrong side of the map as Xingye, even without ult, just follows up easily. What can you do when zone control comes in this late in the game? And it's off of cooldown like nothing. DK angling for the Elder, and this is great, but everyone from FPX Blaze are going to be there. They spot out with a ward. There's missing pings going through. At the very least, FPX Blaze now going to be onto the Elder. DK survived with 3. Thanatos is still here with his TP now. I feel like it's up to him as Rahel gets out with a relentless pursuit. But FPX Blaze have this Elder down to half. Thanatos now with his angle, but he's into the rest of the team. Good damage onto Cardus, but hookshot, walkshot away while Lucid runs for his life. But Ching is just zoning him. Well, Elder's still being done by 2 people. It's as easy as that as Ching chases on up, flash through, threaded volley. Cardus now here as well. Rahel trying to get out of harm's way, but Lala flashes as a Lulu to try and get a slow glitter land. There's all the poke, the range advantage again. And props to FPX Blaze for understanding their late game. I gotta say, DK though, their mid game was insane. I honestly feel like the trigger was so well pulled by FPX Blaze when we got around, what was it, like their third dragon? Weaver's Wall gonna come through again. This is one of the triggers I'm talking about. I think Ching probably won this game, right? Ching definitely won this game as FPX Blaze now sieging under the turret. They're zoned off here with the Elder Dragon. And our starting game nets an open inhib in favor of our LDL champions. Remember, they won LDL this split. They beat EDG Youth 3-1. And I did not expect this team to win. Let me be real with you. Like, my favorites were Max or Joy Dream. Joy Dream's the one running Insulator. He's got Maggie on it as we get a pause. Pause! Hang on, this is not in the script, dude. This is not in the script. It's not in the script at all. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Well, ladies and gentlemen, do you get to see the stage? I hope you get to see the stage. There it is. FPX Blaze are on that side. Obviously, Damwon Kia are not. I love how it's just Damwon Kia. It's not even Challenger. You think it's the real one. Dude, little do we know. It's just, you know, Canyon's just sitting behind there, having a bit of a giggle. I'm going to call myself Lucid today. All right. Well, pause it is. We got a little bit laggy there at the end, so I'm hoping that's the same. I'm going to go to the fridge. Do you guys want anything? Do you guys want anything? What's in my fridge? Do you want me to turn up volume for game? I can do that. I'll give you a little touch. Just let me know. Milk? KFC? Oh, it's not sponsored. Bailey, why didn't you get me my water? Okay. Well, no, I got some kombucha. Okay, so let me explain. I left the fridge open. So, I don't know, kombucha, is it fake? Do you guys know? Hey, Bailey. Oh, we're back in game. Up. Come on, come up. Yeah. Hey, they can't see you though. Yeah, they can't see you. You're such a good boy. Yeah, little Cocker Spaniel. Is a Cocker Spaniel cross poodle? Oh, there's a big yawn. Hang on. All right, let me get you up. Let me get you up. Oh, okay. Well, Bailey, you want look at game one. Look at game one. Here, breathe into the mic. Talk into the mic. Can you? Or sniff into the mic. I don't know. You can't really hear. This is a failed attempt. You want to get down? Yeah. Okay, you get down. Oh, sorry. If you got arthritis, I probably shouldn't do that. If you're joining in, it's kind of like a co-stream. I realized there was a bit of casting involved, but you know, it's not. It's nice that it's not as. It's nice that it's not as like strict, because you know, even like we do this from home, right? LPL casting is from home. It's been remote for a while, and it's pretty full on doing it from home. So it's nice that we get to chill for a little bit as well. As hey, if you're just tuning in and you're wondering what's going on, the Asia Star Challengers Invitational started out with a bit of a banger. This was actually a really good game and a lot of fun. I wish we get a chronicler for this one as well. Unfortunately, trying to work out how to get two lads on. We got a very specific setup, so I'm kind of looking forward to see what we can do there. This is the last base defense here for FPX Blaze, or rather DK. This would be a big start for the LDL champions, sitting strong in their namesake. As Day1 Care Challenger, such a strong team, and I've loved watching this game, especially from that top laner who's a huge Chad. But now on their last defense, what can you do against this Zeri? I just feel like you've been outscaled with an Enchanter support alongside. As the turrets are falling down like mincemeat, Rahel with a good dodge, but still with only one turret left standing. Now the base open. FPX Blaze are knocking on heaven's door. Rahel jumping in. This is a great attempt, but look at the Nexus, just getting strifed with it. Xingye jumps into melee rage. He's got GA. He's got a Lulu. You cannot kill him. Even Thanos dies in the end. I'm sorry about that spoiler. If you haven't watched it now, you're not going to watch it ever. It's a triple kill to end. Congrats to FPX Blaze for opening up the ASIC, or ASCI, excuse me, with a big win. In our challenger, in our secondary league tournament, feels like FPX Blaze really deserved the win. Great early game from Ching. The Talia had so many good, great setups for bot. And even though Pool Bay and Lucid had a nice attempt towards mid, I feel like as soon as we got towards those later fights where Zeri got 3 items, where Lola got his second item as well, the power of those shields are just too much, right? You haven't watched it yet? I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Yeah, we should set up a Twitch. We should set up a Twitch prediction thing, hey? That'd be nice. It would be nice. So, you know, let me know. The one thing I can control, apparently, is game audio. So if I can do that, I can do that. But, yeah. It's a pleasure to have you all here, by the way. Oh, is the new movie good? No spoilers in chat. Even though I literally just spoiled Endgame. Well, to be fair, people know the Spider-Man meme, you know? So, yeah. Yeah, shout out to everyone here. So this will be running till the 25th of September. And you know what the awesome thing is? We found out today that this will get you all the way. This will get you all the way to Worlds, right? So, yeah. There's pick ban for you all, if you're wondering what's going on. I just have to double check, make sure I'm still coming out. We're going to find out when I get cut off. But at the very least, this will be running, yeah, for a couple of days. So we're doing 4 days of group stage where everyone plays 3 games. So if you're wondering on the schedule, I'll actually link it in the chat for you. It's BO1. BO1 group stage into, unfortunately, single elimination best of 5s. What's with single elim best of 5? Dude, I love it. Did you guys see LPL, LPL format this year? Oh, sorry, the last couple of years? How good is double elim top 4, man? They won during the pause. No. They came back and then they finished it off. So, yeah. So, it's all there. Yeah, LPL format I absolutely love, hey. We're 12-16, so we're 12-16 for this tournament. I assume it follows all the tournament. If you're wondering about the teams, the link I just put in there should help you out. But day1 Kia Challenger versus FPX Blaze was our first game. We got T1 Challenger coming up next against V3 Academy. Now, guys, if you don't know, V3 Academy is an LJL team. So we do also have LJL here, which is super cool. And yeah, I'm gonna double check when I get cut off. But yeah, there are streamer teams, dude. You guys know Beifeng, so shout out to Why Not, who's gonna be casting after me. If you guys don't know Why Not, insane jungler, like, dude, this guy's a pro player, a legend.
That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
常稳的。想知道今天来之前是教练有特别提点过，还是说我们在打的时候一直有队员一直在提醒要大家稳健呢？
因为我们一直都这样吧。
我们队主打的就是一个稳健，可以的。那么在这个前期的话，我们运营的还是相当平稳的，但是可能在我们拿到2条元素龙之后的中期，好像出现了一点点的问题。想知道当时那一波的话，我们是怎样一个想法呢？
因为我们就出现失误了，然后就
感觉还是有一些小小的失误，也有可能是我们拿到2条龙之后比较想去扩大一些优势，所以稍微有一点点心急。但是到后面的话，我们还是顺利的拿下了我们的听牌龙。在拿下听牌龙的那一波的话，其实我们是成功拿到了重力元素，但是的话，我们那一波是把青钢影喂了它3个头，当时的话是一个5-1的青钢影，还是非常非常肥的，所以当时有没有考虑过怎么去处理这一点呢？
可以处理。没有关系，
可以处理，没有关系，都是可以的。那么在我们的最后一波团，我们清的岩确实相当的关键，无论是我们的沿途抬坏一个人，还是说从侧面看到青钢影的突进，然后用撒石阵打断，感觉都是非常细节，而且是从2个方向全部都看到了。所以想知道你最后一波龙魂团当时的一些打团的思路和想法是怎样的。
Feed's going to be here so that you can
一边抬人一边保护队友
see things like highlights MVP.
一边保护队友，眼观六路，
Maybe I could try translating.
全面的都注意到。也确实，我们那一波拿下龙魂团之后，也是顺利的拿下比赛
No,
的
it's
胜
way
利。
too fast.
那么最后一个问题
Okay,
其实
if
我们
anyone in
这
chat
个
wants to
亚洲挑
translate,
战者之星邀请赛的话，也是有非常多的外赛区的队伍
feel
和
free.
选手。包括
This
有
is the
我们
one
的
part of the
老
show
对
that I
手
can't help
以及外
out with,
还
but
有我们
everything
直
else,
播队
things
所
like
以想问
MVP
一下
highlights,
亲
it's going
有
to
没
be
有什么
here.
特别想交手或者是切磋一下的战队或者是选手呢？
想跟每个队都打一下吧。
想跟每个队都打一下，可以的，也期待 FPB 在后面的比赛当中可以给我们带来更多更亮眼的表现。非常感谢青来到我们的赛后采访。那么我们本场的赛后采访到这里就先暂时告一段落。
我会说一点，但是我的中文不好。在上海每天我说一点中文，但是在澳洲我不可以。他们我们有一点中国人和你知道 a little bit. You know what I always dreamed of? By the way, I hope Vibe's good. I'm just gonna listen. I hope you can't hear me when I pull up Twitch stream. No, cool. Sounds like it's okay. I always wanted to do like translating as well. Dude, I was so jealous. I don't know if you guys... Oh, 我的中文不知道。Do you guys remember... You remember when LS was on LCK and he would translate, like he'd come back and he'd translate or he'd do some kind of translation to Korean? Dude, I was so jealous of that. Bit loud. Oh, I can control that actually. Yeah, I'll change it for in-game, yeah? So I've just asked, so you guys will get the feed and you'll get the countdown. I just think it's a little bit nicer than rather than looking at OMG's home asteroid. If you guys haven't seen OMG's home base, look it up. Look at it. OMG series this split. They're literally playing in Elon Musk's base in Neptune. Yeah, I love it. Oh, Clement as well, right? How long have you been studying Chinese? 2年. 不是. 我去上海. 我去了上海. 2019. But I did some lessons, right? So I went there and I was like, oh, if I'm going to live in Shanghai for LPL, then I thought, you know, it'd be nice to speak the language. I think living in a country, a non-English speaking country, and knowing the language, there's just so much giddiness about it because you can not only get around, but you can, you know, you can be one of those people who's like, you're also respecting the culture, right? The world's groups draw. Okay. Let me bring it up again because I had a lot to say about it. It was so much fun, dude. Like, I think this is one of the best world's group draw we've had. Why does it sound laggy? I think it was one of the best. Let me pull it up. Oh, that sounds nice and laggy. What year is it? 2022. Dude, I don't know why that's laggy, but that's getting pushed down a bit. All right, you guys don't need that. Actually, you do need a little bit of it. Australia is the dude. I think my internet's pretty good. Do you want to? I'll give you a speed test. I know you can't see it, but I'll give you a speed test. By Ookla. Wait. Okay. Find me a server. For Australian internet right now, why do I only have 150 down? Oh, boy. Hang on. I was very confident. It's gone downhill. I pay a lot for my internet. Australia does not have good internet. Where are we? So I think group draw, by the way, was sick because you immediately have a group A that's just full of story. And I'm talking about main groups, right? If you want to talk about play-ins, group B is the group of death in play-ins because RNG DRX, bottom lane is sick, but the talent on those rosters is just great. And then even though Mad Lions went to Worlds without playing winning a BO5 this year, still, it's EU. Saigon Buffalo did so much work for NA. Dude, NA should be thanking him. I think it's a very hard group. Or I think Group A could go anywhere. People don't really know the strength of Beyond Gaming. If anyone didn't catch it, I cast PCS this split, and I did a lot of like looking at Beyond Gaming. They play side lanes really well. Wako's such a good late game AD carry. Wako Kino, great lane. Husha was one of the best junglers, dude. He's so flexible. So I feel like people don't understand the strength of Beyond Gaming. They made a miracle run in best of 5 for a reason. I think they could do really well. I think they could be second in group. I think Group A in play-ins, Beyond, Fnatic, EG somewhere in there. And then, dude, Detonation Focus Me? I don't know. It's a good group for a wildcard region because you get, you know, one of them's going to get 4th. One of them is going to get 4th, right? Dude, the Flying Oyster. People hear the name for the first time. How great is it? How great is it, dude? Do I believe in the Flying Oyster, though? I thought it was going to be DCG winning PCS. And DCG with this crazy team that played Bard mid with Smite. I don't know if you guys watch Spring PCS at all, but this team, literally, Nest T, would play Bard mid with Smite and Roam. What a baller. Looks like we're getting back into this, by the way. Just a quick touch up. The next game is going to be T1 Challenger for all you based enjoyers. And I believe it was LJL. Where is my mouse? V3 Esports Academy. So coming out of this, again, let's get carried by Chronicler, who's just an absolute Chad. Chronicler was telling me a little bit about this team. Winner of the regular split. He said they're really strong, best of 1 team. They seem a little bit flippy. We're talking a lot about Forest here, who, you know, is also flippy within regards, right? T1 Challenger are 3rd seed, by the way, just as a heads up. Forest is their jungler. It is not. I don't think it's Forest within, by the way. As, yeah, either stomps or doesn't find his footing, he said. Best player is Photon in the top side, so we get another strong top side, and he's a diverse player. So shout out to Chronicler for all the information. Of course, these two teams can't be here. V3 are playing from Japan, and T1 are playing from Korea, so I guess there's going to be some kind of ping. Some kind of ping. All right. It's V5 Academy. Yeah, they're just missing 2 players. So, yeah, I think Worlds was pretty sick, by the way. I think the draw was really good. I'm looking forward to group stage because I think RNG have just got such a good group if they do what we expect to do and go. Because they have to go in Group 4, right? And Group 4... We've already done groups. Where's the groups? Group 4, or D, excuse me, is Gen G, Flying Oyster, 100 Thieves. RNG have a good chance of getting top 2. Not even top 2, but just like... Are they better than Gen G? Probably not. Group 4 is a bit free. Dude, I just don't want LPL versing each other in quarters. How rough would that be? Is that the real T1? Well, it's definitely not Faker. it's not Faker. If you're wondering who's sitting behind Faker in his shoes, Tolan D, who apparently Chronicler said he's also heard pretty good things about. Oh no, who was it? No, it was Why Not, I think, who said he'd heard pretty good things about, so. Pretty banging. Pretty banging. My Discord channel's asking, like, what is ASCI that I'm seeing? So Asia Star Challengers Invitational, for a quick touch-up, is academy teams, rather challenger teams, so secondary division of LPL, LCK, VCS, LJL, and PCS. 5 different regions. Did I get them all? I believe I did. 5 different regions. and 2 stream teams, which has Beifeng, the Kiana god. So it'll be pretty exciting. I'm looking forward to this Worlds because I'm just hoping that LPL returns to its strength that we saw before. LPL in playoffs, I think, looked a little bit weaker than we expected. Not going to lie. Where the regular season, it was like, man, our top 4 is insane. Absolutely insane. Should have invited LCS Academy. Yeah, maybe. Maybe we should have. You know what I would love? While we're waiting here, we're looking at the stage, by the way, because they're setting up. If you're wondering what's going on, they're setting up. I would have loved, absolutely loved, like a cross-region. Academy teams from LCS, LEC versus LPL, LCK. I'm casting the next 3, by the way, including this one. So I'll be doing the first 4 of the day, and then Why Not will be jumping on for the next 4, where he'll be here to, trash talk a little bit. And then Chronicler's coming in for the last 4, the midnight shift. You guys better respect him, man. I'll tell you what games Chronicler's doing, right? Chronicler, and I mean, Why Not's doing some good games as well, right? Not disrespecting, but I'm just going to tell you what he's doing. Chronicler's going to come in and do J-Team 2 versus Saigon Buffalo's second team. Then Team Flash versus who Korean streamer team he's doing. Korean streamer team versus Saigon Buffalo's B team again. Oh, sorry, Sengoku Academy. Not Saigon Buffalo, excuse me. J-Team 2 and then Team Flash. So he's doing a wild mix. Dude, how good would it be? How good would cross-region be? Like, I feel like there needs to be more smaller cross-region tournaments. Asia versus the West, because there's not enough mingling. Because you look at the solo queue talent and you look at the talent in LPL and LCK. Dude, the challenger teams are so good. Like, when I co-streamed LDL this split, I was like, man, we have like 4 or 5 teams that look as good as like maybe... And this is a mild comparison, right? This is so mild that, I'm using this as a very loose example. They maybe look as good as like bottom tier LCS or bottom tier like PCS maybe. I don't know. How do I make that comparison without, actually having it in front of me? All right, guys. Thank you for joining in. We're going to game 2. So this is V3's Academy team versus T1 Challenger now. Trigger's in this team, by the way. I know you guys love the APK days. Look at him. He's back. Trigger's here on this team. So an 80 carry. We couldn't forget. Do you guys remember Ixu top with the Alawi as well? That's a bit of a throwback. I used to watch a lot more LCK then because when I first joined LPL... And I just love that team more than anything. Now, I'm going to turn game sound up just a little bit for you. So you have it. So we're in a pick ban. So what we saw in 12-16 so far is there was a bit of a heightened priority still on Lucian Nami. Now, Lucian Nami, strong 2v2 in lane. We already talked about it. But Trigger's going straight to the Aphelios, dude. Man. Yeah, we're gonna try and make sure we vibe out a little bit with pick ban. On in between, also I've been told it's Tolan, not Tolan D. What an absolute shame. What an absolute shame, excuse me. On pick ban, just a quick note that like Jarvan has been seen a lot recently, right? Well, Lucian Nami is a really... Remember, it's not just about the lane. People think it's so dictated to the laning phase. It's a part of it, but it's not the be-all, end-all. As we saw last game, the Lucian Nami was so good for picks for the 1-2 item power spikes. No, Faker's obviously just changed his name to Tolan. He's obviously just changed his name. So we get the Azir. All right. So much like anyone from T1, Azir, big deal. It is Academy, folks. It's not the real T1. Does that look like... If you look at that, do you think that's T1 who are going to Worlds? Do you think they've changed their roster, all 5 of them, before Worlds? Trundle's a big deal. I'd also say, is Wukong still there or not? I noticed today we weren't looking at Wukong as much. Did he get hard nerfed? Because remember, as an LPL caster, I was casting 12-15. So, Wukong was still seen as like such a good pick. Poppy is banned away. Like, we got triple jungle ban. Yeah, this is... Well, yeah, this is obviously T1. Alright, so we've taken the Lulu away. But it's not really a takeaway. Even with Zeri up, I find it hilarious. We're going a different direction. So, Aphelios obviously being a huge priority here. The Azir as well, we've already just got ourselves up late scaling. Playing good range. Like, you have so much more range. But you're also setting up for some of these nicer skirmishes too. The Ornn takeaway early on. I mean, Photon is one of their strongest players. As Chronicler told me, this is a priority to kind of set this guy up. Or rather, is it a priority to set him up? Chronicler can tell me more if I'm hitting the wrong notes. But if he's a diverse player, I'm kind of expecting, you know, one of those carry matchups. Like, what do we look at here? We could go tank. You could go something like Nah, but you can also... would I like Fiora in this comp? You have a simple front to back. You probably need a bit of engage. Your engage can come out of top side. You could be really boring. You could probably pick something. You could probably pick something like Renekton here because Blade of the Ruined King Rush. Aatrox is a good one here from Pessimistic Squirrel. I like it. Chat is like part of pick ban. Nah is a lot of the go-to. If it was 369, he'd probably opt in for something like a Scion, which would be hilarious, but Ornn would do so well in the matchup. So Aatrox is banned away. We already talked about the Trundle. That seems pretty obvious. Whose name means beer? Photon? Is that beer? So yeah, 12-16. Just remember that. So we have counterpick for top side, right? We get early jungle because Curip on the other side still doesn't have his jungler. Now, Wukong's available. They banned away the Vi. They got triple jungle ban from T1 Challenger side. Nah, it's 12-16. Don't worry. 12-16. So we're okay. Vex? Okay. Well, Vex in the lane can still get punished really hard, but I mean, when we're looking at Lucian Nami, these first couple of neutrals snowballing the game, this does seem like we're going to start playing around bot nice and early. Wukong would still be good here. I think Wukong would be your best bet. But against Trundle, is it the biggest issue? Bel'Veth? Wukong. You know, again, like, I think the best option would have been Poppy. And yeah, okay, Bel'Veth comes in. I don't know if Udyr is allowed in this or not. I actually don't know. Surely Udyr's pretty strong, right? And it's kind of like Kanavi, you're right. This is a strange thing. I honestly... No way. No. It would be so good top. Oh my god, it could be Shanji. Photon. Oh my god, he's a baller. Okay, so here we go. Here's what I know. Shanji played this in the top side. You skirmish insanely well. Against Ornn, remember that burn. You are Liandry's first with Demonic Embrace second. You will destroy this Ornn in lane. But more importantly, skirmishing against this team when Bel'Veth builds Blade of the Ruined King, Sunfire. Most cases, right? Even then, like, I've seen like a couple of Icespawns. Whatever. That is insane. This is an interesting pick, you're right. And even though, like, I was looking at, like, where's the engage? Well, you know what I love? This comp is like Lilia, flash in, press sleep. Then everyone else has a field day. Dude, Lilia's the engage. I would also say you just pretty much play to scale. Because Lilia late as well. When you're going up against a team that has to play short range. Like, look at the range of this team. Outside of Ornn ulti, of Vex. Your main damage source, or sources, are close range. Bel'Veth, Lucian, gap close but short range. They have to run into you, so Lily is going to have a bit of a field day. Shanji played this from OMG. If you haven't watched any LPL this split, I'll make it super easy for you. Actually, maybe I shouldn't speak before I know what I'm talking about. I think he played it. Did he play into a Shen top? Played into something crazy. But Shanji just... He played around Baron really well. And zone control again was really, really good. But yeah. So Asia Star Challengers Invitational, if you're just joining in. This is game number 2. T1 Challenger versus V3 Academy. V3 are from the LJL. They picked out a pretty crazy comp that I feel like even though we have Ornn, even though we have a lot of great 5v5, there's a lot of all-in. You have an Enchanter, you have range. If this goes late, how many tools do you have to stop this all-in from V3 Academy? I think you need to play mid-game so well. You need to force them around neutrals. There can definitely be more. There can definitely be more analysis from yours truly. But hey, I'm a play-by-play. I'm here to ramp it up. I decided that, you know, we're going to vibe a little bit more today. Talk a little bit more. Chill out. This is how it's going to be here. The Asia Star Challengers Invitational is a nice time to talk with all of you, but more importantly, see the upcoming talent from some of our prominent and also our wildcard regions around Asia. Welcome back, and welcome to game number 2. Now, game 1 was an absolute baller as, oh my god, the production value each game continues going up. I'm going to turn the sound up for you guys so you have a bit more in your ears. Just let me know. I've decided 43% is where we're going to sit at. Dude, I'm doing the DOA solo cast, except I could never compare. Except, you know, I knew this was coming. Absolutely knew this was coming. Yeah, no, you know, show love. Show love to all the casters coming up here today. Mazel, Kelsey Moser. We've also got Why Not coming in, OCE, Streamlord, and Challenger player, Absolute God. And we've also got Chronicler, who, as you guys know from the LCK Challenger League, you know, I'm sure if you're watching this, you're watching T1 Challenger, then you probably have watched his co-streams. I will be coming on a little bit later. I definitely feel like this was his segment, but I guess I'm starting off. So yeah, shout out to all our casters for coming on and doing this. It's an absolute pleasure. And yeah, they'll be co-streaming alongside you. You know, they'll be casting a little bit as well, but everyone's going to have their own little bit of flavor as well. So thank you so much. All the casters are doing solo for the foreseeable future. We might change it up a little bit as we get to the best of 5, but we will see. So, on to Summoner's Rift. Now, bot lane, I already talked about this before. Look, level 1, level 2. And especially when you have range with Aphelios, your ability to poke out this lane early is just so easy. Glitter Lance is such an easy tool early as well. So, if you like Trigger and Cabby, have priority here, while QP is towards the bottom side. Now, this could be a really early gank from the Bel'Veth. I'd be surprised to come in through here, but with a Void Assault, you've got a great angle, and you've got the 2 Void Assaults that matter as well, or the Void Shift, whatever it's called. You're about to run on in there, trying to get to level 2, but here he comes. LJL's Challenger team, the most surprising gank at level 2. It is a trade, though. Nice from Trigger. QP wants him, but he's already out, and Cabby sacrificing his own life. He picked up the kill, but Easy Man was able to get one in response. A good little 2v2, or rather 2v3 trade. But QP, that timing was insane. And the Bel'Veth off to a wicked start. Now setting up for the vertical jungle while Forrest is moving around the mid lane, but won't be able to find anything here onto the Vex. RRE is not done, and neither is QP. Look, he's back in. He has Ghost on cooldown, though, so no summoners available. Is Trigger expecting it? Walking into lane. Hang on, no. No, he flashes. And QP is making work. I'm going to call that a 2 for 2. Is Laxi now returning to lane? Level 1 Nami. As Forrest has Pillar available, but is just out of range. Meanwhile, look at Tolan through mid. RRE is just in such a bad place, but you got to give it to this Bel'Veth as wait, no. Vex? What? Dude, he almost died to auto attacks. And he's going to have to just back away. Has DP, so not the end of the world, but that was almost hilarious. Yeah, it was Lulu who got the kill for the response. And Easy Man, who actually has been able to back us. Look at the top side. This Lily at top doing so much work. And I'm going to let you guys in on a little bit of a secret. When LPL's on at home, I open something called Champion Abilities. Now, Clement Chu started it, but I've made it. It helps me understand what every ability is, like Glitter Lance, like the Flash and Forest coming in with the Frozen Domain, the Gravitum Lockdown. Nice gank timing and punishing Laxi, who just wanted experience. This 0-2 Nami. Now not in a favorable position as after the successful Bel'Veth ganks, you just look at the lane state and how it's set up for Trigger. He's got a 10 CS lead, and now that he's picked up the kill, a little bit more even than we're expecting at the start. So I'm going to open my cheat sheet a little bit here. But where is it? That's the biggest question. Shout out to Clement Chu for that one. Just a red hot information piece. Remember, Trigger APK was in the LCK at one point as well. And as an 80 carry, I don't think really sat on our minds for too long, but still has a bit of experience. So, you know, set up to carry here. And you just look at these other lanes. There's a small CS lead here for Toland in mid. Photon is doing so well as you'd expect here. And even though QP is keeping up in CS, even though he's proactive and early, I mean, for T1, we did talk quite a lot about this team being able to scale out. Like, they've got so many conditions they can play with. Range is a big factor too. But the fact that the lanes are going as well as you'd expect to is so good. You look at bottom lane and now a bit disjointed. Easy Man and Laxi, 4 and 2 of the levels. As Forest starts to set up Dragon, or maybe just waiting for the bait, they spot him on a ward. Spot him on the ward for the time being. Laxi not having the level 3 on Nami, maybe not a significant solution, but still worth mentioning here. So, not going to be able to do too much as they walk out, drop a ward, spot the jungler. And the response on the other side from QP is just to clear his topside jungle. So, right. Breath of fresh air. I'm going to drink some more kombucha, which apparently is good for your stomach as a probiotic. Now we get Forest. Okay, he's walking down the bottom side. This pure carry of T1. Looking to set up a big response. No warding that'll give any information to V3. I mean, that control ward's there. QP, though, great time on the Scryers. He's going to see this enemy jungler, but still walking in. I mean, V3 in a bad position in lane. Trigger gets grabbed on him. It's instantly cleansed, but the pillar sends him the wrong way. Unfortunate. As Cabby comes in for the trade after the fact as well, but just note one thing, that now with jungler down on the bottom side, that dragon is free for the starting with bot burning the cleanse, getting a bit of health difference, and T1 being able to have such a big push out with all those minions in front. RRE is roaming now. He does have the Shadow Surge, but not going to commit, so T1 are going to be getting the first dragon of this game, which we saw was such a significant thing in the last game here in 12-6, so it feels like it's worth mentioning here with how smooth this game is going, despite the early audacity from V3. So first dragon, while Herald's actually not up for a minute 30, a big timing window that now T1 can transition to, and I think we talked a lot about it on major region broadcasts, that dragons are being done a little bit later. I guess just not this one. And yeah, Faker was obviously benched for Toland. He's the new upstart, man. People didn't expect it to come through, but they thought, man, look, he's had his time. Let's give it to someone else, right? Let's give it over to someone else. Now, I brought up my ability sheet. Who was I actually going to look at? Bel'Veth. I always look at Bel'Veth because Bel'Veth gets me confused because there's so many Void champions, right? Oh, no. I just deleted one. Okay, above and below. Now I know. It feels like a champion that just is so easy to forget. Especially since we don't see it that much. Yeah, Faker's benched, guys. So sorry. Down here, bot again. Forest is living down in the bottom lane. It's going so well. There's a 20 CS lead just about. This is a large minion and a half wave. But I will say that, you know, this could be detrimental. If Easy Man dies here or Laxi, if they lose this lane, look at this wave. Forest does back away in the end, though, so there's not going to be a dive. Means they are going to get this. But turret plating denied. Yeah, it is. So it is actually denied here. So for T1, it is the small losses that V3 will be counting. As you look towards mid in the meantime. Lane's still actually working out here for Toland. He's got a CS advantage as well, but the camera hasn't gone top. We haven't looked at top at all. Photon is still smashing, and that's a full minion wave. I think a minion wave and a half yet again. So that's going to be about a 25 CS lead here for Lilia. I can't wait. I can't wait. The first item, dude. Liandry's is going to burn them. It's going to be so big. I'm going to pull my mic back here so I can swing on my chair. We're getting the Herald fight. Now, look at setup. We got warding here for V3 towards River. They're on this first, but I think also on this first because I believe that Photon reset. So with the pushing wave in towards top side, he then moved down. But the problem is that Lilia has so much wave clear this early on. And as V3 commit as a 4-man. 80 carries might be fighting it out, but Call the Forge God comes through as now we get the Endless Banquet. But QP still doesn't want to go in as the Lilting Lullaby is a 4-man. The shove back from Toland. Oh my god, it was earlier than we expected as here's Trigger. Nice and early. Photon, you absolute blasting wand. That was beautiful to watch as he's got so much movement speed. Gets a triple kill, and the Photon laser lights up V3. This Lilia top, what a 5-head pick. That's not a 9-man sleep. We only get the 3 or the 4. Get the last piece of the puzzle too. Look at this Lilia. Was able to push in topside. And after that play we just saw, Liandry's now picked up. Good luck to Pon. I love picks like this that, you know, you're not, it's not a super big niche where you're like, oh man, someone just wants to pick a pick because it's great. What I'm trying to say is I love that it's an adaptive pick into the comp, right? When you know that this composition is going to have some of those frontline bruisers, like a couple with the Bel'Veth, remember? It's been Sunfire or it's been something like, hang on. This is just poking out. This is turning into an engage. Tolan's going to get knocked up as well. There's a Void Assault again. Above and below sets him up, but Lulu's next to him. I mean, Tolan can continue poking away using the range. They just can't get the kill. And they're trying to set up mid so that they can move down to the bot side, maybe secure themselves second dragon, but again, Tolan's able to stick around. He has TP anyway. It's not like this is a massive window that can be abused. And T1 are still in such a good position as Trigger's going to get a grab at him on Easy Man. Cleanse is available. Might have to be burned immediately, but he holds on to it. Could be to his detriment as there's the ulti. And it's way too late from Easy Man. A great ultimate from Cabby as well. As that Wild Growth sets up for a quick double down the bottom lane. And guys, this is looking so easy for T1's Challenger team. As we look at this engage again, V3 opted to turn this around, even after the Endless Banquet, but it's the 4-man Betty Nine Eyes from Photon on the top side. That was such a good Lilia ult, and this is what I said in draft. Early skirmishes favor Lilia so much more. So much more when you consider that her early damage is really not a pushover whatsoever. Lilia relying on Snowball. Lilia is just such a great champion on one item, on two items. And especially against this all now with Leandries, that health burn is going to be huge. Get ready for the Demonic Embrace, guys. That's coming up next, most likely. With a 5k gold lead here for T1 Challenger, this looks done diddly-un. It's a 40 CS lead top as well. Tolan, ulti. And there's his jungler. RRE is going to try and RE after this. It's a dragon up too, so now with mid getting pushed out, they're going to look for it, but V3 have other plans. They're going to drop Herald down the bottom side to get some plating, but, I mean, Forrest is just running straight in. You know he was just mid. And QP, as he tries to get on out, the damage is already insane. Lexi, help me out. Forrest flashing the Aqua Prison just to do that little bit extra, as meanwhile, the top side, burn, baby, burn. Photon with kill number 4. It looks so hard for Pon. I mean, they picked this third on blue side. We knew Photon was going to be wearing the carry pants in this one. We just didn't know how, and looks like it's an extra too big size for... I tried to mingle that. It's too big of a size if English worked properly for me. For Pon at this point is... Okay, well, QP just knows he's dead. Wait, is Cabby soloing? Cabby just soloed. Shadow Surge doesn't connect from RRE as well. Cullen comes out. Under turret. Trigger gets him. Cabby is a Chad too. This Lulu, man, just solo killed the Belveth. T1's Challenger team look incredible. As Photon, we're going to watch him solo kill. Lilting Lullaby. Bellow's Breath stops it, but that Call the Forge God can't come in time. And the Ram, unfortunately, ends up going to the Butchers rather than Ornn sending him out to freedom. It's brutal. You guys ever wonder where the Ram comes from? Maybe it's from Ingham's farm. Probably too much of an Australian reference there, but yeah, I was told. I mean, I was talking to Chronicler, and he's telling me a little bit about Nongshim being like, you know, their first seed, but he's telling about DK being one of the most impressive teams. I mean, T1 Challenger are the third seeded team, and we talked. Well, he rather talked. I'm not going to take any praise here because he told me everything. He said Forrest is kind of the linchpin. Like Forrest is, you know, one of the most important players for this team. And we kind of saw it here in the early game. I mean, Photon being one of the best players for the team was obviously shown, right? But man, how good is it? How good is it to watch teams like that have parts of the game they excel at, right? We know laning phase was a big one for T1 Challenger coming into this game. And we know, like, late game team fighting, your ability to also skirmish a bit, basing yourself off the lane lead was also a factor. I mean, T1 just joined that Herald fight with good lane leads. And the rest is history is... Hey, it's Deadman's plate for the top lane, by the way. We're not getting... unless they've changed the pants needed for Demonic Embrace. But I'm pretty sure I know how Demonic Embrace works. Here's Call the Forge God. Oh, the pillar. Beautiful, actually. I was going to say he missed it, but no, it's the pillar. Subjugates there as the all-in. Good. That's great for V3, but RRE is locked down. His ulti, maybe, if they were more even in gold, would be better. As it's clean up now for Photon. The movement speed, amazing. Lilting Lullaby. He ain't going to be lulling about for very long. There's a Swell Seed. Misses, but that don't matter either. Photon is Bambi on on caffeine. As I had to think about that one for a little bit longer, with Photon helping clean that up. 6-0 and 3. A nice try, you're right. You guys are right, because V3, I mean, being so far behind, like, this game is done. You know this game is done. Putting everything into that fight, that's the least you could do, because it was a beautiful fight, but there's no damage. There's no first item here for the Vex either. Yeah, I gotta keep it somewhat level, you know? I gotta keep it somewhat level. I can tell you, V3, excuse me. So I knock my kombucha against the microphone. V3 is, I'm looking away and Gravitum's been used and Laxi's not dead. I believe it's Seed 3. And the audio not lag, that'd be sick. I'm looking at World instead. Apologies. I'm sure someone's going to find it quicker than I am as well. I believe Seed 3 from the LJL. Yeah, Seed 3 and 4 because I think they tied. So CGA Academy and V3 are Seed 3 to 4. So, look again, right? Pillar, good. So good from Forest. And then they're running forward. RRE is an insane engage. Tidal Wave's really good. But look at, like, Pon is going to the right. QP is already burnt out before he can do anything. And so if everyone's there, imagine if Ornn gets ulti. Imagine if it's piled on. Maybe it's a different story. But yeah, it's really hard. It's really hard to play this game. Like, Photon's having a field day. We've had about 3 seeds per region as we come on back, and it looks like T1 Challenger are trying to end in under 20 minutes. 2 dead again. Forest actually gets it with the Subjugate passive. And now with Herald pushing down bot, that's going to be an inhib. I actually think V3 are going to get team fought yet again, because Trigger, even without ulti, has Flash available. Gale Force available too. QP, lilting Lullaby to one man, but it's the jungler who's about to die. Here's Trigger, gets out of the way of the Tidal Wave. What an absolute beast. Runs forward, and dude, T1 Challenger, send them to Worlds as well. You know, if this was the way it was, if this was like LCK, and it was this stompy, how excited would you be? Easy Man getting burnt down too. Shadow Surge in once again. RRE with the last defense, but Tolan shuffles 3 back. Faker's protege, we can call him, or maybe just the person sitting under him will get a triple to end off, and T1 Challenger with 24 kills in 18 minutes made it so LGL Academy, as it is Pon who gets a second one thanks to the fountain, don't even get to have a say. That was a stomp, guys, and go get some dinner or something, because they made it so you can have a long one. That was beautiful. Next year, Tolan comes in. Oh, man. How good was that? I feel like T1 Challenger, I know it's a balance of regions, right? You know? LJL Academy decided to take this all on early. They looked at this Vex into the Azir, even though the Azir will outrange and be fine in the lane. But I think it's more so the response in bot. We got an early Bel'Veth gank. We had bot set up with Lucian Nami, but the rinse and repeat here from Forest, like this Trundle jungle early was exceptional. And then we got around the skirmish in Herald, and it was Trigger forcing out the 1v1 out of 80 carries. Okay, Lucian can't join, even though he's one of the first to roam up. Then we had Proton on the Lilia. Photon, excuse me. Oh my god, close enough. Proton on Lilia. Hot damn. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the way this is going to work, we're leaving this screen on for the time being. I'm going to show you guys pick ban. As my dog now gets up. He just wants to know that he's loved. And you are loved. You're a good boy. He's a good boy. You are. You're such a good boy. My fiance will be home in an hour and he'll be so happy. We've taken him from her mum and dad, and so he's very nervous. He doesn't know where he is. And he likes me. He's liked me for a while. But he needs his mum. He needs his new mum. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. The graph is going to come up on the screen for you as well. I'm going to leave sound up, and I'm going to mute my mic until I come back. And I will be coming back after the interview to talk about the third game of our 12-game day. So stick around. Thank you very much for tuning in. Solo cast will be going on throughout, by the way. Why not coming up for Game 5 onwards? Chronicler from Game 9 onwards, if my math is correct. Is it Game 10? I don't know. I think it is Game 9. Game 9? Game 10. I should tweet the puppy. Yeah, I should. I don't have camera here. I don't have a camera. Schedule can be shown. No, I can actually send that for you guys. Schedule's there. It's always all good. Well, more like a co-stream. More like a co-stream. You know, more casual, right? Good win from T1. Coming up next, though. Where are you? Where is it? There we go. T1 Challenger. Oh, my God. It's T1 Challenger versus DK Challenger. Yes. Oh, yes. What a banger for game number 3. So we're going to chill out. And we're going to take a small break. You guys are going to see all this stuff. And hear an interview where some people in chat can translate, so thank you to you. The Asia Star Challengers Invitational, the group stage day 1. We'll continue with game number 3, so just chill out and vibe for a bit.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. You judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
I don't know if you guys can hear it. We can have a, well, not hear it. You can't hear anything yet. You can hear me. I know that. T1 down 1 are coming up. Showmaker versus Faker. No. Challenger team. We've already seen down 1 Kia, and we're going to see T1 Challenger in a second. I'm going to still be off somewhere. I'm going to move this down a little bit. Then I'm going to be jumping back closer towards Big Band. So I believe they will have an interview. Actually, no, wait. It's not the Chinese teams. So there won't be an interview. So you know what? You know what? I'm going to put this down. I'm going to move over here. See if this works. Look at him, dude. Was it any guess? Was Photon any guess? Was he any guess? You know? God, man. What a god. Great game. I mean, they're playing back-to-back, which is kind of crazy, right? Kind of crazy. So we're going to see now when we go into pick band. Now, remember T1, down 1 Kia, they've already set up today, so it might be quicker. Might be quicker. Dude, I wonder if I can do this. I wonder how scuffed this could sound. I wonder if I can play piano and you guys can actually hear it. I'm gonna try and give pre-game content. I wonder if you can hear that. I wonder. Because we're not really getting much music. Wait, we're gonna get copyright strike for this? Maybe we're gonna get copyright strike for this. Maybe there's a limit. Maybe there's a limit. Match LPL's Twitch has been taken down because Song of Storms has been played. A Nintendo game after us. I can play the next part. I was just worried. I don't want to. I'm not eating into pick band, guys. Not eating into pick band. You know what? Yeah, well hey. Get everyone ready. Where's pick and band coming? That's what a solo cast does to you. You lose your mind. How much further can we go? Are we in pick band? We're not in pick band. Okay, next Zelda song. I used to know Gerudo Valley, but that's kind of fallen out. You know, it's kind of... Oh, we're getting there. It's going to be scuffed. The dog's going wild. He's like, what's going on? I've kind of just hijacked the stream a bit, haven't I? I need to keep looking over and seeing what's going on. And then when we get to pick band, we can do a little bit. We can do a bit of a look around. Still waiting. As soon as pick band comes up, we're fully game focused. Until then, we try and play this one. I only know the starting bit. Bear with me. we still not there? Man, everything we go. This is so crazy, dude. This is such... Oh, God. I need to learn the rest of it. Maybe I need to learn the rest of it when we get to the best of fives. When we get into best of fives, we're waiting around. Megalovania is sick. I need to learn the rest of it. You know, and then what I need to learn before Worlds, and I'll play it for Evil Geniuses, right? Oh, hang on. We need to learn that for EG. Cause it's just so good. Turn it down so you guys just don't get resonated out the wazoo. Hang on. Still not in pick ban, okay. No, okay, that's scuffed. Next. Dude, what else have we got? This is my world. I control it. Oh, okay, pause the piano. We got work to do. So, I'm just learning an anthem for every team. Yeah, dude. What is T1's anthem? We'll find out. Okay, folks, thank you for bearing with me for whatever that was. Yeah, I know. Don't worry. As soon as it started on my stream, bam, I'm there. So, biggest priority. What we've seen so far in our little world is that T1 priority picked Aphelios. Nice little takeaway, but considering that T1 already picked the Kalista, I kind of expected a response. However, like Zeri's available, Siva's available. Like, man, okay, dude, Viego, how random. Forrest just had a really good Trundle game. Not banned against him, but didn't want to play it again. Amumu, the normal pairing with the bottom lane, right? You cannot say that Kalista, Renata, Kalista, and Amumu are not what the first thing you think of in the bottom lane, right? Maybe we do piano in the next break. Who knows? I'm sure I got another song. Dude, Yakety sax on the piano for the team fights would be sick. Engage already built up. So Leona, Aphelios. Again, Renata's available, but I guess with changes, people don't want to touch it. This will be a good matchup, though, guys. It's LCK Challenger. Like, dude, T1 just destroyed V3, the LJL third, fourth seed. And T1, in DK before, were pretty good. Really close to beating FPX players. So here we go. I think now you need to start focusing towards top side, especially with these two top laners, dude. Thanatos, Camille. Photon, Lilia. We've had two really big top games. So it makes sense that on red side, Thanatos will be prioritized as a counter pick. They're banning Ahri. So it could be something like, you know, because we've already got the Talia, right? Banning some of the angles that work well. You could even get rid of things like the Lissandra. With this comp, I think T1 would love Lissandra. I think it's a really safe blind into things that you want to play at range. Jack's ban. Okay. Dude. No, I'm not drinking Red Bull. It's kombucha. I'm pumping the stomach. Don't worry. Don't worry. Hey, I'm only doing 4 games. Don't worry. Oh, yeah, I am. I am solo casting. And we're involved. Dude, we just played piano before. We're off the rails. They still don't have a jungler. Could have flexed Talia. But makes sense. I honestly think Lissandra just works so well here. I think Lissandra you can play for early skirmishing, which is what this team wants. Build off of resets. Oh, Swain too. Okay. Swain helps out that skirmishing factor, right? No, I'm doing 4. So I'm doing this one and the next one. Oh my god, are you going to blind Mordecai as the top? Photon. Don't. Oh no, do it. You're a Chad. Dude, you can do anything. Oh my god, he just blind Mord. Okay, So Thanatos probably was going to play Camille, you'd think, right? You're not playing Camille into Maud Blind. However, with Jax banned away, they don't... Okay, so it could have been like a Yone top. Fiora? Do you play Fiora? Is this a Fiora angle? I feel like Fiora's not bad into this comp. I don't like Nah. I don't like Nah. I do not like Nah. Nah, I wouldn't pick Camille. Aurelia's a good one. Shout out to Kia. I think Aurelia's actually would have been a good one. Max is not part of any LPL organization. Yes, they are LDL. They're a top team, but they are not like... They're not franchise, no. They're not part of the LPL. Have you guys heard the rumors next year? Ooh. T1. Yeah, look at their draft. They're evil, aren't they? Dude, I love T1's draft because look at the comp, right? If we ever get to a point where it's like late game, Philly has 3-4 items, yes. Range is going to be a factor. However... all in and their ability to skirmish early. Dude, how good's that? No, I'm not going to spill rumors. I'm just going to tease them. And people in chat are going to follow up and elaborate for you. I don't know. I don't like the Nah pick. I don't like the Nah pick because I feel like you're playing for mid-jungle to then move. Whereas I think you're playing a lot more around objectives rather than... Like, yeah, you have objective control. You still have really good all-in from Damwon Kia. But would you not say that with a Fiora top, you can play for mid-jungle, then transition top? Because I look at T1, and they're a bit... If they snowball this game, it's over. I'm sure a lot of you would agree. Again, I'm not a color caster. I've been around League for a while. Dude, I'm still stuck gold 4, don't worry. I'm nothing special. I have to vent. Before we get into game, you guys see the draft. I have to vent. Before we get into this absolute banger. Dude, OC solo queue, I can't. I need help. Oh, man. Chinese solo queue? Dude, I soloed support, and I felt like my team were just such gods. We got Zeds every game, Graves mid every game. These, like, gold 1, like, plat 4 mid laners playing like they're Faker's cousin or something. Insane. Insane, dude. And I'm like, dude, how are these people, like, how is this skill there? And I wasn't even on the super server. And I know, the region's bigger, right? The problem is OC just doesn't have the people. And we don't have anyone nearby. So, yeah. I feel like T1 won draft just because the way I saw T1 play, and what Chronicler said before was that T1 were a team that play, you know, like, it's like, sometimes they do this, sometimes they, what'd you say in chat? You said, like, sometimes they can just win a game. Like, they can sometimes be flippy, right? So, yeah. He also messaged me. So Chronicler also messaged me, and he said, what'd you say? Where are you? He told me a little bit about these two in history. Again, carrying from the background. He said T1 DK was the expected finals to split, but T1 got upset by Nongshim in a 5-game clonker. I like the wording. So fun rematch of number 1, number 2 of the regular split. Yeah, cool. Yeah, really cool. This venue, this is LPL venue. This is in Shanghai. I'm assuming this is Hongqiao Arena. Chronicler, just hop on Discord. If it were that easy, I would. Dude, trust me in a heartbeat. He'd be in here. This is like his game to cast as well. I feel like I'm taking away this. I mean, look, let's be real. Best of 5, he'll get one of these. So I hope it's even better for him. He deserves it. And he's going to be on the LPL Twitch channel. We are officially taking him. Good luck, Chronicler. Yeah, never going back, brother. All right. T1 DK Challenger teams going head-to-head. The expected final that we never got. Now we finally get to see it here in the Asia Star Challenger Invitational. Our tournament that's just popped up out of nowhere. That is solo casted by a couple of few casters in the scene. T1 just 18-minute, like their last game against V3. DK came so close to pulling off a great game. And I might have to close the door because my dog, he's hearing someone else barking outside. T1 close to the invade, but not going to find anything else. Right now, I've got to close the door before I get kicked out. No, don't you bark. Don't do it. You're not barking. No, you didn't hear another dog. Forget about it. Forget the other dog. Don't worry about it. There'll be another one sometime soon. I didn't see the end of this invade, guys. But I did see T1 go in, probably drop a ward, I assume. Set up for blue buff start. Okay, sorry, we're learning. We're learning. Getting a dog again. We're learning. Oh boy, good to see Rusty. Very good to see Rusty. So what summoners we taken? Nothing really out of the ordinary. We haven't seen much Halo Blaze Callista recently. I will say Lethal Tempo has been the go-to in LPL at the very least. A Tolan running Unsealed Spellbook. We have double TP, by the way, as well. And Ignite in the bottom lane with Glacial. So that's going to be an aggressive 2v2 that I'm looking forward to, as top lane's hovering around. Now, Photon blind picked this. Just remember that Photon actually blind picked this, as you guys don't have audio. You don't have audio. Let's give you a little bit. Give you a little bit. I hope that's good. Let me know if that's good, as 2v2 starts off early. Oh my god, here we go. The flash. Dude, LCK Challengers so close. Rahel is not dead, but so close. Trigger burnt his double summoners for that, but so did Rahel to get out. And that 2v2, that's a great way to start off. Trigger and Cabby waiting for them to come back in lane as well, but they won't have any of it. So lane guaranteed, man. That is a brilliant start for T1's bottom lane. When you opted in for this first pick, Callista, I mean, it was available. And, like, again, another pick we don't see as much. As good never move here from Tolan. And I was saying before in draft, I'd love people's 2 cents. I feel like for T1, this comp snowballs, and it snowballs out of control. You think about how DK manage, and you look at range here for Rahel, but the rest of the team, how kind of pick-orientated through mid 2v2 they are. Good engage options, but you're also looking at T1, who are short range and don't really mind if you go into them, as this zoning is out of control. Forest now comes down, and again, focusing from what we saw in the V3 game, in the last game actually, T1 just putting all the priority onto Trigger and Cabby. This ex-LCK AD carry now set up as they're trying to walk on in, but it's a flash in. Banish shots at melee range. Rahel doesn't have any summons from the last trade. They walk back in to take the 3v3, at least getting one, but with Trigger down, remember Rahel died too, so that wave's going to push on in. And Rahel has 0 CS, guys. 0 CS. He's not picked up a single minion, and it's 18-0. Oh, that's rough to watch. Kill went over to Lucid as well, so it's not like the gold's going to be returned. As now Bandage toss with a quick roam. Never move, forces the flash. Cabby on fire, just like he was in the last game, but this time the engage is just there, obviously, with the champion change. So Berserker Greaves in the bottom lane for Trigger as well, mind you. And 0 CS still sits at our scoreboard. He's going to pick up 1 soon. Yeah, there we go. This Amumu's sick, Rusty. You're right. You're absolutely right. The flash bandage toss at melee range was sick. I love me Cabby patties. Absolutely love it. Where's he gone next? Did he back away? Yes, he did. Went back for a control ward. Ruby Crystal this early as well. Good health advantage you'll have, as Forest is once again picking only one side of the map. It's bot, dude. We know how T1 Challenger play now. And for some reason, like, Photon left on an island with these volatile picks that will, you know, inevitably do well. Like, Photon last game. No, you're sick. Photon last game had such a good performance on the Lilia. It was the Herald fight that he got a 4-man lilting lullaby. But I think more importantly, it was the setup from T1 that was so beautiful to watch, right? So beautiful to watch. So I'm kind of glad we're getting T1, like, playing through their early game yet again. This Callista's just so huge, and look at the wave. It's pushing against. Real against. Oh, man. Thanatos not doing so well in the top lane either. Close to level 6, by the way, here for Photon. Again, I got to keep bringing it up. This was blind. He pulled this out, and they didn't want to take anything, I guess, more comfortable. Now, I don't know this matchup. Like, I feel like I know Camille, Mordekaiser. I feel like I understand maybe Renekton Mord. I think Renekton doesn't do that well into Mord, right? I play a lot of Renekton. I should know. But Thanatos was one of the core carries in that FPX Blaze game that started our ASCI day off, right? Our game number 1. And so seeing him on the Gnar, you know, we're obviously going to be talking a lot more about his transition. As Challenger League coming in red hot. Ulti here from Thanatos. Photon has his own. Just wait for that Death's Grasp, though. If it pulls him in, expect the ulti for Gnar to just stand there and take it. This Dragon's going to be started here by Forest, who's continued to hover around the bot side. Lucid clearing out his last camp. Now might actually peek his head over the wall, but look at the bot lane priority. It was a pushing wave. That trigger has now bounced back, but you look at what Lucid can do. Is it nothing? Could be next to nothing. Could be a steal, actually. He's running into Dragon. He's waiting for the smite, but he doesn't have it. He actually just doesn't have smite. As Forest, with that advantage, is going to take the first neutral of the game. So, small CS advantage for himself as well. And Dragon stacking up is insane. You reckon they're MapleStory players? You know what? As a MapleStory player in the past, I can see that. Look at bot. Dude, 27 to 52. The wave just pushed in, bounced back. Cabby sitting in there with Trigger. They're playing so safe in the bottom lane because I think Rahel, if that bottom lane dies again, what is beyond over? Trigger's almost level 6, by the way. So the Fate's Call, Curse of the Sad Mummy. As that bottom lane, you have one cleanse. You know, it's not like you have a Lulu who will hit 6. It's not like you have a Yuumi who can help sustain. Bibles engage. So, under turret, yeah, stunning's going to be useful, but Trigger has cleanse as well. Worth mentioning as... Pickaxe versus Vampiric Scepter, though. As we know, Kalista is like one of the biggest AD carries on Berserker Greaves. I'm trying to think if anyone has a bigger spike on Berserker Greaves. No, because no one's as based as movement in their kit as Kalista is. So, makes sense, right? Look, we'll keep talking about the CS. We know it's huge, bot, guys. You know it's like 30 CS in the making. I think Trigger's going to get to the point. He's almost 6, by the way. This minion, 6. Cabby only just hit 5, though. So I guess the difference is that you don't have the double lockdown. But you still have a lot of kill threat. As Forest now just moves up to the top side. Like, this jungler has been focusing bot, shadowing bot. Now gets priority on top side, too. And he's got Sheen with double longsword versus ASCI. So you're looking at the power here that comes through from this Viego. Especially around Rift Herald time. There's no dragon to trade off here for DK. So this team that's 1,200 gold behind now has to choose whether they go in for the fight. But, I mean, Lucid's ready to take Blastcone, but no one else is here. Forest, 1v1, Vault Breaker. Okay, he's not going to even get the chance to take it. And Lucid just spots him and backs away because mid has prior, because bot is a ticking time bomb, and Forest now getting the Rift Herald. Dude, this early game is easy right now for T1. Dude, no wonder they sub Faker out. Holy moly. We're not even talking about him. I mean, look, Guma Yusi's like, you know, secondary. Dude, Trigger comes in. Who needs Guma at Worlds? It's not a rebroadcast. No, it's not. I hope that helps you. That's live. It's 12 hours a day. Dude, people come in. There's going to be 1 or 2 people who are genuinely upset I said that. Hey, you know what? It's my vacation. I don't even use that word in Australia. It's my holidays. If I can't do anything, you're exactly right. Ricard, you're exactly right. That won't help forward watchers. But it doesn't matter. At least the people here will know. At least you guys will know, right? I want to know when next dragon comes up because the timer's gone. Where did the timer go? LDL, I've co-streamed and watched quite a bit. And, you know, as I said before with FPX Blaze, like, I feel like LDL we can give quite a bit of context to. I love you too. Yeah, people watch the VOD, they'll be like, man, this cast is all over the place. This guy just talking to himself. Who's he talking to? And then all of a sudden, people will need to go back and watch the Twitch VOD instead. How close is Cabby to 6? Half an XP bar. Okay, he's been roaming and clearing wards. 6 doesn't really matter. Look at the lane state. 6 does not matter. But it is kind of the creme de la creme. I ain't talking about OMG's mid laner. Rahel now level 6 as well. Bible probably close to 6 too. Cabby just waiting. That Fate's Call can be used from a bit away, and Trigger can just send him in. But look towards the non-existent dragon timer. I'm going to tell you guys probably about a minute something. Minute 40. When was the first one taken? 6 minutes? We're getting close. Probably about 11 minutes-ish. We'll see it. And we'll get that hourglass on the map as well a minute away. There we go. Okay. So 11:30. We'll get this second dragon. Cloud already picked up as the first one. Don't know what the next one is. Sorry about that. As we shift eyes to the top side. Photon's still taking heavy trades against himself. Going a little bit better now for Thanatos. I feel like the Merc treads, would they have helped out a lot? I guess if you get pulled in by the Death's Grasp, maybe. Dude, CS lead bot's still huge. It's still about 30. It's being maintained. So somewhat for Rahel, it's a better story. But It's still a gaping hole in the bottom lane that is going to be that Kalista in the next couple of neutrals just being huge. Cabby roaming again, not spotted on a ward. Lucid as the Amumu roams. And Dragon's just going to be taken. And with the Kalista ahead, just remember, like, Rend will do more than Smite. As we go to a pause. We go to a pause. Yeah, it's LPL stream, but it is not the LPL. LPL finals is already won and done. That's why JDG are our first seed. This is our ASCI, our Asia Star Challengers Invitational. Only day one. We've got 12 hours. And I don't have a camera. Otherwise, I would show you my dog. I keep talking about him. It's so upsetting. I'm okay, Safinator. Thank you for asking. It's a little bit more casual, as you guys can already tell. I'm casting, but I'm also vibing a little bit, you know. I'm eating a nice, like... I made... Well, the other night, we made salmon asparagus. We made, like, salmon bowls. So, trying to go healthy, trying to lose weight. So, you know, you break up salmon, you bake it in the oven, or you get, like, an air fryer. I don't know if you guys have seen air fryers. They're really, really good. It's essentially you get, I guess, as close to a deep-fried texture without, I guess, without the oil, right? Air fryers are pretty good. It's like a mini oven. It's a very concentrated oven. It is a co-stream, actually. That's kind of the whole point of this. It is a co-stream. And we'll have other personalities on throughout as well. And the good thing about this tournament, guys, is this will take you to Worlds. Because doesn't Worlds knockout, knock-in, play-in stage? Doesn't it start on the 25th of September? Do I need to go and click a different tab? I might need to. Hang on. Expect some pauses, guys. Remember, it's the first day of the tournament. It will happen. Tech issues, especially when these two teams are playing from Korea. It's going to happen more than you think. 29th of September. Sorry, I got the dates wrong. Thank you. Why not waiting room? Dude, why not's coming in next? Sell your microwave for an air fryer. Yeah, because microwave soggy, air fryer crispy. Dude, I mean, I have an oven. We have an oven with convection settings. But it's just texture difference. It's weird. I think you need to, honestly, I think you guys need to go and see for yourself. It's a healthy alternative like a deep fry. It's not the same as Flash, Tolan. Big one. Pull Bay getting the plating, though, is still decent. We haven't seen any Weaver's Wall come through from this guy yet. But his Flash now down, has to opt into Ghost. There's Rift Herald towards mid. We get a Dragon timer yet again, so Dragon's already taken. Herald towards mid. An attempt to put pressure on for DK, but they've got a good response here. Lucid has ulti, and with this Vi and the pick potential, especially being Talia, they step forward. It could happen, but it doesn't. So Herald just gets a charge through mid, couple of plates given over, and just note, it is an Imperial Mandate Swain this time as well. Imperial Mandate Swain for a team that already has an excessive amount of damage. I like this. Mandate for Swain too. Like, Demon Ascension, or I guess Demon Flare is probably the bigger use. All stacks. Everyone gets stacked with Imperial Mandate. It's kind of like Ash's Volley. If you guys have ever seen Ash support being played and wondered, like, oh, why? Not the only part, but one of the big parts is that Volley stacks all of Mandate. So, if you're in a team fight and you volley 4 people, there are 4 Mandate stacks to be taken. It's pretty OP. And I feel like with Swain as well, we get a similar result, but it's just been so good in early splits of LPL, and we kind of talked about it earlier. I think it was DK who were a team. Was DK the team that liked Swain? I think they were. So playing it against them was kind of nice as well. They're playing from Korea. I don't know the ping. I would assume like 30 something. No. It's not only LCK Challengers. LPL Challenger, LCK Challenger, PCS, LJL Challenger, VCS. When I say LGL and VCS, I mean Challenger teams. Cubby going in. Okay. That was all for the plate. Thanatos going to be bandage toss. Is he going to be ultied? No. Cabby waiting for the next one. Misses out. And just won't ulti him in the end because Thanatos still had a dash after the fact. So just threatening him out while Trigger and Cabby using the pressure to get the top side. Plating's already down. But I always love it when bottom lanes with such a big lead move and spread pressure elsewhere. Top side now pushed on in. You're going to get some deep vision as well. Remember that the next Herald's actually the thing to come up. That's only about 30 seconds away, if that. I think actually it's closer to 10. Because we've got a Golden Hourglass. And has just spawned. So we have a 1-item Kalista with Immortal Shield Bow. And might not look that far ahead against Rahel. But is still a level ahead. Should be about 200-300 gold ahead as well. So I'd say is I did turn the sound back up for you guys, didn't I? I'd be a poor host if I did not do as such. T1 starting this off. Look at where Lucid is. Nowhere nearby. So DK just don't want this whatsoever. They're more interested in setting up vision for early Dragon and maybe getting Thanatos to shove here so that they can open up this turret, steal some jungle camps as Lucid's doing as well. But I feel like with Herald and Dragon, you have so much pressure that you can play with. It's so good when you have a Herald to place down with some of these neutrals. Forest can go towards mid. The turret that they've been trying to break down, the other Herald was only just placed down. He can drop that mid. He can break that open with one Herald charge too. T1 then have pressure through mid, and DK kind of have to respect this Kalista and just back off from Dragon. And this is third Dragon too. Like, third Dragon means we are going to get to the point where they have to fight over the next one as Solar Flare misses. Here's the Weaver's Wall, though. Guess who they've called out? An Amumu who can be sent to Kalista's arms. Cabby gets out. At least he's was forced to burn his own ulti. So for DK, I'd say kind of worth without the Amumu ulti. Trigger especially having to use a Fate's Call as well. Cabby now no longer with the AoE, and for DK that worked out pretty good with the Seismic Shove as well. Cabby being disrespectful. Hang on a minute. Goes golden, and now the poke blocked away by Forest. Well done here as the Vision of Empire only hits one. But for DK, a good setup for the pick. I think Cabby's being super disrespectful. It's called ASCI. Yeah, let's not say it the other way around. So Dragon's theirs. Off of that, Dragon is theirs. How do you fight this without a Amumu ult, without Fate's Call, without summoners here from the Amumu too? We're looking at gold off the side, and yeah, it matters, but also, because of that last play, I just don't know how confident you're going to feel. Yeah, Trigger's still strong, but remember that Talia and the pick potential still exists there. Yeah, Flash was burned by Cabby, by the way. So Herald is that pressure we talked about, but for DK, even as they back away, we'll have to see if they clear this, then go back towards Dragon. Might be about a timing here for T1. Is that Curse of the Sad Mummy will be up soon, but look at Thanatos closer towards the Mega Naba. I still feel like DK should be favored towards this Dragon, right? I know you guys are saying LCK gameplay, but it's been more intense than LCK. Don't worry. We're going to get a big one for this. We have seen these two teams be crazy. It might be an LCK, two LCK Challenger teams, but it's an LPL stream. It's going to be fighting. Pick setup. Pull Bay again. Seismic Shove onto Trigger. Again, this is what I'm talking about. There's no Fate's Call. The ulti from Mumu not available either. Forest walking mid. As DK go push and pull, push and pull, push and pull. Rahel caught out. Forest going in, but now back on out. Photon with the Death Realm onto Bible as well. If they can kill this Leona, part of the engage goes downhill, but Photon now going to be in the middle of the team. Can't get the kill, but the Zenith Blade is a bait in. It'll be a trade for now as Photon takes all the damage of DK can offer. Tolan now in his big ring of fire, but the ulti back. Coming through from Thanatos. Again, clicking the fingers huge. As this one's a little bit scrappy. Resets from Forrester even bigger. He flashes for it. The Heartbreaker away, though. All the summoners burnt in the kitchen sink. And T1 managing to clutch that out somehow. Feels like it came down to Forest yet again. And I will say, like, Trigger started that one getting caught out. But, man, Tolan Photon being so aggressive, too. We'll have a look in a second. We'll get a replay here. We, some reason, do have replays in this tournament. And they're very quick. Okay, starts with Forest onto Rahel. He doesn't ult into it. So Rahel gets the space that we talked about. I didn't expect it at this point in the game, but still space is important here for Talia, for Aphelios, right? Photon commits for this kill. Bible Zenith Blades as Photon comes out of the Death Realm. And I just hate that Zenith Blade follows that. But to be fair, it is also fair. As Toland and Cabby, man. Like, yes, the Swain gets ulted in as well. Good ulti from Thanatos, but you're sitting there with a Demon Ascension. The ticking in the stopwatch is pretty big. And Cabby comes back from his little disrespectful play. That was beautiful. I believe they did. I believe they did win without AD. I think it was a 4v5. Ooh. Yeah, you guys don't need loot. Your loot is competitive play that fills in the void until Worlds. Imagine that. Well, yeah, it was a 4v5. Trigger wasn't even in that. I'm going to be solo casting until the next game. And then after the next game, why not jump it in? We're on a sick rotation these days, guys. Don't worry. Double items here for Tolan. Rylo's picked up now, by the way, and this is where I start loving Swain even more. Ryli's, when you have a comp like this, that if you pull in, your whole team can follow up, is just so useful. Ooh, boy. What's up next? I hear you asking. Well, Dragon in 3.5. Because even after that fight, just remember that T1, however scrappy it was with the 4v5 win, they were able to pick up the Dragon. So we now have a soul coming up in 3.5 minutes. A soul that, for the team of DK, how good would Mountain Soul be? Yes, you're not supporting like a Scion, or you're not running really, really hard tanks, but you do have a Leona. You do have double Bruiser in the top side of the map, and a double Bruiser that's important to keeping space for the carries of DK. Now, Talia has started scaling better since the rework, as Lyric was telling me, and with Rahel being on Aphelios too, you expect that DK, if they can slow this game, will win it out. But Dragon is one big thing. The other big thing is all these close corridors and these picks. If DK aren't the ones setting it up, I feel like T1's response is going to be even greater. They can separate the fighters. You've got Aphelios, rather, you've got a Amumu, Swain, Viego. Like, Maud goes without saying, right? The ability to pick off the pieces. A lot of follow-up CC and a lot of Ring of Fires, we'll call it. So, at this point, as you're all putting down your notebooks from this janky play-by-play who's trying to tell you something, in 2 minutes' time, we're going to see if DK can find the pick before the fight and keep this game going a little bit longer. Extending the game is definitely the condition here, as 2 items have been hit for a lot of members. In fact, like, you have off food in the back of the fridge because you didn't even know it was there. You can't see anything. It's a French door fridge. It's huge. And I feel like that's what T1 are doing. They're obviously flaunting that they got a bit of money here in this game. They are 3k gold up, right? 3,000 gold. Means quite a lot on this comp at this point in the game. Yes, later on, if we're at 40 minutes, maybe it'd be like, 3k doesn't mean that much. But because we're at this point of a 2-item Kalista, I would say it means a hell of a lot more. It's going to feel like 6. Especially around this Dragon. 1 minute, 20 seconds. We got a Deadman's as well. On Forest, by the way. However, I think LDR coming second for Rahel. Makes a bit of sense with the shielding we've already got. What makes more sense is the fact that Rahel is going to be pretty crucial in this fight. If this guy's able to sit back, I feel like it's pretty good as DK moving into a choke. Here they go. Oh, no. No, not the small spaces. Oh, dear Lord. Okay, Bible's going to be first. Tolan just runs on in with huge energy. There's good damage and response here from Rahel, who has been able to build his space, but as Forrest tries to jump in off the flank and flashes away, T1 are not out of this yet. Trigger still has his summoners available, but the Weaver's Wall separating them for the time being. Really nice from Rahel. I feel like him surviving changes a lot in the game. As Forrest jumps into Lucid, the follow-up from Cabby good, and there's a reset again. Thanos, again too, has not his gauntlet. I don't think again too is English, but in the death run, Rahel's now dead. He burned his summoners in the last fight, and T1 clean it up, dude. This Challenger team looks wicked. Their ability to take risks and not give a flying pig for what's going on in the game. T1 Challenger team look great. I know, like, this is, you know, an off-season tournament, but in both games so far, they have been so crazy. They are wild people. I don't know. I was gonna say a swear word, but I didn't do it. Didn't do it again. We're close anyways. Zenith Blade comes in. Good pick off to start us off. At least for T1. Baron does go down to the Kalista. Rendered down. And now for Paul Bay. The teleport's coming in, but it's not in time. Seismic Shove Scrape it. Thanatos now without a Mega Naba. At least getting Trigger as this wild play continues happening. Uh-oh. Spaghetti-O. Well, Lucid following this one up. At the very least, Tolan should be a trade-off here. And Lucid gets him. Oh, that's actually not good. That is not good at all. The Baron may have cost them a lot because they didn't get Dragon. They did Baron instead of Dragon. Instead of Dragon. Whoa. That probably cost them a lot more than they know. Well, ladies and gentlemen, just when we're saying that T1 were playing so well, I guess the flip is still there. T1 Challengers Baron was probably not the right idea. I'm sure we're going to get a replay in a second, but 3K still the gold lead because DK just got mid turret. They also just got themselves a dragon bot. They decided to flip this with 3 low health bars. And the first pick comes from Forest. Now, they got Baron thanks to Rend. But even with the kill trade, and I'm not even sure, they didn't get Bible. Trigger flashes in. They did get Pull Bay. But Bible's Rend stacks are already out. So Thanatos coming in, getting a huge shutdown. And then Photon dies. Hey, is that another shutdown? Dude, Thanos. Oh my god. It's like they're giving him the gems. They're literally giving him the stones. He's literally been given the Infinity Stones. You know in the second last movie, how they kind of just give him the stones? Like, you know, Iron Man's just like, oh, whatever, I'm just going to give him the stones. And he kills everyone anyway. And you're like, man, why Tony Stark? Why were you such an idiot? I think it was Tony Stark. I can't remember. But that was... Dude, Thanatos has 3 items. That Gnar has 3 items. I would have loved to see like a wit's end, but let's be real. When what we talked about was Talia or Phelios, you definitely know that Thanatos plays a role, right? Spoilers again, come on. There's no way. Watch it. Get Disney Plus. It's like $12. It's $12 dues a month. It's like $122 dues a year. You get a discount. I should get sponsored by Disney. It's so easy. Just go get it. Go get Disney Plus. Dude, with real money, it's like $7. Look, maybe we should do a giveaway. Maybe every day we should give away Disney Plus. Dude, okay. Next time I stream, next time I co-stream, we're going to try and get someone Disney Plus. I'm not going to read out what Filthy said, but maybe. It's been a while. They've been out for a while, guys. Come on. She did giveaways. A Disney Plus subscription. It's good. It's good. It's real good. I will say there's Australia gets really robbed of a lot of great movies and TV shows, but Disney Plus has things like Lost. Dude, you guys remember Lost? It's on Disney Plus, and I always wanted to finish it. I finally did, and it was not worth it. It was not worth it. Oh my god. Yeah, so this is kind of like a co-stream. If you guys are wondering, you're like, oh man, why is Caster reading chat? It's like, it's a co-stream. We're a bit more casual here. Good dodge. Luce is getting out there, but he just walks into Cabby. Triggers by his side as well. Here we go. It's not going to be a one-man ulti, is it? No, it might be a 2-man, but the Fate's Call gets him out instead. DK got 5 members around the CP, but mistimed! Photon gets away with it. Oh, now Forest with a reset onto Bible. Oh, Thanatos! Would the stun have done anything different? I don't know, but I do know that T1 is still strong despite the throw before. We're still in Kalista territory. It's nowhere near time for the Aphelios to shine. And in close corridors, this is what T1 do best. Triple kill yet again. And just like that, the throw's given over once more. And T1 Challenger maybe trying to give DK a subscription to Disney Plus because they're going to have to watch something happy after this. This has been kind of brutal to watch in some parts. The top Gnar that was given shutdowns, not able to do too much. And it was a double TP. Well spotted here by Manuel. T1 going to go for the end, the finisher. Solar Flare to slow it down, but T1 are a 4 stack in front of this. And Bible ain't at the tankiest point just yet, so he'll drop pretty quickly. As he goes golden, he buys a bit of time. And to be fair, it's threatening enough as Tolan with a good pullback. There's a TP coming as well. The health bars are still big. Thanatos is not in Mega Gnar. I don't know if this was the play. Mega Gnar bar, Mega Gnar bar, and it doesn't matter. Seismic Shove does though. Tolan's still running forward, but Imperial Mandate is still so great. And now you watch for this Mordekaiser to get shielding as he flashes away. Needs a W, but look at Trigger go. That's an LCK 80 carry for you as this Kalista gets another triple, dude. I love it. DK threw all balls to the wall. But T1, unfortunately, they have a cricket bat in hand, so as they run towards the Nexus, this will be such an easy finish from now on. Bible is the one left standing. He just respawned. But as Photon doesn't attack him in the Death Realm, doesn't want to pull the aggro, this will be the final kill of the game. T1 Challenger now 2-0 to start off the day here for the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. This Challenger team looking so good, so aggressive, and maybe not the cleanest at all times, but dude, the mojo in this team is real. absolutely real. Good to see you all for what that was. I mean, seeing LCK Challenger versus each other. Oh, what an absolute joy. What an absolute joy. We're going to have FPX Plays versus V3 Academy after this. And yeah, it's a little bit more casual of a stream, right? Little bit more casual of a stream. What we're doing is we're hitting up like a co-stream vibe on the LPL. Okay, so LCK Challenger, so a Chronicler is somewhere in here. LCK Challenger and LCK Academy, I would assume Academy is like the 3rd division. Now, LPL used to have something like a 3rd division because we had LDL and then we had something like the, it wasn't LPPL. Then we had like a 3rd division. I'm assuming it's 3rd division. So, yeah. Winner goes to Worlds. Yeah, we should. I appreciate you guys advertising me. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. No. I've got one more game in me for a solo cast, and Why Not's coming in as well. We are going for 4 days straight, 12 hours on each day, starting the same time if you're wondering. The Asia Star Challengers Invitational is 5 different challenger regions, right? So, of course, you guys know the LCK Challenger teams, like the sister teams we've already seen. LDL's in here, which is the LPL Challenger League. LJL Academy, PCS Academy, and VCS Academy are in here too. Or VCS.B, as they call it. And there's 2 streamer teams as well. And as Why Not told me yesterday, Beifeng's in this, who is the Kiana player. Like the Kiana, insane, mechanical, robotic genius. Ooh. That was a good game, but just like our first game, LCK Challenger are a little bit more bloodthirsty. But to be fair, I think that narrative of LCK always being slow went sideways for a bit. Yeah, Beifeng is insane. You could call the VCS.B the BCS. Nice. That's a good idea. Beifeng, yeah. Not today, though. Let's find out when. We would all like to know when, right? We'd like to see him. Quick highlight package for you. I'm going to dip in a second. Tomorrow. Tomorrow at 9 p.m. my time, which is like 7 p.m. China time. So normal No, that's not normal LPL start at all. 2 hours into LPL normally. So that'll come tomorrow. Dude, imagine if the winner of this played off to get an LPL spot. Wouldn't that be sick? Or like an LCK spot. The region just brings it out like, hey, guess what, guys? You got the chance to be relegated now. Surprise. I love relegation systems. I think they're so good for the league. New teams coming in, fresh blood, but more importantly, the threat for bottom tier teams. Yeah. I don't know who would win the slap fight there. Who's got bigger hands? What was LSPL for and Doomby did that with JTG? Well, LSPL was just LDL. They just changed it. It became LDL, I think, in 2018. Before that, it was just called LSPL. Secondary, I think secondary was for the S, yeah. Us forgetting to watch it. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Watch the highlights, vibe for a bit. I'm going to make sure the dog's okay. And then I'll be back with you for my last one of the night. Remember, we're only 3 hours in. 9 hours to go. What a day. I'm so glad they decided to, like, you know, put teams' games, like, in the first portion. Imagine being at, like, the first hour and the last. Imagine coming back 12 hours later. Oh. I'm appreciating you guys a lot. You know, thank you. This is super chill vibe. You know, it's very different from how we cast LPL, right? You know, it's normal broadcast. It's full on. It's hyped. A bit more serious. But this one is a co-stream. And, yeah, loving every second of it. So, you have many different casters joining you through the journey. And I'm glad some people are waking up. Some people are going to bed with it. We've got one more game. Next one for you, just as a heads up, is going to be FPX Blaze. They're going to have it here. Oh, we're already giving you MVPs. FPX Blaze versus V3. Now, V3 struggled. Let's be real. You know, LGL Challenger, like 3rd, 4th seed. I'm going to have to do a lot to win some games. Especially when FPX Blaze are the first seed from the LDL. They literally just won the LDL championship. This is like bottom tier LPL. So it's going to be hard for them. T1's MVP. Guys, Cabby deserves it. Some sick Amumu ultis. Real nice. So I'm going to leave you guys with it for about 5 minutes. Leave all this up. You guys are legends. Guys and girls, of course. You're going to look at OMG's comet again. Elon Musk's comet or Neptune, whatever's going on. And we'll be upbeat.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete down an old alley.
作为2019年9月由 MS 和 LST 合并后成立的新赛区 ，PCS 赛区成立以来展现了稳健的赛区实力，始终在国际大赛上拥有一席之地。2021年 BYG 战队是 PCS 冉冉升起的一支新秀，初崭露头角便一鸣惊人。而 BYG-A 战队有着更为年轻而热血的灵魂，同时队内也有经验丰富老道的选手作为中流砥柱，在比赛中稳定军心。希望 BYG-A 的队员们如同队名一般，超越阻碍，超越困难，超越原来的自己，拿下本次2022亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的好成绩。JII 战队前身为台北暗杀星，拥有 S2 世界冠军的2016 MS 夏季赛甫一登场便技惊四座，此后一直是赛区的夺冠热门队伍之一。作为一支拥有祖上荣光的老牌豪门战队 ，JII 将以青春姿态迎接此次2022亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的挑战，能否突出重围，且看今朝。
Alright, guys. You've got what you wanted. I don't know what you wanted. I don't know what you expected coming in here. I don't know what you expected. You know when you heat something up and you start eating it, you're like, man, this tastes really good. Then you do something like cast, and then you're like, what's there to do? What's there to eat? I mean, it doesn't taste as good, does it? Hey, no, don't. You're not eating the food. No. Okay. Okay, next one's V3 and FPX Blaze. While we're waiting, you know what we're doing. You know where we're back to. What did we miss last time? For all the fellow nerds out there, we played Undertale, didn't we? We did. What else did we play? What else do we have in the tank? I only have old people songs like, you know, House of the Rising Sun. That's all we've got, right? That's literally all we've got. All right. We got rolls on the screen. That's exciting. Is it pick Ben? Because this time we have FPX Blaze on stage, so maybe it goes a little bit quicker. There is a house way down in New Orleans. They cool. Oh my god, we're in. Oh, thank god I started singing so we just get in this quicker. All right. Let's go. Sans music. I need to learn it properly, don't I? Okay, here we're in. Now, can LJL recover from the last one? Because T1 Challenge destroyed him in like 18 minutes, dude. No, it's an official league stream, but it's like a co-stream, right? Because it's an invitational for Challengers teams. It's a little bit chill. This will be my last one, and then Why Not's jumping in. Dude, Why Not coming in is literally going to be so much better. Think about how much you're going to get. Think about how much your brain's going to do. We have a Draven. We literally have a Silas first pick on red side with Draven. I think you get Lucian Nami immediately, and then you look at jungle. Your jungle's probably going to be Trundle against his team. Trundle against Draven. Yes, doing a little bit more casting. We're doing casual casting for the 4 days of group, and then we go to knockout. We go to knockout from there. So yeah. Akali? Hang on a minute, dude. What is happening at the LJL Challenger that we don't know about? Because this is the second time where I'm like, drafting is just... I feel like as Ching, you can probably play as here. You can play... Lyssandra's like... Oh, I mean, you've already got Silas. I'm used to it now being a bit of a flex towards top. Yeah, it is 12-16. You picked Akali into Silas, right? How does it do? Isn't it like an okay matchup? Or does Silas just do well in lane? Doesn't Silas do pretty well in lane? I don't know. Some more Brainiacs can help me out. We already knew what the bottom lane was going to be, but you do sacrifice jungle. Actually, jungle on both sides. But you are red side, so you get the pick out. And I would... In a comp like this... Again, Wukong's still pretty good. I don't know what people think. Have we looked at the Jarvan? Jarvan red side ban, which in 12-16 just seems to be the go. Akali should be winning the matchup. TY, true, TY. Fireban's good. What else was Silas? Would you Sejuani here? And then you have counterpick topside. Yeah, they do look coin flippy, but... Dude, FPX Blaze, if anyone doesn't know, I mean, this team is normally a really good 2v2 bot side. In game number 1 that opened up, they relied on a bit of a comeback. Really good team fighting. I think Sedge is a good pick here for 4th. I think you ban Sedge as V3. Yeah, it would be Sejuani. Wow, I got something right for once. Mini Worlds Academy would be cool, I agree. Sejuani, yeah, good ban. So what else do you have? No Trundle, no Wukong, no Vi, no Sedge. Unless you wanted... Well, Tilly is gone. Poppy's gone. Lee Sin is like one of the few options left. Xin Zhao actually wouldn't have been too bad. I guess against Akali, I mean, when you have Silas's already, you have setup in lanes. You have setup in bot, you have setup mid. Now, J4's already banned. I don't like Viego here. I feel like Viego against this comp is kind of hard. Is it? Or am I just silly? Oh, maybe Viego would have been fine. I don't know. Lee Sin's an interesting one. Oh my god, we get Ornn again. Oh, and Aatrox is up this time. Can they get away with it, though? I don't think they can, guys. I don't think they can. I don't think they can. Viego's troll. Did it get in the last game? Oh, the Rek'Sai. Alright. Dude, I probably would have preferred the Rek'Sai for mid. I just don't know what. Wouldn't you play Xin Zhao? Wouldn't Xin Zhao just do so much more? So your setup is Ornn. What's your engage here? Feels like you're very ult reliant on V3, hey. Aatrox, no, we're just gonna Maud. We are just gonna Mordekaiser. So that means we have double AP solo lanes, but dude, I don't even care. Maud's just gonna be so easy top. If they ever swap. Are they gonna swap? Are we not swap? Okay, there might be a bug. Yep, there is a bug. Okay. Wanted another Shroud. It's morning time. Play the Power Rangers theme. Dude, I can't play the Power Rangers theme. Shout out to everyone for coming in. It is kind of like a co-stream on the LPL channel. I haven't been giving you guys predictions, have I? I'll step it up. I'll step it up, guys. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Why can't I click on it? Hello? Okay. Yeah, why not's coming up next? Why not literally making his debut? Literally making his debut. Okay. Well. Here we go. I'll give you guys 5 minutes. There's predictions. Yeah, chat's nice and chill, hey. We'll keep the vibe going. No, so it's Career Academy. It's Career Challenger. It's LDL. It's LJL, like Challenger. Like, oh, these are all the Academy of VCS of PCS. There's a couple you're not seeing today. But yeah. Why not? Which is Tony backwards. Wow. Except the word Y is there first. The better team is definitely FPX Blaze. FPX Blaze are the LDL champions. They are literally the closest team to becoming an LPL team. Like, are they better than WE in the LPL? Don't know. Don't know. WE weren't that great this split, were they? So, FPX Blaze are a team that's really good at... I don't know. I feel like they're really good at forcing... like, even being down. And that's just not based off of today. What I saw... I don't think it was the EDG Youth Final. I think it was the last co-stream I did to them. You think they're definitely better than WE? And saying they're good at forcing is just silly. But... I don't know. When I find a better word for it. They're a risky team. That's what I love. LDL teams are bloodthirsty. But hey, look, V3, obviously... They have something they go to. The meta might be different over there. We're going to see if bot gets ahead. It's the biggest question, isn't it? True. WE aren't better than V5 for doing 0-16. Oh, the duck. Always cute. FPX Blaze invading again. Well, give bot side priority. Why not? It is Draven. Lola this time on engage as well. So, this is going to be a fun bottom lane. First strike Lucian in this lane. Oh, very nice. What lane do you win here as V3? Do you even win bot? I guess you do. You do win bot, right? You hope to win bot in the 2v2? I would think so. Oh, over reward. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. So bot's going to shift. Just wait. FPX plays it like they know they're taking the safe route. But Ching, why is Ching coming out? Oh, God. Oh, it's doomed. Oh, no. Oh, no. Don't flash. I guess flash turret. No, never mind. Oh, he flashed late. Oh, dredge line. And hell yeah, gets it. And that is not a start you want. That is not a start you want. That ward doing massive amount of work. I feel like you just leave it. You knew FPX plays were bot, and you're like, well, where did they go? We didn't see them exit because we don't have exit wards anyway. Just go top, swap the map. But I guess you don't want to swap for an Ornn. But as a Viego, maybe earlier, I was going to say, oh, maybe you can play for mid. But I guess not. You don't have CC mid. Well, now, and he just took Raptors. One Raptor left behind. So, that's just so rough. You guys got game audio? You guys got any game audio? Uh-oh. Ornn has good base, but Mordekaiser has just hit Conqueror, who's going to flash. Oh! Oh, Pon! Ooh, Bellows Breath doesn't hit. Carter still has flash, but RRE's here. Wow, this is the earliest Akali roam I've ever seen. He's going to have to flash. Ignite. Shuriken. Oh, he connects. Do it. Oh, he got the trade. That's insane. Oh, meanwhile, Dredge Line. How did that hit? Hell yeah, is just being tackled. And smite for smite. Sonic Wave. Double flash. Wow. Hell yeah. He's still dead. Do they win the 2v2? Oh, Lucian Nami out level 3. And Easy Man is dead. Oh, Spinning Axe wasn't caught. Spinning Axe just wasn't caught. What is this game? I can't believe Easy Man and Laxi won that. Oh my god. Oh dear lord. Game audio is a bit quiet. I can pump it up for you. Here we go. Trying to work it. I don't think it's based off of my audio, so yeah. Dude. What a game. This is my type of game, guys. This is my type of game. No, Zerial Civer, this is what happens, yeah. Dude, top was so close as well. Who is it beneficial for, though? RE gets a kill. Ching, by the way, using all the trade. Remember when Silas gets his rotation off early game? Doesn't really do anything for a bit. Like, he's got like 5-6 seconds to wait. Chain Lash going to be the max in this lane, which we've seen with most range matchups, most Silas. This invade, Sonic Wave. Oh, it gets blue, but he's still dead. Surely, right? Sonic Wave will hit. Oh, Q does. Okay, Cardis is now huge. Dude, the Ornn matchup was already going to be hard enough. I'm surprised. I mean, Q invades us with a kill advantage, right? And no, this current game is LJL Academy versus LDL. Dredgeline's good. Sonic Wave connects. Smite comes in. Oh, how yeah doesn't... He had energy. Why didn't he? He didn't take second Q. I guess not. And then look at Xingye, right? Spinning axes, catches. I don't know if it's a difference. Doesn't catch. Last auto is not spinning axe. I actually think it's a difference. I think Easy Man dies for that, right? Oh, he was leaving it for Draven. True. It's nice being able to read chat. It's like you guys are also casters. You just cover the weakness of me. 1v1 again. Level difference this time, though. Sonic Wave. Oh, he's in. It is Lee Sin in a duel. At least he gets out this time. But that means no jungler topside. That's already a 3-1 Lee Sin, by the way, with Iron Spike Whip. This is looking pretty rough. As now it turns into a dive. No summon is available. No Call to Forge God yet. But I'm kind of wondering on the XP bar. That was an interesting trade bot. I love games like this because it's games that are down to margins as well. Feel really, really fun to cast. They're always games that you look at and you're like, man, if this was different, that would have been, he would have gotten the kill, adoration stack. Small margins always fun. Yeah, jungle's huge. This Lee Sin's massive. But top is the bigger issue. You once again blind picked Ornn. And Cardis just decided to match it. Okay, so for the steal. They are getting bot side. At least V3 this time are getting bot ahead. Like, they're playing for bot, which is nice. However, are we at 6 mid? Yes, we are. Ching is level 6. And let's look at the ultis he can steal. Call the Forge God later. Perfect Execution is such a good ulti to steal. Tidal Wave also is so much value. Just wait for that hijack. Ching's waiting. Even though Dragon's up now, he's waiting. I wonder if he's going to wait more towards Herald. Or more towards his next roam to steal it. Do you guys ever see that music video? You know, pom pom, what she does. Yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about. I'm not sick of the rest of it. I'm not sick of the rest of it. Kyo's at the bottom lane again. Dragon's being started. But remember, this Lee Sin's big. You guys remember? Dredge line. Oh, it gets him. I think that was blind. Aqua Prison's good, though. Bit of healing comes from Evan Flow, but Xing is just running this forward. As Lola takes the majority of the damage. At least for FPX Blazers gets Dragon. It's good response. Like, QP is pretty far behind. He has to constantly make response to this Lee Sin. No idea. Sick it again. Oh, God. If you just PON on YouTube, you'll get the song. Lola's dead. Flashes. Dredge line in his dying breath. Does it mean anything? Well, yes, it does, because they hold their place for a little bit longer. And now, perfect execution. That Nami's dead, and Easy Man's against the turret. Ching gets a kill, and guess who just stacked in, cashed in? Xingye with a kill as well. V3 this time have a much better response, but it does just feel like... I wouldn't even say hand stiff. I think jungle, like Hao Ye has been pretty insane so far in the FPX games. It's tough. Yeah. Nort didn't need to die, I think. Yeah, maybe not. He flashed out immediately though. But if he would have to dredge line to turret. Yeah, maybe he doesn't dredge line. Maybe he dredge lines to wall or turret. How do I pronounce mid-name? Mid-name is Ching. Or RRE. Or Ari, I think. I think I'd just say Ari, right? Well, I mean, surely all these players would be Challenger or close to, right? Challenger League. In OC, I remember OCS had like a Diamond 3, Diamond 2 minimum. I actually think it's Ari. I don't think I need to say the extra R. So, yeah, I don't know. 2,500 for FPX Blaze. Oh, this Lee Sin's still an issue. Top is not as bad as I thought, but it's still a 20 CS lead. Ari, that's clever. QP, I think is how we say V3's jungle. Herald's been sitting there for a bit, but as soon as FPX join, I think V3 back off. Purely because, you know, top's got priority. V3 have moved bot. Actually, Draven not being here. Alright. Carter says the ulti for jungle, though. And he will destroy Cure. Hell yeah, with a level advantage. Ulti, everything available, dude. This is a disaster. This is how they lost their last game as well. Triple depth charge. Call the Forge God's good, but it's on Delilah. They've used everything on support. And Cardis is destroying one member. Now he's out of the death room. Guess who's waiting? Hell yeah, Sonic Wave resonating strike. Dude, the flash over the wall. This is how V3 lost to T1. And yet again, I think V3 have just lost the game, even more assuredly, to Herald. Hell yeah, baby. Dude, this Lee Sin's sick. Deja vu again. I wish I could control. I guess I probably wouldn't put on the Eurobeat, because I think copyright does exist. Dude. We're getting this again? Well, nice. Actually stole it. I just don't think he lives, though. Nice combo. Hell yeah, just so clinical, but hey, at least the Herald steal. That's worth, dude. That's worth. Do you dive top? Maybe with the next wave. Maybe with the next wave you do. Because ulti's almost up and available again. But you got that. You got Herald, man. How good is it to watch, like, it's so good to watch, like, classy Lee Sins. Like, the damage The combination there was just so clean. Okay. Oh, he steals ulti. Okay, 1v1. Let's go, boys. Ari versus Ching. Chain Lash. Doesn't get the second proc. The majority of the damage is in the second. Laxi's now here. He's not honoring the agreement. To be fair, though, Cure is also moving in, so both of them kind of dissuading. Ching wants it. You know that Ching's going to do it. Pon moving down over a ward, maybe that stops him. But Hao Ye's behind him, and I would do it. Abscond Abduct, they show. I guess it stops there. This Ornn isn't having fun, dude. How would he? He's 50 CS down against the Mordekaiser. Imagine being the Ornn. So Herald just sits there and lulls about for a while. Pon's like, I'll help. Dredgeline depth charge, triple knock up. Everyone's on Lula. And Ching steals his own. Then Hao Ye comes in. Right? Waiting. Tempest Cripple is just a pain. The kickback from the Shuriken flip was pretty clean. Not going to lie. They're not going to show the steal coming back as well, though. God. Alright. What lane works here? Well, Bot's in a decent position. But I don't think it really matters. I don't think it matters when you can't deal with sides. It's depth charge, flash, tidal wave, double knock up again. All into Lula. They've used everything into Lula. There's the ulti. QP misses. Xingye with a stand aside. There's Sonic Wave. Hell yeah, the kickback. Again. Good ward hop. Dodges the Aqua Prison. Flash from Laxi for the Sonic Wave. I mean, Hell yeah got caught up a little bit there, but it doesn't matter. Abscond Abduct flashed away from. And Ching doesn't even burn the flash. He's like, it's not worth my time. There's 6k gold ahead, guys. They got double dragon. It's 13 minutes in. I mean, there's a huge difference. Nautilus's name is Lola. Because in Chinese, L-E is L. Like, in English, you probably do Lele or Lili. But in Chinese, it's Lola. 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 Probably Lola is better. I need to get rid of the Australianism. Lola. Goes la 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 la. This is my first thought. He'll be in LPL. He will be in LPL one day soon, I'm telling you. And when he comes in, maybe there's singing. Maybe there's singing to be had. Yeah, it's so hard to pronounce, guys. I'm so sorry. He's all around the world. Yeah, that goes la 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 la. There's definitely a good call coming up. I didn't get my high mark in the finals. Feels pretty bad. Good steal. All right, Cure. It's the small wins, isn't it? It is Gore Drinker versus components here. No Divine yet. For Cure, by the way. Just a heads up. We're getting a fight mid. Sonic Wave taken. Hell yeah. Actually, oh no. Ari gets teleported with him. Ching still has an ulti, though. And here we go. Lola comes back, gone in. All around the world. La 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 la. Now that song's stuck in my head. Cardus is Death Realmed. The Ornn. Okay. He's back in. Look at him go. Dude, FPX Blaze. They're just so aggressive. You're so far ahead. Any team would do this, right? You just destroy them. You ace them. 19 kills to 7. I feel for V3, man. It's just such a different landscape. But what can you do? Hell yeah in both games now, I think, has been so successful. And how good has this hook's been? How good has Lola's hook's been? Like, this Nautilus is sick. 14 out of 19 kill participation, not bad. We're showing turret plates. I can't believe we've just ended plating. But it's a it's an 11.5k gold lead. Oh, it is bullying, isn't it? God. Replay time. So V3, I mean, you've got to start it. You've got to do something. This game is just running out of control. Ching with a good first ulti. And Ari just flies through the other side. Then you get the engage. Heartbreaker in, but it doesn't do anything. Whirling Death. Oh my god, I didn't even see that. Xingye's Whirling Death was perfect. And then this depth charge from the Dredgeline under turret. Just walks out. Oh, he dies. He does die. But who cares, dude? Anime plot armor. God. This is the guy behind Ming, remember, as we come back. And Hao Ye is now ready to take them all. Sonic Wave connects. That Aqua Prism won't matter much. Hell yeah. Running in for the 1v1. Oh, the flash kick. But he does walk into the tidal wave. But Ari's coming in. Shuriken Flip gets him. Death Realm though now as Cardus runs on in. He'll have members next to him afterwards as well. As meanwhile, the Ornn's dead again. How rough is it to play the Ornn as the Whirling Death does way too much damage. That's a 2-item Draven. Makes sense. Xingye is now a god as well. Hell yeah, it's a 1-for-1, so good for V3, but is anything really good for V3? Let's be real, guys. Let's be super real. Herald's going to be taken. This is number 2. You either have an inhibitor turret mid, or you have outers. Or an outer top side, inner in the bot. But I do feel like Ching's going to be able to get the inner top side. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, outer top side. He has a Magi's with no stacks. He did die in the last play. So it feels to lose the stacks, but with how far ahead you are, it won't be gone for too long. No, it's only a best of 1. So this is game number 4 out of game 12. Group, who will be second from Group B? I'm going to be biased and say that first will be JDG. Who else is in that group? Is it Damwon? Is that that's Damwon and who else? I can't remember who else is in that group. You're going to have to help me. Blocks, go and download it. That's a good idea. Dude, it's third dragon. But you know, T1. No, T1's Group A. G2, that's the one. Okay, hang on. Let's watch this play. Then we can talk about it. Now, T1's Group A with EDG. Kickback. Uh-oh. Into the dredge line, dude. It's gift wrapped. It's gift wrapped. Well, there's third dragon. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Now Lola's just looking for more. He's walking S. Just doesn't want him to get anything. People are far away. Like, he could die first. But I think he's just ready to sacrifice. A call the Forge God would be nice, but Ching has stolen one. And with the Herald now being popped down at 18 minutes, guys, we knew this was over. Let's be real. I respect V3 for some of the, like, crazier picks, but I don't think you can blind Ornn against LPL or LCK top-tier challenger teams. I just don't think you can. I think if it was, like, the West, maybe you get away with it. But in Asia, like, premier regions have many answers. People play a lot more carries. Like, Jax exists, Camille exists, Fiora exists, Mordekaiser now apparently exists. Can I carry? I'm not going to carry. Dude, I can't even carry myself. So, yeah. Yeah, so this is like a co-stream on the LPL channel. It's different. You know, it's not LPL. But we are just vibing. You know, we played piano before. Has the Caster Curse worked today? No, it has not. So it's real chill. It'll be nice, you know? It's strange because you can't really... You don't talk to chat or you don't read chat while broadcasting, of course. But because this is like a co-stream event, and as told by, you know, to us, it is a co-stream event, so it's a bit more vibey. It's nice to, like, you know, read chat, talk to people. Kind of like a stream. I mean, that's what it is. Kind of like your own stream, but, you know, it's on LPL. Little bit chat. I don't know. No face cam. Well, look, I think we need the best net possible. Remember, you know, we're connecting to the stream in China as well. So since it's so far away, we need the best connection possible, guys. Need the best one possible. Dude, no, normally I have my head in champion abilities while I'm casting. Because that's always the fun part. Lola, flash dredge line. Hey, okay, that's a quick death. Well, jungle's down. Now as he goes golden, call the Forge God comes on in, but... Uh-oh, that's only under one target. And as V3's mid laner goes on into the rest of the crew, at least he finds that Nautilus. They love that Nautilus. Lola is the target every fight. It's like, man, maybe the one person we can kill, but the rest of the team comes flying in. Carter's just running into the turret, takes 2 shots. I guess that's a care eater. Here's how, yeah, flashes on in. Wants the kick. Sonic Wave, though, does connect. Oh, this is a dive. Bye-bye. Easy Man is easily dead. 10, 2, and 13. That's a 23 kill participation Lee Sin. Hell yeah is hell yeah. More like it, dude. This Lee Sin carried hard. But let's be real, FPX Blaze just coming out clutch in the Herald play in the individual lanes. V3 struggling yet again, but it is a good learning experience for them, especially with the LDL top seed, the champions who beat EDG Youth. They beat EDG Youth. Like, this team, you're looking at maybe 2 LPL players next year. I don't know who I would say. Maybe Hell Yeah. Hell Yeah. Good Bellows Breathbone Pond, but FPX plays aren't able to end. What do you reckon? There are some people in here who've watched more LDL than me as well. From what I've seen, I mean, Ching had a really good Talia game. I think Hell Yeah has consistently been huge. I think Lola should be LPL. Like, think about it. You're looking at middle of the tier LPL team players. Because these players, if they promoted, like, you're probably not replacing Hung for FPX. But yeah, I don't know. They're going to come out and contest Baron. There's a ward mid. No one has TP, so it doesn't matter. As they're just going to turn this. And perfect execution with Solon. Sorry, no tidal wave instead. On to the Akali. Look at Ree. He's about to die. Lola again, depth charge, beautiful. Oh, almost a steal. Hey, respect. The what's his name? Mordekaiser ulti was pretty good, though. Was pretty good. I respect V3 for the last hurrah. Hell Yeah and Lola. I wonder where they'd go. Is there an LDL stream on Twitch or no? I'm not sure. Oh, is there an LDL stream on Twitch? Actually, I mean, I can't advertise. I cannot. Flash forward from Cardis. Oh, dude, his damage is huge. I actually think most of that is the Lee Sin. I've been co-streaming, but apart from that, LDL still exists on like Bilibili and all that kind of stuff. Oh, FPX Blaze. It means we get an interview, doesn't it? Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. After this, I'm going to be dipping out. Folks, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much again. I'm doing some games tomorrow, I believe. I'm not sure when, but we've got 8 more games tonight. Schedule is available on LPL Twitter. I'm also going to throw it in here too, just quickly as we finish up. Thank you so much, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure. Don't be sad. Why Not's coming in? Why Not is literally coming in. He's going to tell you more. This guy is a genius, so looking forward to it. And I'm going to be darting off. So thank you again, guys, and I will see you tomorrow, but stick around. 8 more games to go. 12 hours of broadcast. I love you guys, too. All right, thanks again. Stick around. Why Not? His debut cast, bro, and we're throwing him in the deep end with a solo cast.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
Hello, hello, I am Why Not, and we are back with some more ASCI content. We are going into game 5 here. We have day1 versus V3 Academy. We've had some games so far from them already. I did a little bit of research last night, but this will be the first time we see V3 on red side, and we've already seen 2 games out of day1 on the blue. We see the Silas priority here. It's very, very exciting. Disgustingly strong champion, so I'm glad to see it picked. Surprised it made it through ban phase. Hello, hello chat. If we take a look at some red side bans, we do see a Callista. This is because very common first pick on blue side are these aggressive AD carries. We often see things like Zeri, like the Callista coming through. We do see that dropped in priority this game, as Callista did get banned. We see a Silas pickup, and a response with Vex. Ari actually has a lot of priority on this Vex. He plays a lot of interesting champions. We have Vex for him. We also have things like the Silas and the Akali, which we saw last game. We see an earlier pick for the jungle with Wukong here. Could be flex top lane, but most likely we will see that in the jungle position. Dropping AD carry for a later pick. We see a very melee heavy top side already for day1. This is very strong with the Sejuani. We have the Sejuani E, which synergizes very well with these melee scrappy fights. A Jax pickup very early. Jax blind isn't too common, as this is commonly counterpicked with things like the Gragas, which can keep peeling him off, or champions like Malphite. We do see a Gragas hover and locked in. This is a pretty cool thing to see. We are seeing some good responses, despite V3 being the very dramatic underdog. I'm glad to see them have the confidence to slam these picks in the draft phase. No bot lane picked up for either team so far. We should see bans coming in. Will be interesting to see if we get these focused bans on Rahel, or if we do see these enchanters from Bible being taken away. Something very interesting when I looked up the DK roster last night. You guys don't realize how young this team is. This team is a development roster. You know, I'm considered pretty young in esports. I'm starting to feel like a grandpa after looking at their roster. I'm born in 2002. Believe it or not, but Lucid is in fact born in 2005. That completely blew my mind. We have a very young roster of 17-year-olds and 18-year-olds, with 4 of the members of DK, and Bible is the grandpa. He's definitely bringing in the veteran shot calling experience. But it's quite ridiculous, so I'm very excited to see the future of this team. And after their games today, my god, they're very good players, and I'm very excited for the future of LCK. It's quite ridiculous, huh? It's a very young roster. But with young rosters does come inexperience, right? And inexperience can make you crumble in some of these games. If things don't go your way, maybe we'll see a little bit of a mental gap coming in. We do see the bans like the Lucian, like the Lulu, as we did see Lucian Nami come through earlier. For, I think it was V3 on blue side, I believe. They're taking a red here. Looking to pick on 4 here, you'll likely be able to see a, I guess, potentially a priority AD carry here. The Zeri is still open. Zeri can obviously maybe free hit this front line with her movement speed, but she will have a very hard time getting through this Jax as he helicopters around, and this very tanky Sejuani. We will see AD carry drop to 5, and this can make for some very interesting angles. It's a pretty bold prediction, but we could see picks such as the Vayne potentially being looked at, if the lane is playable, but I do not think that will be the case, but one can only hope. Sivir picked up here on 4. Will we see something like a Yuumi? We will not, as it has been banned away. Another enchanter could be strong here. Trying to look what they could pick up. Not too sure. I'm looking for an enchanter or potentially a mage, as if you look at their top side already, it's so melee heavy that adding one more bruiser in the mix, you know, too many chefs spoil the soup. We do see a Rakan, which is nice. Strong follow up for the engage here. We saw Lucid on the Sejuani earlier, showing a bit of masterclass with a summoner spellbook, so we'll see if we get that again. And the Kai'Sa will be picked up. Kai'Sa's a bit of an underrated AD carry at some times. She has pretty strong self-peel. I'm not sure if it's been locked just yet, and it has now. So we do have our full drafts locked in for both sides, as they will be swapping into positions. You know, I'm finding this will be a pretty interesting game. Both teams have very strong team fighting, and they both have pretty clear identities in how they play those fights. You know, Vex is going to need to fish for these ultimates, but if you look at blue side, you know, which target is she going to be ulting onto? You have these very tanky members. You have this Jax, the Sejuani, the Sylas. Only person you can really look at is the Sivir, but she has Spell Shield. This is looking like a pretty rough situation for the Vex. But you also have quite a strong dive, right? You do have this Wukong who can maybe find a flank. I think it'll be essential to keep our eyes on this Wu and see what he can do with it. As I definitely would tip Damwon for this draft. I think they're very strong. They have this strong wave clear and Sivir, very strong scaling capabilities, and also in the mid to late game, Jax can start split pushing. And I think I really want to focus on this top lane matchup this game. It might seem a bit boring, as it is quite a traditional counter pick with this Jax and this Gragas. The basic idea is that Gragas can keep body slamming Jax and permanently space him. But this matchup does swing a lot when Jax completes some tenacity. So when the Mercurial Treads comes through, that's when Gragas really starts hating life. If you guys verse Gragas in lane and ever feel frustrated, just buy Mercurial Treads and he will be very upset at you in all chat. I think 2v2 early game will be very interesting as well in the bot lane. As Leona and Kai'Sa, we haven't really seen these two champions picked as a 2v2 for a very long time. But they have very strong synergy, right? You have the Plasma Burst from Kai'Sa, and that works incredibly well along with the CC from Leona, right? The Zenith Blade and the Q stun. This will stack 2 layers of Plasma, and then followed up by a Kai'Sa W auto attack, and that is going to be one dead Rakan or Sivir. And that's the thing with this lane. Leona's been a pretty traditional counter pick as well to Rakan, as you're able to use that Q stun, and if you're fast enough, you are able to cancel that Rakan knockup. And this can make it very hard for Rakan to look for these engage angles. I will be very interested to see if Hex Flash is enabled on this patch, as for the past few patches globally, it's been pretty hard. But if Hex Flash is enabled, that will be a very big advantage for this Leona. And you don't see it too much taken on Rakan, but I think there is some cool tech you can do with Rakan regardless. Here we have it. We have Thanatos, the god of death himself, in the top lane. And I think this is going to be a very strong top lane skirmishes, right? These top lane skirmishes, along with the Sejuani with these melee champions, it's going to make for an explosive early game. And we have some gorgeous cinematic content. The team is really smurfing it. Look at this. I wish we had some of this in my local league. We have Rakan W over the wall, common cheese, getting some early vision in. As this Wukong, he kind of needs to find some advantage early game. I feel if they go into the mid game and relatively even, it's going to be very difficult for them to really find purchase in the mid game. Some trading of vision. V3 going into the bot side of Damwon Kia. We'll see which side Sejuani opts to start. Looks to be maybe a Lucius on blue buff, which will maybe lead to a map split by V3, which I think benefits them greatly. Damwon does know about this with the ward on blue buff. But weak side Gragas, he can survive, right? He has his passive. He has the ability to sustain. He's very hard to dive due to his damage reduction. So I think this is a very positive trade for V3, as we see them walking back to lane. This early 2v2 again. Who's going to be getting level 2 first bot lane? This matters a ridiculous amount, and will really set the tone for how this early game goes, as we see Damwon get in the push here. A little bit of trading, Zenith Blade in. The Rakan will be peeling off the Kai'Sa, but those auto attacks trading back, this hail of blades on this Kai'Sa, favors those shorter trades. We have Tempo, the Sivir here, which really ramps up in those longer skirmishes and those longer fights. So if they can play off of these short Leota engages and are able to get this poke damage out, it'll really speak volumes of their 2v2 ability. We aren't seeing a traditional map split. Wukong will be pathing up through to the top side. I believe he left one little raptor there, elusive to snack on later. Sejuani will be pathing up through Tribush. Whether or not they're looking for a dive, or Sejuani is looking for some compensation on the Krugs, yet to be seen. There might end up being a little bit of a confrontation here at red buff. Lucid does have a ward left, which he uses over the wall, spots out QP. No priority here for Darm1, so Silas will not be able to move to this fight. Lucid does have Smite, however. This could be a little bit of congestion. Who's going to be getting the Smite here? Lucid goes for it, does not get it. QP looking on Lucid. He'll have to flash here, I believe. Might even just be curtains. Pon moving over. That's the flash. QP. Both follow up, and that will be first blood for the Gragas. And this is a pretty important kill here, right? Lucid, not many camps on the map. His top side is gone. His rebuff's gone. He has one little chicken there at his Raptor camp. And that's first blood for Gragas. And more importantly, the blue buff. No mana to worry about now for the top lane. Can harass this Jax as much as he wants. And Jax will not really be able to do much. One, I think, mistake by Pon is taking the grasp of the Undying here, compared to something like a Phase Rush, a Comet, or even a First Strike. These are all runes for Gragas, which allow him to, I guess, excel in this matchup, compared to Grasp, where you're never really auto-trading with Jax. It's more of a traditional tank Gragas setup, which you can definitely do in this game. But even if you were to do that, I think taking a stronger lane rune, so you can abuse Jax in the moment where you can, which is his lane phase, would be great. You saw an example there top lane of how this body slam works. Lucid here just does not care. He will be going straight to the blue buff, bullying out QP. His bot lane is on recall, and Bible is moving in. You know, I said that he was in a bit of a rough spot, but I guess Lucid does not care what I think, and he will just do what he wants. Both supports moving towards this mid lane area. Pull Bay, will he be able to get the wave out? Both mid laners have taken a recall. There we are, the Rakan W lands. Vex is down. Leona's all the way in. I'm not sure if she wants to be there. QP, only a sheen to his name, not able to do anywhere near enough damage to try and create a pick. We will see this wave hopefully get held here for the Vex, who did take first strike. Will accelerate her build a little bit. She opted to go for an early anti-heal, which is quite common to Silas. You see this being done on a lot of champions. Helps kind of mitigate his W healing. However, it will delay the Vex's build. Pon here, catching a wave, has the teleport. Blue buff has run out. He should probably look for a recall at some point, pick up some items, and then we'll be able to see if he opts for a tankier build, or if we'll see some ability power coming through. Either way, I think cooldown reduction is essential in this matchup, making sure you're able to match that body slam cooldown with the Jax's leap strike. Bot lane so far has been relatively even, mainly been focused around these aggressive invades by Lucid and by QRP, trading sides early game. Looking to scale up, this first dragon has spawned. We'll see who makes the first move on it. I think it'll be largely dependent on bot lane priority and who's able to take the good recalls. We are seeing level 6s for the solo lanes. Things will heat up around dragon. Leona taking a recall here. Maybe we'll see tier 2 boots. Never mind, they're all on support wages. They cannot afford tier 2 boots. But we will have more than enough cookies to keep us satisfied. More components coming through here for the Wukong. Couple long swords, get some base stats on them. It's very strong for skirmishing naturally. We saw Lucid go for a very interesting build earlier, where he opts for this Barmies, which helps you clear these camps. And then he rushed Warmogs. He was versing, I believe, some poke champions that game. Maybe there was a, I want to say Zeri, I believe. Which, you know, the Warmogs allows you to take some damage and heal it all up again. We'll see if he chooses to do that this game, or if he opts for a more traditional build, but the Ruby Crystal does not go into any of the other jungle items, so I think we will be seeing a potential Warmogs. Looks like V3 will be getting priority here, maybe looking to turn their eyes to the dragon. Lucid is just so present on the map, he's really just absolutely chatting everywhere. The Glacial Prison will be locking down the flashless Vex, and that will be a very easy pickup for Lucid. And really, like, he just is the MVP of this game so far. Okay, 2v2, heating up. Leona has no flash and no Hex flash, so maybe it is still disabled. The Civ is pretty happy with just farming, you know, bouncing waves, shoving out. We do see a dive top lane, Lucid tanking up the tower. Thanatos will be finishing this kill. Is he going to go down to the tower? A little bit of a turnaround there, but he is flashless. It will be a 1-for-1 trade overall. The money will be being used on tankier items for Pon, happy with that weak side. But I really want to see V3 trying to generate some sort of lead in a place where it matters, right? And I think this game it needs to be through bot lane. Or potentially on like a, you know, some gold on this jungler. But they're really struggling at the moment. They will be turning their attention to this Herald through this mid lane priority. Lucid though, you know, he's shown that he wants to stick his head everywhere he can. Maybe he'll even look for this. But this Herald doesn't look too contestable. Bible's still bot lane. Sivir will be picking up some plates here. So this gold lead, while they do have the Herald, will be extending for DK. If we see a replay on this dive, Thanatos will be hitting plates. We see the aggro drawn by Lucid as he steps to the edge of tower range. Very good tanking, switches over when he needs to do it. You know, I think that if I was a jungler, I'd take that last shot. I'd take that last shot and let Thanatos live. That way he can eat a plate afterwards. But I appreciate Lucid playing for the KDA. It's also quite relatable as a jungler. You see those Merc treads finished by Thanatos, and at this point is when the matchup really starts turning. Pon lacks any cooldown reduction to really keep up with his E cooldown, and I'm not sure if Gragas is maxing E or maxing Q. I personally believe maxing E in this matchup makes a lot of sense, as you are able to get that cooldown reduction on the body slam. But now Gragas really is quite boned. Like, Jax can Q in whenever he wants, he can eat the E, won't even CC him long at all, as he probably does have that tenacity. And perhaps even unflinching in secondaries. Dragon will be taken by the Sejuani. As we see the Sivir creeping closer and closer to that 10 CS a minute mark. I think Herald is a very important tool for V3 to come back in this game. If they can find a good play here, onto Pull Bay as he goes in, he has flash, will get locked up in the CC and the Solar Flare. Flashes away. However, that last Minstrel Bolt does find its mark, and they will shove out mid lane here. That's some good gold in the pocket of V3. Maybe even a further Herald. Taking a couple plates. Laxi is in the area. Maybe scouting out Lucid. Gold lead, still very much in the favor of Darm1. Someone saying Cast as a Jax main. Actually, I was a Gragas top 1 trick in Season 7. I exclusively played Gragas back when I was gold. Played it to high platinum. We've come a long way since then, but I am intimately familiar with this matchup. Lucid is just a Giga Chad. I've never seen someone pick Sejuani and do what this man's doing. I used to be a Sejuani slave back in the day. Played some Academy. Played a lot of Sejuani, a lot of Volibear, full tank. Used to hate it. Used to absolutely despise it. But the way Lucid's been playing this game makes me want to consider it. We do see RE using the flash there. Must have been a trade of Glacial Prism for the Vex flash. Oh, and that's just a tragic Zenith Blade. Well played by Bible, using that Rakan mobility to escape that crucial CC and a beautiful spell shield afterwards. Tower plating still up for another 2 minutes. Sivir shoving these waves relentlessly. Will have her item on recall when she decides to take it. But she's not done yet. She wants to keep harassing, get a few autos on tower. QRP cancelling his recall, looking for if there's anything here. Does have the Cyclone available again. Even Vex looking to come down and hover. RE ultimate will be up shortly. DK do get more than enough information to know what's coming, and they will just walk it out. This happens when you get teams that are, I don't know, feel pressured, right? As the underdog, they need to get an advantage. You'll see this happen very, very often. You saw it happen last game with V3 and V3 on the, I believe it was Balveth they managed to pick. With those bot ganks, you know, forcing those bot ganks against T1. You feel pressured, and that can create these, you know, imbalances in your gameplay. And we see a bit of an odd E-flash out of pawn, maybe looking to get Thanatos back into tower range. However, it did not connect. We have Mythic completed for both top laners here, and I think this heavily favors Jax. If he's able to find these trades, even if it's just the Sheen proc, he'll whittle down this Gragas slowly and slowly. However, Gragas is able to hold his own. You know, he does have his passive, that healing. Pulled Bay up a little bit too far. No flash. Does land the E. Looked like an accident almost, but he's ready to go in. Beautiful stopwatch here by RE. Does buy him a lot of time. Is he able to get a fair off? He does. Pawn coming in, but no ultimate available or flash. Looking to go here onto the Sejuani. Very tanky, but is getting shredded. Flash out from Lucid. A shield come through. QP with the flash. That will be one. Bible having to flash out. Will they be able to keep chasing? They will not. But that is a 1-for-1 trade. Beautiful stopwatch. However, this Jax is unrelenting. He will be pushing. He'll be eating towers. He'll be creating that gold lead for himself. And now, 60 CS up, he will be a menace in the mid game. Rahal with a nice little spell shield, getting a massive health advantage in the ADC. In the bottom lane, we'll be pushing these waves in. Perhaps looking for a tower. Kai'Sa forced to recall, getting pretty low. Does not yet have his item, perhaps? He did delay his mythic spike for this Dirk, but they weren't able to really 2v2 all too well. So they have not really found a use for that yet. QP will be hitting the Sivir. He's getting very aggressive. Instant cleanse goes out. Flash away, kiting, but not enough. This just seems like a complete... I think that was just Rahal being obnoxious. I think he's just had too easy of a time bot lane that he just thought he could sit there and click the tower and get away with it. We are seeing this lead in the jungle. This is what I mentioned earlier. I think that the bot lane, having a lead is good. This jungler having a lead is really important. And we are seeing the lead created by QRP. That early game kind of pressure, split the map a little bit, crossed back over, has found some kills in these skirmishes. This will be V3's key if they do want to find success in this game. As we see a big group around this mid lane. Dragon has been spawned. We perhaps will see a fight. Gragas might have to make the great voyage down to Dragon. But I think realistically V3 will have a very hard time contesting this, despite having all ultimates available. We're going to keep an eye on the Cyclone, on QRP. Will he look for a smite here? Thanatos in. Helicopter has been used. Solar Flare down. Dragon is still alive. Massive knockups. I can't even... You know what? I'm a color caster. How am I supposed to even keep track of this? At the end of the day, we're seeing day1 absolutely slaughter V3. And that's something that I can definitely color cast on. As a color caster, my expert analysis is... It appears to be a 5-for-1 and an ace. I'm sure Hysterics could have done a great job there. But I think my math skills are correct. All 5 tower platings, top lane, Thanatos. We do see 4 in the bot lane. This gold lead is just growing further and further. Here we have a replay. We can look at it in slow motion. Looks like Rakan is forced to W out. Thanatos potentially, you know, baiting those abilities, the Cyclone, baiting the Vex ultimate, you see? This Vex ulti lands, but Thanatos will not be going down. These are tanky members. And Rahal's free hitting, and with the Ricochet doing so much damage, that lethal tempo stacks up, and that champion is just not okay. You know, Sivir nerfs have gone through. This is 12-16. I believe Sivir nerfs were on the patch prior to this, but it doesn't matter, you know. AD carries still just right-click. We've been right-clicking for, I don't know, 12 seasons now. I feel like they do more and more damage every year. And that's what he will do. Right-click his way to 2 items, starting on the Infinity Edge, and when that's completed, My god, that'll be lights out for V3. If they want to find a winning fight, they need to find Rahel in the next few minutes with his flash down. They need to get Wukong on a side, float over the wall, and bada bing, bada boom. But will they be able to find that opportunity when Bible is laying down some absolutely crucial vision? QP will be going in, a little love tap. In a rough spot here, does have the clone, but isn't able to go over the wall. Hopefully doesn't have to force the flash. Glacial Prison goes down, Flash is out, the Tenacity is enough, will be having Legend Tenacity and Mercurial Treads. But that Wukong Flash is so important. It's so important for them to be able to, dive down. You don't necessarily need a flank if you can just flash past everyone, right? But we will not have that opportunity. And this next fight, Sivir getting her flash up, Wukong no flash. Perhaps we'll have to see a Leona engage from an angle, or maybe even a Gragas E flash. Hopefully better than the one we saw top lane. Frozen Heart completed for this Jax. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of this Frozen Heart, really. I think a lot of the damage is honestly magic, even from, Kai'Sa's passive, I believe, is magic damage, and the on-hit. You have Gragas in the side lane you're dealing with. The Frozen Heart is very good for the cooldown reduction, however, so I can justify it with that. Maybe I would have liked to see, I don't know, a Black Cleaver, or perhaps a Bork for the split push. Saw some Jax mains are unhappy with me. Probably saying something wrong. But I think the Frozen Heart is an unusual option. We have Lucid with our favorite based Warmogs build. QP, always trying to do what he can, right? He's E'ing in, he's doing some damage. He's trying to get involved. He's not going to be given this crab. This crab will be his. Lucid, potentially out of position, will be forced to flash away. He does have the Warmog, so he could have afforded to take some damage, maybe, and regen it all up. But he's taking no risks when Baron is spawning. Morel and Omicron completed for Vex. Upgrading the anti-heal for a full item might not be, the best idea at this point. But I respect it. He's a completionist. Doesn't like unfinished items in his inventory. And if we, continue based on that, we'll see Azonia's next. Easy Man is walking around with his dogs out, He has the toes exposed, has not purchased any boots so far. Perhaps Forest drives a hard bargain. And this Sivir just accelerating in CS. At this point, as an AD carry, every camp on the map is yours. You see her here, eating up Lucid's jungle with no remorse. And it's a hard life being a jungler out here. It doesn't matter if I'm playing, Karthus or if I'm playing Xin Zhao. Second it turns 15 minutes. My AD carry will be vacuuming up every one of my resources I can imagine. And I will be left with nothing. We are coming up to this dragon. Will we see it contested? Probably not. Probably gets burnt too fast, too soon. We are seeing V3 move into the area. Probably playing for the fight. TP's coming down. Kyopi diving onto the Sivir. Sivir has flashed out. Healing back for the Sivir. Lethal tempo is stacking. Autos are going down. Damage is being dealt, in fact. Gragas down. Red team health bars are dropping. And blue teams... again, I'm not the best at maths. But that looks like a 5 for 0. Yet again. And I appreciate V3's, V3's intentions. They're trying their best. But this day1 roster... they are something, they are something. And Chronicler was saying earlier, they did come out with second seed, I believe, but he says they might just be the better team. The flash out here from Sivir, they tried to hard dive on it, they tried to get the Kai'Sa ulti in, but he created so much space, and Bible on this Rakan is the unsung hero here, charming them all up, knocking them away, shielding, and just making it an absolute nuisance for them to even get close to hitting his AD carry, his queen. The grandpa of the roster Bible, he protects his young'uns. And the Infinity Edge has been completed. Exodia has been assembled. as we're seeing 3 items here for the Sivir, for the Jax, and we haven't yet even seen a second item for the Wukong or the Kai'Sa. We have seen support completions, as Laxi is in a very rough position. Will be running for his life. However, his life is not his anymore, as Rahel claims his 5th kill of the game. Has a stopwatch in his inventory, will be safe. QRP looking to clone over the wall. Bible going a little bit deep here. No one can really follow up. We do see a Kai'Sa ultimate stolen. Used to dive deep. Isn't able to find much purchase. However, QRP is forced to flash. Kai'Sa no flash as well. This might just be a slow burn and a slow death for V3, as the Baron sieging will come in. Thanatos, he just here inhib. He can Q out when he needs to. He has his Force of Nature. He has his Merc Treads. He has his MR item, his armor item. Look at him, he doesn't really care. He'll take half his health and then turn right back around and bring his boys with him, looking for a fight. Rahel moving forward here, the bouncing blades, the boomerangs, all that good stuff. RRE, in between towers, will go down, and Thanatos, I didn't think his health changed. I think he had about half health after that first incident. Will base directly in front of their Nexus. Wards will be placed, flashes will be flashed, teleports will go down, and we see a very decisive victory from day1. They have started 0-2 apparently, but they'll pick up their first win. And what a win it was, you know? You have these teams, these LDL teams, or these, you know, LCK Challenger teams, and one thing I can't stress enough is the difference in quantity of games. It's not even just about this region is better, this region is worse. The amount of games that these regions are playing, tenfold over these other regions. These LJL Academy, you know, these smaller regions Academy leagues, they don't play many games at all. You know, I might have played 20 or 30, or maybe 25 games overall stage-wise in Academy. These teams are playing, you know, 50 games. Even their playoffs alone, they can go through 20 to 25 games, and those are BO3s. So the level and the gap in experience cannot be overstated. And you see that on the stage here. So confident, coming out the gates. Pretty interesting, you know, interesting drafts. Those first 3 picks, that Silas priority. I really want to see forward these Silas picks. I love them. They're very exciting. They have these very, very strong early skirmishing. They lead to very exciting fights and, you know, very exciting dynamics. Building with this Sejuani in the jungle position, we saw Sejuani as a popular top lane pick for a long time. You know, it started getting fixed into the jungle, and they realized, you know, wait a second, like, this pick is actually really strong jungle if we match it with the right melee lanes. We have some stats for you here, and that is just Sivir domination. You know, quadrupling the Kai'Sa damage here, as this Sivir found it so easy to free hit in these team fights. With so much frontline, it became impossible for V3 to really try to get to her in these team fights. Sivir free hitting, the damage is unreal. QRP was trying his best in that early to mid game, you know, finding these opportunities, trying to force the plays that worked for him. But at the end of the day, you know, you have your laners. Bit of a draft differential if I do say so. Makes it a bit harder to play. But DK, you know, really showing a lot of explosiveness in this game. I'm very excited to see moving forward in this tournament, you know, how Lucid and Bible look to play these maps. We see a couple of replays here. This was one of the earlier Dragon fights. Saw Thanatos go in. And this, keep your eye on Rahel once again. He's just hitting. He's just auto-attacking with W on. He's bouncing between all of them many times. He just gets to keep hitting. He doesn't need to care about anything else. There's no threat on him. He gets to right-click with his items and let his damage do the talking. And it's super easy to play AD carry in these situations where you're able to just throw things out. This was a bit harder, right? He gets dove on, but look at the Rakan. Picks up QRP there, knocks up the other two, creates so much space for Rahel to then move forward and, you know, turn on that. He gets pushed back, he kites back, he stays safe, and then boom. You know, the switch is flicked and he's able to move forward and do all of that damage. What a wonderful, wonderful game. I don't even know what to say. That was a enjoyable one to watch with Dam1 and V3 Academy. Next game, however, is an absolute banger. We have Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze versus T1 Challenger. So we have the third seed of LCK Challenger versus the number 1 out of LDL, I believe. It'll be a banger. I'll come back in a few minutes for you guys. Hope you've enjoyed game 1. Let me know if there's any tech issues I should work out. But wonderful game so far, and we have probably my game of the day up next. I'm looking forward to catching you guys after the break.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. You judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
we have a banger game up next. Like I was saying, we have the top seed out of the LDL in Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze with some banger games so far, coming out very strong with some, cool picks, interesting champion and priority, and some lovely aggression. I'm looking very much forward to this next game. Not sure if Mike is broadcasting. Yes, I guess it is broadcasting. My apologies. Hello, I am back. Wasn't sure if there was tech issues there, but we are... No, it's just I'm the issue, I guess. We do have some banger games. We have a beauty up next with... No, we've got LDL versus LCK Challengers. We do have some interesting priority here, in playoffs from T1. It has been a couple patches. We are on 12-16. I believe they've played games on the predominantly, 12-14. A couple patches old. We did see a lot of Pantheon picked in the jungle by Forest. This early game, early ganking, powerful champion. I don't think we'll see too much going forward. But what I do like about Forest is he isn't one to roll over and just pick Poppy. Or, pick Sejuani or so. And while I did very much enjoy seeing that Sejuani in that last game, I do prefer seeing more exciting champions in the jungle, and I hope that is what Forest can bring. Chronicler does tell me he is he's a flipper, he's a bit of a coin flipper, will go for those plays, will be a bit of a feast or famine kind of gamer, which makes him a little bit rough in the consistency department, but if I do say so myself, that is also me. I am a bit of a flipper, so I'm excited to see what he does on the Rift today. We saw it a little bit earlier as they, later picked the Viego, and they did do an interesting Baron play. They went for that Baron over that consistent 4th Mountain Soul, and it did come back to bite them a little bit. But, this game, feeling confident. They're on the blue side, I believe. They are not actually. I think they're on the red side. I got that wrong. Confused by the graphics. But seeing this kind of, this LDL super team, FPX Blaze on the blue side, we're expecting some very aggressive first picks. Perhaps the Kalista, which we already have as we move over into Champion Select. You see the bans, predominantly I want to focus on that Silas ban, right? That champion is highly contested, and it's not even contested here because it's just banned. But that leaves open Shia's Kalista, and this is such an aggressive pick for him. It's going to be probably paired with something, like a Renata, as it is open, or perhaps we'll see something, more engage focused. I actually have champion pools written out, and for Lilia, I literally have everything as my note, as I believe he played so many unique champions, and he has so many things open. We are seeing that Renata, aforementioned, has been locked in. Lulu's open, perhaps we'll see it, but I actually had this written down as well. Taken into this Kalista Renata lane, the Ashe support has been locked in here for Cabby, and this is very, very exciting, And it makes a lot of sense when you really think about it and you break it down. You have these double range champions in Kalista Renata who are super aggressive, they go forward, they run at you, and if Kalista's able to start hopping around, you're in trouble. What does Ashe do? She has range, she has a spell she can throw at you, slows you down, pokes you out, it damages you, and in the mid to late game, she has that arrow, that Enchanted Crystal arrow on a 30-second cooldown, as she's constantly throwing it forward, finding picks. Why it might not be an Alistar or a Leona or that engage tool that you see traditionally picked, it's simply blocking their aggression during the laning phase, and I'm very happy to have scouted that out, and seeing it picked up, it's good. It shows they don't have these kind of nerves on this big stage. They're happy to slam these picks. As draft develops, we're seeing Sejuani banned out. It's good. I just want to go to sleep today. Not just yet. I do have 2 more games after this. Stream is buffering for me, and we are back. Aphelios picked up. Again, it's one of those other 80 carries. We're not seeing Zeri picked. She was nerfed a little bit this patch. Draven was banned away. Has been also, I think, nerfed this patch. Aphelios has been standard for a very long time. And Trigger is a big Aphelios fan, if I'm not mistaken. Very logical pick. Has a lot of strong crowd control. We do see Viego hovered here. Gonna pick up the jungle and maybe give that counter pick to Toland in the mid lane. He does like these champions like Swain. You know, I think Toland is a very interesting pool. He's played these kind of Swains. He's played Renekton as well. He's played the kind of Azir a little bit too. Be interesting to see what he opts for. Both junglers have dropped beyond bans. See some rapid fire hovering. Wukong locked in, pretty standard. Got that, you know, very strong against these AD picks like the Renekton, you know, like the Viego. And we do see Renekton early picked as well. That probably will go to Photon, but I wouldn't, you know, totally rule out that that can't be a Renekton mid lane. And Photon might look to spice things up. Some of his other picks. I believe we saw him play the Lilia earlier, which was very entertaining. And he does play a lot of ability powered top laners. So, you know, on the odd occasion that the caster is right with the call. That's something to look at. But we do see the Swain of it. This really kind of strong, this mid-range fighting mage, you know. Constantly, you know, draining health. Looking for these plays, looking for these picks with the E. Can be a very genuine threat in these strong 5-on-5 fights. Everything is locked and loaded, and we see a very LPL-esque comp from FunPlus. And, you know, I think this comp from T1, from, you know, this what scouting I have done, does look very on form for them. They have their mid laner on that signature Swain, but I want to go back to FunPlus's comp. Now, this is an aggressive comp. They have this pretty standard, you know, blanket pick of Gnar, which is very strong. You know, it can hold its own in lane. It's a team fighting absolute, you know, megalodon monster. They have the super aggressive bot lane and this early skirmishing jungler in the Wukong. So they'll be able to find these fights, and I think they really are going to make sure they can find their leads within their lanes. We saw Sing earlier, or Ching earlier on the Talia, you know, going for a much kind of harder scaling build with the Crown of the Shattered Queen, along with another defensive item in the Banshees, and he, you know, lacked a lot of that oomph early game, but once he ramps up and gets that cooldown reduction, it's much harder for T1 to play these fights. Get some little cheeky face cams. I bet you Hair and Makeup hates that guy. He is untamed. There we are, a couple handsome face cams. Got some referees walking around. And as we go into this game, I think level 1s, you know, it's not too exciting. We don't have any hooks. You know, we don't have any Rakans Wing over walls. We don't have any, you know, Silas chains flying. What we do have is two of the best academy teams from two of the the two strongest Asian regions, and they will be going head to head in just a few minutes. I think Renekton Gnar is a pretty well understood matchup, right? This Renekton has so much sustain. You take the domination, you take the resolve, secondary. You have potentially Doran's shield. You have your, you know, your Culvermeek healing. You're pretty okay. Jungle, you know, they dropped for this Viego. It's a much more interesting pick than seeing things like the Trundle over and over again. It has a lot more, you know, team fight, exciting moments that I won't be able to play by cast. However, they'll be exciting to watch, so that's always a positive. They do have some tools to find the picks, though, and to find the resets that the Viego really needs. They have the Ashe ultimate. I'm hearing a lot of assist pings going down. This spells a exciting early game. As once again, see the little duck. We are in. We're already 1 minute 20. Minions are spawning. Looks to be pretty standard solo starts from both teams. Junglers are pathing down. Oh my god, wait a second. I just looked at the scoreboard. Wait a second. Guys, if we look at the scoreboard, We can see it's 4-3. We can see a 5v5 in the bot river. Massive never move. 3-man pull. Slice and Dice goes down. Trigger with the last hit. One reset. Onto Renata. Will not be able to shed that body. Lands the CC before he goes down. Wukong flashing out. Toland chasing down that final kill. Xie utilizing that Kalista passive. That ramping attack speed. Hitting damage down onto Trigger, who is flashless. One final kill there for the Kalista. Is that it? He does not give up. Takes another kill. And at the end of the day, we'll see a 3-0 Kalista get killed. Forrest decided he was not happy with the outcome of that. So he decided to go down bot lane and claim that bounty. So we're 2 minutes 30 in. We have 4 kills on either side. You know, I didn't see anything about this in the handbook Asterix gave me on casting. So this is a bit new. However, we're here now, and Trigger did miss the cannon minion. But at the end of the day, you know, have the shutdown. Cabby has the gold. That's a lot of gold onto the support Ashe here. We'll be able to pick up some items. You know, hopefully the poke will come through. It'll be good enough. You know, the Swain Talia matchup seems pretty neutral, right? I think it's mainly just kind of trading spells back and forth. If the Never Move lands, you know, you're able to get that scaling health, maybe a, you know, a positive trade. But I think it really just waits around until junglers come to gank. You know, if Talia does get stunned, she has the cleanse. Good spacing here by Kartis. Kartis decides he does not want to take half his health and instead trades back positively. Let's see how this trade goes and how this level 2 gank happens. Lister does have cleanse still. But the slow, right? Even if she cleanses here, the slows from Cabby, the constant auto attacks and W's from Ashe, making that movement for the Kalista that much harder. This is why we see that pick, as we see Lucidity Boots already picked up for the Ashe. That's more W's, that's more vision, you know, with that E flying across the map. I don't think Ashe E should be in the game. As a jungler, there's nothing more demotivating in jungling and having that Ashe E fly by. Like right here, you know, look at this. Like, what is he supposed to do? What is Halia supposed to do? Like, Ashe just has map hacks, so nothing, no decision he made in the past 2 minutes can lead to a gank. Moving forward on this big wave, looking for a potentially an incredibly aggressive dive. However, Forrest is ready for this. Lele is tanking, is not going to be able to get a kill here. And that is just 2 kills. Beautifully read by Forrest. Incredible aggression out of the bot lane of FBX Blaze. You know, I think you can go for those aggressive calls here, because you have that Renata, you have that bailout, and it can cause, you know, so much damage and make you go for those trades. But they're full health. You know, you haven't found those, you know, 2v2 skirmishes or trades. You were able to whittle them down and get an advantage. That feels like a, I'm down here, I got hit by an Ashe E, I'm angry, let's try and kill these guys, you know? You know, I think that's reason enough that Ashe E should be removed. It just mind-controlled Halia to become, you know, an actual monkey, I guess. Nah, it's a bit much. Forrest with a nice little read there to be there to counter. No flashes for both top laners, however, Na will have the hop. Ashe with a Dirk. I believe he'll be rushing Umbreglaive. It's decently common with these kind of Hail of Blade setups to rush the Umbreglaive for the vision control. Gives you a bit of utility, a bit of crowd reduction, a bit of damage. Oh yeah, finding Photon on the top river. He really wants this juicy fruit. The juicy fruit does in fact give Renekton Rage or Fury. I think it's Fury, right? Maybe it's Rage. Maybe Fury's Tryndamere. Oh, I think it is Fury. Massive wave here crashed. And one thing that will never fail to impress me is how, like, with these turbulent early games and these constant deaths, these top players are always able to find, you know, CS leads. They're always able to go back to having this kind of high CS numbers. As we're getting a bit of lag on the broadcast, I apologize for that. Dragon will be eaten by FPX Blaze. A big fight here. Swain ulti's popped. Lele will be going down. Flashes over the wall coming through. And while they did walk away with the dragon, they also walked away a man down. Lele getting left behind. We're pushing this wave in. Shia not giving up any opportunity to get some damage down on the Ashe. And the Swain is going for this Imperial Mandate build. So you're going to see Mandate being built and then a Rylai's. And it's a very strong setup, you know, alongside other champions that do decent damage. You know, if you're playing a solo carry Swain, you know, maybe a Leandre's is your best bet. But in this game, where there's so much damage coming through from the Renekton, you know, the Viego, you know, even Cabby this game is getting pretty fed, and the Aphelios, you know, without a doubt will be bringing some damage. It can be decent to go this cheaper build, right? Mandate, it's a support item. It's supposed to be bought on a support's pension. As you see it completed here, before 8 minutes. As he does have impeccable CS, 2 kills and 2 assists to his name. Will be incredibly strong for this Herald fight. Look at the minimap. We have Kalista moving back bot lane here, but they're definitely aware of Herald. They're definitely playing for this objective. Hell yeah, still not level 6 from the Wukong. Forest taking over now. Probably needing this crab to be level 6. Smites it, is able to get it for the level 6, and this is essential as we see a big, you know, a big storm is brewing, a big fight is brewing on this Herald. Kartis, nearly mega, will be turning it after hitting this ward a couple times. Are they going to look for this fight? I think this could be a very interesting angle. Alia does get pulled back. One shot is able to just cycle it off. A massive Gnar ultimate! Trigger is up here. What an insane fight so far. Shia pulling up. Does manage to save his support. But what an explosive fight. Started off with that CC landing on the Wukong. They flashed on him to try to get him down, but was not able to before that knockup comes through. The bailout, if that bailout had popped, if they managed to get that single kill that he needed to stay alive, that fight could have been very, very different. An insane Gnar ultimate here. Watch this again. He gets CC, the Gnar is, you know, they nearly kill him. He gets his first ulti off. Gnar with a massive 4-man ultimate. If only he fell that Viego a little bit earlier, could have been a completely different fight. T1 though, you know, with a pretty sizable gold lead at this point, are pulling a little bit ahead. Herald is still on the table. Still got plenty of time before plates go down. Find that Herald and find that equalizing gold lead. If FPX can look for it, as Wukong does start it. You have 3 in the mid lane. Ashe is just out of position and picked up easily. This should put the nail in the coffin for Herald. This should just be 1+ Phoenix Blaze picking it up here. Have it on the Wukong. It'll be interesting to see where they decide to use it. Are they going to try to, you know, rush for a first tower? Are they going to funnel this gold into the Kalista? It's an aggressive pick that really needs to get rolling. And that is just so disappointing to see that. That is just, there's 2 things that just happened there. First thing, cannon. That is just truly a tragedy. Second thing was the plate. No one was around to eat that plate for T1. So that is just a, you know, a lost gold. Shield bow completed here for Shia. Here 2 boots as well. He is a very, very strong Kalista right here. With a skirmish. Both junglers on very similar components here, no mythic. Forest going a little bit too far forward. Trading a lot of health. The dragon is spawning in 25 seconds. Alia with no Cyclone anymore. No Heartbreaker for the Viego. However, Cyclone is a much, much more important cooldown if they want to be playing for this dragon. Has got Herald. Could look to play through mid lane here. Could look to pick up the red buff. run mid lane, shove the wave with Talia and then drop the Herald down. Try and force T1 to respond to it. But I fear it is too late as Forest starts up the dragon on spawn. Bot lane are fighting for the priority. Looks like they're going to walk, the safer option through the tri-bush. Still not looking to give it up though. They will contest this. We have got Arrow available for Cabby. We do have Cleanse on Xie. Maybe he'll tank and instantly cleanse. Have a look what happens. Hell yeah, has got Smite here. This could be a steal. We see it confirmed for T1. They look to play this fight. Hell yeah, forced to flash away. No lives taken but the dragons. And that will be one dragon apiece. And we're looking at a Cloud Soul and a Cloud map for this game. And I bet, most people are looking at this Cloud Dragon and scoffing and thinking it's pointless and why does it matter? Here is where I test your knowledge. Do you guys remember what Cloud Dragon gives? Sure it gives a bit of, out of combat movement speed perhaps. But it also gives slow resistance. And if we take a little look over at T1's team, they're going to have a Rylai's completed for the Swain very shortly, which will be a pretty essential part of how he team fights. And we have an Ashe, whose biggest threat are these constant slows they're throwing out. So if FPX is able to even get one or two of these Cloud Dragons, this will be a pretty major development for Xie specifically. He'll be unencumbered by those slows, and we'll be able to hop around a lot easier. Herald here will be summoned before the 14-minute mark in order to get those plates. Even up that gold lead, which is closing. Colin, seeing what he can do about this. Maybe we'll look to move forward. With Clonetta Halia. Bot side of T1 Challenger. Looking to take their recalls. I think Trigger's been on the map for a very long time. Will have quite a bit of cash in his pocket. Ball Crush by the Renekton. Very aggressive, very strong. It plays this aggressive playstyle of flash Wing and, one-shotting someone. We're really locking them down. Hell yeah, looking onto Photon. Use the first Cyclone. Photon has got ultimate and flash available. Ting is feeling the sting of the Ball Crush. As a car alarm goes off in the background, I really hope they does not pick up on the mic. Please let me know. But someone's car is getting robbed outside of my house. See, Photon can take this damage because he has the lifesteal from the Bork, and he has this really strong sustain. So even if he takes a few hits, takes a few passive procs, he can just queue it up and heal 200. It's all good. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about the car alarm. It's off now. Clearly the thief managed to deactivate it. I appreciate that. It's very courteous. It adds to the experience. Well, this game could be a robbery, if FPX comes back. First tower still very much available, and it looks to be currently getting claimed. Will this lead to a fight though? Halia is hovering. Photon playing very aggressive here, pulled back, has got flash available, no Dominus. Flash is out. Will it be slow chased? They decide err on the side of caution. This Talia is able to wave clear these, these waves much faster than Renekton, can do safely. So even though it is 1v2 in the mid lane, she doesn't need to feel too worried. As Ching looking like my solo queue Nunu with the Ghost and the Cleanse as the summoner selection. Someone screenshot that for Twitter. Beautiful Cleanse. Was very, very aware of what could have happened. Instantly cleanses that Ashe arrow. Has none of it. This gold lead, barely 2,000. At this point, it really doesn't mean too much. What is going to matter is how they play these fights. How many, members of T1 does Cyclone land on? Are they able to find a good Weaver's Wall? Is Xie able to kite able to glide. Herald is started up. A lot of damage onto Toland. Does go into that Demon Ascension. It isn't going to last too long. He isn't hitting enemy champions with it. Does use that R2 cast. Kartis just kiting around. Will be getting Mega here. Has got Flash. Very good ultimate out of Trigger there on the Aphelios with the Gravitum. Making sure to keep all the blue team members away. And what an annoying ultimate. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow to stop the recalls, just to be an absolute pest. If you look at the cooldowns, already a quarter up again. Quite ridiculous. And those delayed recalls, look at Dragon. Dragon is up. 2 members of FPX Blaze will be in base due to those delayed recalls. They aren't starting up Dragon just yet. No vision on the map for T1. Just a single pink ward by their red buff. Never mind. That is, in fact, Lily's pink ward, I believe. They delayed their own recalls for too long. And that first Cloud Dragon, again, you guys can scoff at it, but every single stack of this slow resist is meaningful against the T1's comp. Glaive popping, letting Cabby know that he is on vision. You know, I have a little bit of a conspiracy with pink wards. You know, back in the day, when it was pink wards and not control wards, they used to have 5 segments. There used to be a 5 auto attacks to kill a pink ward, right? And then they added Jhin. And then suddenly it became 4. I feel like Riot didn't want Jhin to have to reload to kill a pink ward. Or Graves to have to reload 3 times to kill a pink ward. I don't know, you guys can let me know. But that's kind of my little conspiracy. We haven't seen too many Ash Arrows, causing too many picks so far. Cabby's been picking up some assists from that level 1. Don't forget, guys, while it might look like there's been a decent amount of kills, 8 of these kills out of 15 did happen level 1. Or, I think 7 happened level 1, but 1 followed shortly after. Herald will be used, charge down that mid lane tower. Renata almost completed her Mikhail's Crucible, or Mikhail's Blessing, I believe it might be called now, which will be able to cleanse a CC from an ally and give them a small heal. This game obviously has a few uses. You have the Gravitum on the Aphelios, the main culprit being the Ash Arrow. It saves, you know, Howie, Kartis, or Lily from either having to go cleanse. We already have 2 cleanse on the Callista and the mid laner, Ching on the Talia. 2 cleanses, but there's a lot of CC. You have the Sway Never Move. You have the Viego W, and obviously the Renekton Stun, which is always a threat when he has the flash available. Toland might look to push this wave. Little does he know, the 3 in Tribush. W's the River Bush, not knowing. Oh no, no, no. His 3 instant flash comes out. Pops the ulti just to get a bit more of that health. And there goes Swain's flash for the next few minutes. And that's going to play into Dragon, right? We have Dragon in 2 minutes. Sure, you know, T1's playing towards the spot side. They're able to pick up this tower. But on the top side of the map, they're trading their back. Pushing the Swain out of his waves. You know, take their recalls. And Baron's up. But I feel like the teams will look to gravitate towards this Dragon. Kartis is in danger. Forest has got flash available. Sides against it as Kartis is going mega. An arrow thrown out, an arrow missed. And even if that notched arrow landed, the cleanse would be sure to follow. But I guess the gap is cleanses a long cooldown, right? This Ash Arrow, she's just firing them off like nothing. You get that cleanse, no cleanse for Dragon. You throw another one, it, lands on target. Gonna have to force the Mikhails at least. That's, if the Renata's close. And this Renata ultimate is very key in this fight. It's a Prowler's Claw Renekton for Photon. This guy has so much threat, he's forward. He can Prowler's Claw on the Talia, on the Callista, on the Renata even. And sure you have cleanse. Sure you have, this Mikhails, but you cannot cleanse death. If that stun lands, if that Prowler's Claw connects, you will be dying. So we're gonna have to see very good use of the Renata bailout, and then hopefully they get the reset in order to save the life. But this Renata ultimate is also incredibly powerful. Forest here, just trying to chat out Howyer. Trade some auto attacks. Bad choice for Howyer. Does pop the Cyclone. Forest will Heartbreaker out. A big fight starting. Renata getting chunked to very low health. A beautiful ulti coming down. That will be Renekton falling. Cleansed by Shia. Over the wall he goes. Lele, the low health bar. Howyer with no ultimate. But T1 with no real chance to contest this dragon. Couple summons were blown, but nothing too major. I'm sure they'll be reconvening on Top River shortly. And that is the second stack of slow resist. And I'm telling you guys, it adds up. It really does add up. There you are. Another arrow lands onto the Talia. Second time this happened. Instant cleanse. You see so many items completed for both teams. That's 3 items on Shia. And he's got the shield bow for that survivability, the Rage Blade for that pure DPS, and that, that Runan's Hurricane, which is so strong versus the enemy team's kind of grouped frontline for Renekton Viego. Or even the Swain that moves forward, who's a bit of a pseudo frontline. It's kind of this, battle mage. As they move forward, this Runan's Hurricane can do a lot of work. If perhaps Photon, instead of on the strong AD threat of Renekton, that was perhaps a Gwen, maybe you'd see a Wit's End. Get a little bit of a replay of this. Forest and Howyer, trading attacks, trading ultimates. Forest opts out when they start moving. Lele with the absolutely beautiful Captain Jack Mikhails on that Ash ultimate. Photon going a little bit too far. The knockup from the Callista comes through. Lele flashing short, out immediately after he pops that ultimate. Makes sure he gets off everything he needs. He gets off the handshake. Places a bailout, gets his ulti off and then flashes out. Refuses to trade that kill. Tolan getting knocked back. He has got flash up again. This is not looking too good for Ching, but his teammate is there to help him. Stopwatch, pop for Tolan, draining a little bit more health. Lele in trouble here. Does have the bailout, but will not be able to find a reset. Shia will need a kite back as Forest is on the run forwards. So 1 for 1 so far. A lot of ultimates have been blown. Kartis is currently tired, I believe. Might not be able to get that mega form. He actually does start to build up that rage. Trigger, no cleanse. And Howyer is just in the wrong place at the wrong time. There you go, picking up that reset. Takes a lot of damage for it. It will not be able to look Baron, I believe, even though they did get that pick on the jungler. Baron might be a little bit too much. As Kartis is still strong, arrow gets sent out, will not find its mark. Three items completed here for Tolan. Very cheap build. This is this is a patch before Lasonia's price increase. So far, he has the Rylai's, the Mandate, and a bit of a cheap Zonia's. Kartis might face check. Sides against it. Soul point here for Fun plus Phoenix Blaze. They are getting pretty lit. I'm not gonna lie. Level 15 here for the Talia. Very strong scaling pick. This game didn't go for the crown. went for a much stronger damage option in the Leandries. He's able to throw out those, low cooldown E's, throw out the Qs. Very safe build. And Soul Point is big. Activating your ultimate and getting movement speed, that is no joke if you're playing this Wukong. That Cyclone is going to turn him into a Cyclone. Trigger might have a Gale Force, but he'll see a real Cyclone soon. Always around this mid lane. Neither solo laners are looking to side lane for too long. Arrow does not find its mark, but it's a short cooldown. T1 looking to hover towards their dragon, maybe not too willing to give it. FPX, they don't mind too much. They'll play on top river, they'll play for a fight here. They could play for a potential Baron. Cloud Soul's one of those souls that you prioritize, over Baron in this instance. Maybe if it was an Infernal, a Mountain, Ocean, maybe if it was any other soul, you prioritize it. But I think each individual stack of the Cloud Soul still holds strong value. Forest edging forward. In this fight, we're really looking at how the Cyclone is used, and if Renekton is able to find the target. Ash Arrow will connect onto the Gnar. No cleanse or Mikhail's will be used. Xia is very, very separated from this team. Willing to walk all the way around. He wants to regroup, or looks like FPX is coming to join him. Flash forward. Does not find its mark. The handshake will not connect. We still have all ultimates on the table. Aside from that Aphelios. How will Halia play this? He has got flash. Nearly all summons are available. Dragon is ticking down. Big Granada ultimate. A water separator. Flash forward. The Gnar is chunked out very low. Xie needs to kite. Xie needs to kite. Xing is always throwing out these boulders, slowing and doing so much damage. However, T1 had found the advantage in this fight. Xing flashing away. Flashes into his support, bringing over that auto attack from Trigger, finding a kill. Burrow finds another one. Trigger flashing forward. If he lands a snipe here, this could mean death. Okay, they're not getting too overexcited. They did pick up the soul, however, it cost them 4 and quite possibly the Baron Nashor. And this is a very fit Aphelios. Important to mention, the Aphelios did use both Flash and Ghost in that fight. He has no method of cleansing any CC. But if we do get, a Gnar in the backline, or a diving Wukong with that Flash, Trigger is still very much in trouble. Move a TP forward here, maybe looking to, find something. But no chance they can contest that Baron. That TP also could just be to shove out these waves, give them less Baron waves to play with. Here we have a little replay. We have Xing on the side, going out the ultimate. This speaks to me they want to go for the dragon, not the fight, So Halia moves forward here to make sure he secures the dragon. Ends up being a Callisto auto attack. Xia kites back, but Trigger on the backside. Gale forces forward, picks up, and gets the Ghost reset. This Ghost resetting every kill you get. It lasts a long time. The flash by Xing here, bringing the AoE attack straight into Layla is very rough. The flash forward from Trigger, very aggressive, very assertive. He will leave no survivors. I mean, aside from Xia, but we won't talk about that. We see Withsend being built 4th, very strong DPS. Could also have seen something more tanky, perhaps like a Randuin's. But he is opting for aggression. He is bringing the damage. And at this point, the Ashe ultimate's very, very low cooldown. Always be hovering out of vision here, looking to throw the ulti. He does not connect, but you can afford to throw those out. Force them back, take the tower, you have these Baron empowered minions, and by the time the next wave comes in, you'll nearly be up again. Looking to siege here, they do have tools to deal with it. Xing can move to the side and look for a Weaver's Wall to cut off waves, or to cut off T1 from getting to the towers. But it looks like they're pretty content to just give these outer towers for now, and perhaps fight when they get deeper. Ashe Arrow nearly up again. And that looks to be the end of the Baron push. Couple towers. Bunch of gold. 7k gold lead up. Bit of a Baron power play. Guardian's Angel has been completed for Trigger. Gives him a bit of a safety net in case he does get flashed on, in case he does get picked out. And at this point, it's very hard for FunPlus Phoenix Blaze to find a winning fight. Finding picks on both Toland and Forest is difficult. You have stopwatches on both of them. The Swain is so tanky, and he looks to be building a Gargoyle Stoneplate, which I think is an incredibly underrated item. Giving such a large amount of resists for both, armor and magic resist makes you so tanky. Good clone from Halia to avoid that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They will be trying to hold on to this top lane outer tower. They gave the mid one, they gave the bot one. As Baron is about to wear off, they refuse to give this top one. Forced to drop it, however. And this Infernal Drake, I guess, is the next big objective we're seeing. So much combat power from this Infernal. Such a strong dragon. And, it turns losing fights into winning fights very easily. While it doesn't empower your element like it used to empower, it does just give you so much combat stats with the burn and the execute. And if FunPlus Phoenix Blaze really want to take it on T1, both teams are 2-0 so far today. Both teams have performed exceptionally well. This really is the Battle of Titans. Elder Dragon, of course. Bit of a slip of the tongue. Infernal's also a strong dragon, however, Elder is far stronger. Nara on the side lane, not aware. The Banshees will be popped. Shia, instant cleanse, kiting back, Photon getting low, stopwatch. And that is just them. I thought they found a pick, but it must have just been the Wukong clone. Bamboozled me as well. Big cooldown loss for T1 though, that stopwatch. Hell yeah, caught in a pretty hard position. Kartis is going around, has the Mega Narc, could look over the wall. Elder is spawning in 20 seconds, that mid-wave. Photon teleporting to get the priority. Heal back in base. No shield bow and no cleanse for Shia. Ching changing out flash, has got the ghost and the cleanse. Hopefully not looking to run it down. Weaver's Wall is available. However, unlike a regular dragon, you could not burn this dragon down. The Elder is a very tanky dragon. Kartis looking on the side lane to stack up some rage for this fight. Get that Mega Gnar. He has got flash. All sums are really up here. Only missing the cleanse on Shia. Toland is on the side. They are aware of this though. Chasing him down, forcing the flash. Halia with the knock up. One use of Cyclone. Shing is all the way caught out. Trigger is just hitting at the moment. Forest flashes forward, some flashes back to kite out. Trigger's still on the bot river. Keep your eyes on that Aphelios. What's he gonna do? Forest caught out, stunned up. A lot of damage going down. Are they able to find this Viego? The Renekton flashes forward, is not able to find his mark onto Shia. A recall from Toland. He has got teleport. This will need to be a very important contest here. It's a 5v4. A lot of cooldowns blown. Okay, thank goodness the stream did not do that at a more crucial moment. A flank on the left-hand side. Arrow finds its mark on the Shia. Lilid does Mikhail's that. They should start burning this dragon sooner than later. Photon will be respawning. Have got a while, but they can't afford to give too much ground at this point. Such a tense standoff here. Who's going to get this Elder Dragon? Who's going to win? Kartis with the teleport. He's full health now, and they should feel a lot more confident to move up and claim this dragon. Forest has got smite. Heartbreak is coming up again. This could be a steal opportunity. Trigger with the ultimate. Shia has got arrowed. Massive fight as Trigger gets put into Guardian's Angel. Toland moves forward to buy some space. Will Trigger die? He flashes away, is able to kite it out. Autos, these AoE attacks doing so much damage. Trigger is still alive. GF finds the kill, finally. But Photon is once again still up. They cannot look for this dragon anymore. And what a tense fight. I think that's honestly the best result. From a viewership standpoint, you know, we get to watch that whole fight. And we get to watch it all over again in a few minutes. They're going to recall. You know, they're going to bide some time, get some vision. And then we'll get to watch it all over again. Very well played from that Gnar there. If you saw that flash in to try and lock down that Aphelios, get that Guardian's Angel, and then after, the response from Trigger was beautiful. Flashing and Gale Forcing to create space and able to kite it back. This Talia always trying to spot some vision on on the Trigger. Having Kartis get his rage up here. We're seeing now on the bottom left hand side of the screen, even though there's a big fight happening, Dragon is being started in real time. I will want to see how that goes. And we are back to... we snap back to reality. Oh, there goes Tolandy. Oh, there goes Elder Dragon. Shia knows, but he's so close. But they will not give up that easy. T1 will fight back. Elder secured. Baron will be the turn. T1 not able to get close, not able to contest these immense stats out of this Elder Dragon. They're strong, they have 6 items with 80 carry. Trigger has no sums. Shing on potentially the wrong side of the wall, but he is feeling aggressive today. Trigger getting caught out. All spells getting thrown at him. He is just running and praying is not enough. God is not on his side today. That's a minute in the death timer. Baron minions will be running forward. They have Elder. They have everything they need. This will be incredibly hard for T1 to hold. And this Ashe at this point, it really is, just this W spam and this arrow. It does not offer any kind of CC like a Nautilus or, an Alistar can provide. So the arrow goes out, but it gets cleansed. And, what can they do? Photon just gets one shot. He's put into Guardian's Angel. Toland ulting and moving forward, but he cannot move forward into this, immovable object that is FPX at this point with this Elder Dragon. So many Guardian's Angels, they get to kill them even more times. Lele swag sipping from his cup as the Nexus goes down, and what a close game. T1 early game, that level 1, 7 kills. What an incredibly close game from 2 of the top teams in this entire tournament. Honestly, I feel like I'm just a spectator. I'm just, along for the ride. We're all in this together. I'm gonna be honest. This truly is an enjoyable co-stream. It's so nice to see them in the stadium. Beautiful arena. Lovely graphics. And I think this game is very telling. Both teams, with their own style, a very aggressive style out of this LDL team. And, quite a controlled, Swain pick and these... I think Viego's a bit of a curveball, right? But these kind of controlled picks, these prepared ideas, this Ashe into this Renata Kalista, it definitely had its moments. That Kalista got so ahead level 1, they were able to find a kill on it, and they were able to shut it down, very well. But I think if we, go back and watch how these fights, when the fight started to turn, with this Gnar pick, with this Wukong, and with Xie on this Kalista just free hitting, it's so hard to deal with. It's so hard for T1 to find an engage that can stick. Sure, they can kill one person, maybe get a Viego reset, but even with the reset, as long as you have this Kalista, kiting back, doing damage, these Talia Unraveled Earths getting thrown down, it's so hard for T1 to find purchase in these fights to truly push their lead. We saw a beautiful fight, perhaps it will be shown in replays. Where that Aphelios really found his mark. He got some kills, got his ghost resetting, and he ran them down. But that can't happen in all these fights. If they're grouped up and they have this Wukong being able to make so much space, it just isn't an option. And, if you watch at the very end, in that base, when they were holding the base, well, unsuccessfully, but the Ashe were throwing out Ws, All I'm saying is that FPX Blaze did not get slowed that much. That's because they had 3 Cloud Dragons providing that incredibly strong slow resistance. Got some banger music. Honestly, I think the music team in between games has been doing a great job. But don't go anywhere just yet. We might have an interview, as they are, FPX Blades is a Chinese team. They would be currently on LAN, so perhaps we'll have an interview for you Mandarin speakers. A couple replays here of the level 1. Now, wasn't this exciting? This level 1, this 3-man never move, this flashes forward, this Kalista stacking up that lethal tempo with those E resets is able to just absolutely farm. Flashes forward there, does not actually kill Photon. Bit of an unlucky situation, but her DPS is just unmatched. She's able to get these stacks, free hit, and then these Rens just do so much damage. And honestly, that's just a 15 right there for most of the, when I played in Korean solo queue, that would be an instant open. Very strong dive here. Trigger getting knocked up. He had the GA. He was prepared for this. Again, he flashes here, Gale Forces, creates a little bit of space here. Very nice movement from him. And he's able to do so much damage. It's only off the back of Shia going forward here onto Trigger, landing this Q, getting the 1k gold shutdown, that really allows them to get back to a more stable game state. They're able to take the recall. They're able to get that Elder Dragon uncontested. And from there, it was just a completely slippery road, right? You go from Elder to Baron to winning the game. With his Aphelios, with no summoner spells, there's only so much he can do. How are you guys doing in chat? I'm holding on. I got a lovely little lemon honey drink my mother made me. I'm thoroughly enjoying this. It's a solo cast at the moment. The next few days of group stages, it should be solo casts. Not positive what we're doing for playoffs yet, but it's a bit of an informal co-stream kind of vibe. I'm enjoying it. It's one of my first casts. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it too. But as that game continues, you see the power of this Kalista. Oh, we have a little interview. I'll mute for now.
Hello， 各位壮士们，大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人十月。首先恭喜 FPB 拿下了刚才比赛的胜利。现在我们请到的是 FPB 的辅助选手乐乐，先跟大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 FPB 的辅助乐乐。
欢迎乐乐。刚才也是非常惊心动魄的一场翻盘局，而且今天我们的3场比赛都是3比0干净利落的收下了比赛胜利。所以想问一下，如果给自己今天队伍的整体状态打分，满分10分的话，觉得今天大家能够达到多少分呢？
我队友的话就8、9分吧，我的话7分吧，因为今天进入状态比较慢嘛。
感觉可能稍微有一点点的慢热。那么其实我们今天的这3把都有涉及到这个一技团嘛，然后今天的其实感觉第3把的一技团，包括对面有寒冰，然后还有乌鸦这些点，感觉一技团好像没有特别的好打。
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet.
Hello and
Hello， 各
welcome
位召唤
back.
师们，欢迎回来。在看完了上一组的精彩对局之后
She also has to say hello, but I have to say hello as well. And we have a lovely game up next as well. We have Team Flash versus Sengoku Academy. And the thing with these games, right? We went from, these two powerhouses in, T1 Challenger and FPX Blaze. But we have these kind of two stronger teams of these minor regions. And the thing that I really like about these minor regions is how interesting their individual players, how unique they are, and how their own metas, cultivate within their region. And often, it doesn't translate too well to the big stage, but in this instance, we have, two of these teams facing each other, so it should be a very, very strong and, interesting, good game. It's a lot more even than something like a V3, as we saw, earlier on with a bit of these beatdown games. This game, two interesting teams, and they'll be, playing similar level as themselves, and they do have quite interesting pools. When I was looking at kind of, Sengoku, this, LJL Academy team, their top laner, Ricky, predominantly plays ability power picks. It almost seems like he's, has a gun to the head of his coach and just forces him to pick him Kennen in every game. He really is very insistent on these AP picks, which haven't been very common, globally. You see a lot more of these Renekton's, these Nars, and this guy just loves Gwen, Kennen, even Silas. So I think we will, see a lot of priority on this pick. And on the other side, we do have two different junglers that Team Flash have got. I'm pretty sure 3 of Team Flash's members, their jungler, their mid laner, and their ADC, were both yoinked over from Cerberus. I believe they haven't played too much together. This might be their first, public tournament that this team, in this format has seen together. Their top lane and their support have been around, but the middle side of their team is all new. So it'll be very interesting to see how they develop. And we haven't really, seen how this team performs. However, they were all together on a different roster. So it's almost like a bit of a zombie of 2 rosters. We should be getting to select relatively soon. But I think key picks to really look at here are Silas. I think both teams prioritize Silas quite a lot. And Yoshino on the Team Flash side, the top laner of Team Flash, he likes these carry picks. He demands these Camille's, these Jaces, these more aggressive Nars. We already are in, champion select. We see Draven banned out, Yumi gone. Thank goodness. I hate to see the cat being picked up. And triple ADC bans targeting Pudding. We have B1 here. Could be a Silas priority angle here. Zeri's also open. We haven't seen too much priority on that just yet. Might also be a more mellow pick, like a tank, like a Sejuani or something. But like I said before, Yoshino, he likes these carry champions. Wukong will be the lock. Most likely going to Fook in the jungle. I believe that is a appropriate pronunciation. In the responses, Could look for a pretty standard jungle response, or for these priority champions. A Varus hover. I have been told Moyashi is an absolute veteran of the scene. I believe he's been playing for many, many years. Perhaps it's a champion he's known for, or is very comfortable on. We have the Varus lock. And there we have kind of the mild, mild-tempered Sejuani. Bit of a top jungle flex in general. Quite likely going jungle, however. Sejuani, looking to be picked up here for Yoshino. Can be a pretty okay matchup top lane. Been played out many times. Look to respond here with your own AD carry to avoid further ADC bans, as the pool is already extremely pinched. Sylas, that priority, like I mentioned earlier, has come out. It was dropped to B3, which I'm surprised about. Maybe he was just looking to confirm some good ultimates for him to take. Has that Glacial Prism. Has the lockdown of that Varus R as well. Probably looking to just lock in their response in the middle top lane here. Will be an Aatrox, and I think this might be the first Aatrox of the tournament so far. This champion has been seeing a great rise in popularity with this Eclipse Black Cleaver build. And it's incredibly strong. It brings so much power, and I'm happy to see, a top lane matchup which might have a couple solo kills in it. Probably looking to pinch the AD carry pool even more, perhaps. He's already on these fringe ADCs. I mean, Zeri's obviously still left available. You still have champions like Israel. I'm looking at my notes. He looks to be a massive Jinx player. Puddin has extensively played like Jinx and Aphelios. And both these champions, you can't ban both of them anymore. You only have one final ban. So it looks like most of his comfort, which is Jinx, Aphelios, and Kai'Sa, are still all left available. So Puddin shouldn't be too unhappy. Maybe getting rid of, okay. They're looking to get rid of the Samira. Very obviously aggressive AD carry. Needs to be with a pretty strong support pairing. Perhaps that could, suggest that Sengoku are looking for a more passive support, maybe an enchanter of some sort. We'll see a lot coming through here. Could be another solo lane. Could look for perhaps a melee solo lane to then complement this Sejuani they have. But it looks to be a Zoe hover and a Zoe lock. Akainu does play a lot of these kind of AP mid-range champions. The Talia's, the Azir's, the Victor. I'm not sure if he's played too much Zoe, but it's an interesting lock. Must be a matchup he's comfortable with. We see the Aphelios picked up. Looks to be paired with a Leona. Strong 2v2. Has decent CC. They will have support counterpick, however, for Sengoku. So hopefully they'll be able to secure a lane that they want. And the Braum looks to be instantly hovered. Quite likely locked in. When I was doing a little bit of investigation, into Chili Oil, he likes these tankier picks. He likes these Amumu's, these Nautilus, Leona, and they also have a lot of Pike. You see the Draven ban out from Team Flash, obviously targeted towards that AD carry in Moyashi. This pair plays aggressive. They like just dominating their opponents. They play Draven, they play Pike, they play Draven Pike, and they just absolutely ranch their opponents. Looks like they kind of, got knocked down a peg here. Opting for the Varus instead. Still, we have kind of pretty interesting comps. All these games so far have been very melee focused, right? We have these big beefy boys in front. We have the Wukong, Leona, Sai. Look at this, just four strong melee bruisers on Team Flash, and they're facing down a Braum Sejuani, insanely strong combo. They have that CC coming through off those auto attacks. You have this Aatrox, he's very strong into his melees. Aatrox is very happy with this game if he's able to hit his items, able to, survive. Because the worst case is Aatrox gets locked down, by this Leona, by this Renekton stun, and isn't able to find the resets. But if he does, he should absolutely run over the comp of Team Flash. Early game, we have this kind of Zoe vs Sylas matchup, which I think it can be incredibly volatile. Zoe's always able to look, for this poke, always able to look to harass and get priority, but Sylas can always just E forward. He can always look, to abscond and abduct, and find these trays onto Zoe, which can leave her, you know, wide open for Wukong ganks. Both bot laners, very strong early skirmishing. Be interesting to see what kind of build this Varus opts for. If we're going to see a more crit focused build, lethality poke focused, which will, you know, complement this Zoe poke as well. I do think that he needs some consistent damage in order to, you know, pay for these objectives, hit these dragons, hit these barons, or burn through this very, very tanky, you know, comp that is out of Team Flash. One thing to think about though, have you guys seen the off AP Varus build? I believe it's like, you know, Muramana Riftmaker kind of stuff, and it relies on the W percentage health damage that Varus has in his kit, and it does so much damage. I believe it was popularized by a German streamer and challenger player called No Way For You, Sir. We're able to go on the Rift, and my favorite part of the games, the cinematics at the start. Sometimes they go on so long though, we miss 7 kills level 1. Let me know if the volume is alright, chat. I've heard that the game volume might have been a bit quiet the past few games, but you guys can just let me know. Here we go. No action happening just yet. Pretty standard, you know, 5 on each side. Bit of defensive ward top side. Looking through runes, we're seeing lethal tempo here for the Varus. Going towards that, you know, it could be a Rage Blade Shield Bow type of build. I think in this game, Shield Bow can make sense. You know, he wants to kind of peel back and be a bit defensive. But also, I think Kraken Slayer might even be needed for the DPS in order to get through, you know, the beefy boys that Team Flash have. Looks to be a leashless start for Popon. We'll be clearing up towards this Aatrox. Mid lane, the wave has already been pulled. This is some very, very cool mid lane stuff. As we see that Obscure Abduct aggressively used, all of this, you know, very minor things you guys don't look at, how the minions are retargeting, how the wave's getting pulled, all of this shapes up to, you know, what laning is all about in these volatile mid matchups. Which way is the way's moving, right? When are you able to find good recalls? All of this movement by both, you know, Akainu and Jane, this is what makes, you know, mid laners, I mean, some mid laners, you know, very smart, as we see just top laners bashing heads with each other. Just clicking each other and hitting abilities occasionally. It kind of sums it up. Mid laners are playing chess, top laners are just... should have become boxers, I guess. Both junglers just clearing towards opposite sides. Unlikely for them to meet. Yoshino finding these very good trades, utilizing his Fury very well. With Foot clearing down though, it might mean that Yoshino isn't able to punish as hard as he, you know, could punish if this Wukong was in the top side of the map. He still needs to be wary of Popon coming through for a gank. Whole wave pushing in should mean that Sengoku is going to be safe, you know, under their tower. Shouldn't feel too threatened by the Wukong. Both junglers opting to full clear. If this Wukong was topside, this would be a very, very scary wave for Ricky. But he should feel nice and secure, knowing Sejuani is waiting in the wings. Yoshino might choose to take a bit of an advantage here, going for a mini recall. Or instead he's looking for some information onto the Sejuani. Sej did skip chickens. You know, will not actually hit level 4. Keeping that warding totem on the Wukong allows him to get some vision in here. Bit of trading going on in the bot lane. Braum passive is popped. 180 carry has fleet. 180 carry has, you know, this extending trade, this lethal tempo. It adds so much. So in these longer skirmishes, you'll always find this Varus, you know, should be winning. But if you go for these shorter trades, Pudding will be able to recover a lot of the health he is losing. And Yoshino just being ruthless with these trades, making sure to push his advantage. And now that Sejuani is bot side, if Yoshino can work that out, if they can get some vision, you know, if he hits this little vision plant here, it will give away the location. They're moving in. Pudding does have cleanse. Backing on a ward though, he will get cancelled, and this could lead to Leona being very much in trouble. Papa moving down. Wukong is nowhere to be seen. Flash forward. Defensive flash out of Moyashi. Sora will go down here. Put in flashing forward to try and trade for 1-for-1. He will not find it. He does not have the damage to kill Moyashi. And that is a Giga Chad Sejuani coming through saying, I will take both of those kills. My carry can get nothing. And I will have a very, very happy first recall. Both sums forced out of the Zoe. Must have been a trade gone wrong. Wukong finding some compensation here on the chickens, but really it's nothing compared to those 2 kills and those summoners burned by Team Flash. Yoshino, always pushing his advantage here. Has got items down though. The Kindle Gem is completed for Ricky. A lot tankier than he once was. Has that cooldown for his Q. Sora hovering in the mid lane. Don't forget, guys, no flash on the Zoe. If he does eat a Zenith Blade, he is in trouble. They do see him. Jane goes forward, landing it. The flash forward by Wukong. Just a very clean play overall. I'm not sure if the camera was playing tricks on us, or if Akainu was just, you know, not respecting, seeing that Leona, maybe knowing Leona had no flash, gave him too much confidence. But he will eat that Silas E. And Silas will eat 2 stacks for his Dark Seal. Bit of a slow pushing wave bot lane. Should be able to get this out. Looks to be a slow pushing wave into potentially a dive as there's 3 Team Flash members behind the tower. No sums at all for Sengoku. No teleports either. This is going to have to be a very interesting hold. They go in. 1 shot. That's 2 down. Pudding will be the one tanking. He will not be tanking long enough to go down. And that is a very clean play. That mid to bot lane, very clean call. It would have been very, very simple for them to just take the recall after the mid play. And call that. And we can see in the bottom left, Zoe being forced to flash earlier. Pop on, opting for the wave. Not going to try and risk chasing down, put in for the kill. And that's just a beautiful example of how to play, you know, mid to bot. And solo queue, AD carries complain, you know, my support's roaming, why is my support doing this? And while Leona wasn't actually involved in the kill mid lane, I'd say she was definitely integral to the confidence to go for that kind of play. And being able to look for that mid lane, and then convert that pressure down bot lane to help the AD carry that you ditched. And to really, you know, push a massive lead, because it was 2 kills up for Sengoku. But now they are 1 kill down as those kills were found back in that dive and denied a beautiful, beautiful big wave. Yoshino is finding his advantages. Farming up a storm, going for that Blade of the Ruined King rush. Perhaps we'll see another Bork Prowler's Claw. First dragon hasn't been touched yet. It is a cloud dragon, so the soul of this game might be a little bit more interesting for you guys at home. And that Sejuani, you know, I did call him a Giga Chad for taking the kills, but really, you know, if you're looking to have the biggest impact you can, I'm sure that Virus would have absolutely loved one of those. As a little bit tankier of a Sejuani, you know, doesn't matter too much. When at the end of the day, you probably will go down eventually. I think it's a lot more important to have your carry doing more damage. Have you guys played with, like, the Maokai dispatch? That champion is insane. The champion is so tanky. Played solo queue last night. It was like a 10 kill Maokai. And that guy, like, 1v4'd for like 30 seconds. And his Sunfires did like 4k damage. The champ's disgusting. But he hasn't had, you know, he hasn't had love in a long time. He's been reduced to this support Maokai playstyle. However, we see a 2v2 in the top lane. Likely to go down. Beautiful hover by the Sejuani. The missed Glacial Prism probably spells disaster though, as Fook on the Wukong coming with the ultimate. Cyclone forcing out the flash of Aatrox. All ultis popped. No one dying. The Leona, however, is moving up. The Silas has priority. It looks like there's a bit of confused calls of the dive of the Herald, but the Herald is the tempered call that does get made. been very interesting today watching these junglers, you know, looking for these hovers, being so aware of the gank opportunities. We saw it last game with Forest hover down in bot tower. Always being so aware. That will be Herald secured for Team Flash. We'll see where Foot decides to use it. They have secured CS advantages in both top and AD carry, and very clear CS advantages at that. Nearly 30 CS. So 2.5 waves, nothing to laugh at. It's a lot of gold. And those Merc treads finished for that Silas gives him so much freedom. Zoe doing less damage, the sleep being, you know, reduced, the Sejuani ulti being able to get shrugged off. This is the matter between life and death when you have this tenacity. So, you know, for sure you can count on that Silas also having legend tenacity. It'll be so hard to lock down. And if you look at the ultimates, you can take the Aatrox R and have this insane, you know, lifesteal, you know, absolute kind of dominus effect where he's just so strong and powerful. Obviously, he can also look to take simpler things like this Varus R, which gives him an engage tool, along with this Leona lockdown. He is avoiding this ward that was placed deep. If he does sneak up in the bushes, this will be very surprising. Team Flash. Giving solo plating. He will show on this ward though if he keeps moving down at that angle. They'll clear it out. Wukong is down here. Sundra completed. Pudding doesn't choose to cleanse here at all. Cleanses incredibly late. Flashes out. Does land the R. That was an incredibly close bait if that's what it was. 2 kills. Team Flash. And Puddin has balls of steel. Akano getting chased down across borders all the way down to bot lane. Popon is so tanky with that Thunderfires. However, that will not help him. And this is just like the Silas show. I think moving in tandem, you know, this Wukong and this Silas, while they might be new to Team Flash, while they might have not played, you know, together, you know, with Yoshino or Sora all too much, they clearly have this really strong sense of teamwork and coordination, as they are completely taking over this map and truly dominating Sengoku Academy so far. And unlike our previous games, dragons just don't mean anything. You know, if dragons don't add to the scoreboard, don't add to those kills at the top, you know, who cares for them? These teams want blood. Another Merc treads completed for Fook. Going for that anti-heal next. Will come in handy against the Aatrox. Later the Ruined King. Completed on Yoshino. Those trades will only get worse for Ricky. And Everfrost creates so much pick threat. And here we have it. This is where Akano gets chased down to bot lane. And then eventually taken down. We see the Herald as well. That gold lead is only growing bigger. Didn't miss any kills during that replay. That's a surprise. Bot tower has gone down. Pretty solid 5k gold lead for Team Flash. They're able to have rotated this AD carry into the top side. Able to get even more platings completely uncontested, as Ricky cannot approach this tower. Sure, you know, they get a little bit of gold bot side. They're able to take that tower. But Yoshino is a pretty strong Renekton. Has his full item, has his wave clear. He doesn't need to be anywhere near as scared as Ricky does. Big solar flare. Big lockdown from Leona. I looked away for 1 second to take a sip of tea and a kill goes down. Pop on. Trying to find some compensation again. Forcing onto Yoshino. Beautiful movement, you know. No Glacial Prism lands. Braum Q goes wide. He flashes when he needs to. This is how you play weak side, guys. You know, don't give too much. You know, be happy to take your prugs, but do not, you know, give them the compensation that they look for. And again, they find that lone Nimba under the tower. They found 2 down bot lane earlier. They found 1 mid lane there, and they are not lacking. 4-0-4 here for Foot on the Wukong. 4-0-3 for Jane. The Silas is doing mad work. and I'm very excited for Team Flash versus the LDL, or the LCK Challenger teams. With a mid 2v2 like this, it'll really test them. I mentioned earlier, Moyashi with that shield bow. He's feeling the pressure. He's feeling the pressure of that Wukong, that Wukong dive. That Silas going forward, he feels he needs to be defensive. However, I fear that with that shield bow, he will lack the damage needed to truly tear through the Team Flash lines. The mid tower is hanging on by a hair. At this point, you almost bait yourself into thinking it's real. This Wukong can just walk around and attack it once and it disappears, right? Tower goes down. Will they get baited? Cleanse does come from Moyashi. That's all 3 outer towers fallen. And here is where people get confused. What's the next step? What do I do now? I've taken all 3 outer towers. It's hard to push more. Look at these objectives. Push into the enemy jungler. Push into the enemy jungle, sorry. Find the camps you can take. Deny them resources. Where you can, look for dives on side waves if possible. And it's going to be interesting to see if Team Flash lets up and allows Sengoku back into the game, or if they truly turn up the heat and keep this pressure going. Some pings towards mid lane. There are cooldowns up. Nice little bubble here. Cool. Going forward onto Pupon. Ricky, a little bit too far forward. He is going for a Gore Drinker setup as well, as opposed to that early spiking Eclipse. Might make him a little bit tankier, when he pops his Gore Drinker, but I feel like he'll lack any damage whatsoever needed to find those resets, or to actually be a threat as Aatrox. Potentially a big mistake. Popon is a tanky boy though. He has his full Sunfires, Tabbies. Looks to be going even more armor. Could be a Frozen Heart, could be a Randuin's. And the Renekton with Bork is no joke. He does immense damage. Yoshino with no flash will find it hard to reach lethal. But he has no problem lifestealing up. You can just see that plating gold difference, let alone all those missed waves due to the dives. But I said it earlier, it never fails to amaze me how these players are able to catch up in CS. You had Moyashi, losing so much gold to those dives and so many minions. But here he is, showing his veteran status, neck and neck, 153 to 157. Both mid laners. These leads are actually slowly closing. Like I said, all 3 outer towers are gone. What do? Sora here looking for some deep vision. But you have to play your lanes first. For the Silas, we'll be moving to top lane. Unless they're looking for a fight, they should be hesitant. They have both their side laners. They're playing 1-3-1. That's one solo lane a top lane, one solo lane a bot lane. Often the one bot lane will have teleport in order to get to these top side fights or these top side objectives, such as Baron or Herald. Sora going a little bit too far forward. No one there to back him up, really. Teleport will come through, though. Stopwatch. It could be a bait. Is it a bait? Oop, it's forced out. That's 1 kill onto Sora. He might have bitten off more than he could chew. Will Sengoku be able to continue this fight? Seems a little bit hard. They're all on cooldown. Nothing left to catch people out, really. A rogue bubble lands, but it will not be enough to find a kill. He really went for that. I respect that from Moyashi. He doesn't have any, lethality or way to make that Q do damage, and Fook also has double tenacity, so he's able to shrug off that sleep pretty quickly and W over the wall. But that was optimistic, you can't fault his optimism. And what we saw there is kind of what I mentioned earlier, right? This Leon is pushing forward, but he didn't respect that his teammates are too far away. They're not close enough to follow up, even though he did have that stopwatch to be able to buy some time, for them to hopefully come and cover. It was not enough time. They were too far away, and, they're not ready for that play. And even if that play works, all it does is add a few kills to the board, and arguably doesn't mean too much for the game. That's a big flash being forced. No Zoe flash. She's just absolutely free picking. So any kind of Leona ultimate, Sylas, Chains, now that Sylas has Everfrost, Akano needs to be incredibly careful to play the next few minutes. And this is what they should be doing, right? Choking out this jungle. Look at the blue side vision. Look how deep in the jungle it is. If Ricky goes for this wave, he's in a rough spot. He needs to click the recall button. They are moving from the forward. Maybe this is looking good for them. A bit too far away. Guess they can force, I guess, as a flash. But he'll take the Aatrox ultimate and just swag out with the move speed. Seeing a tanky Rickson build here being done. Probably going to be a Sunfire's completed. Solar Flare went down. Sora locked up. Has got the flash this time. Does get CC'd. A flash and a teleport behind will spell death. Sora only moving forwards. Might need to look to not move so far forwards as Dragon spawn in 24. However, Team Flash is strong and they're mild to contest. Akano picking up the flash that he desperately needs. Sylas ultimate's still on cooldown. Won't be able to take a Glacial Prison. And what Team Flash is doing here is they're moving towards Baron. They're forcing this kind of uncertainty due to lack of vision. I have to be very careful as Sengoku because they could look to, you know, they could look to do Baron here. You kind of want this dragon. You don't have vision on top side. It could be a bluff, but now they see the teleport going forward. You can see that through Fog of War. They know they're on this Baron. They're desperately trying to burn it. Do they have the damage? Probably. Will there be a big fight here? Almost certainly. Yoshino has got flash available. Will get locked down, however, and killed. Akano gets stunned up, flashed on by Fook. Hiding back, Moyashi still has shield bow. Will he be able to find a kill here? He does not. Absolutely decimated. And what insane confidence. What insane gameplay out of Fook on the Wukong there. So confident. Flashing forward, never stopping. What looked to be a, you know, potentially Sengoku's way back into the game. Just turns out to be digging their own grave. All 5 went down. Sure, they killed Yoshino. They lost the Baron. They got 1 dragon. They're not going to overextend here. This is interesting here, right? Taking this inhib, you get super minions spawning, sure, but you get pretty bad tempo. They slammed recall now. They have Baron recalls. I'll finish that thought afterwards. You have a look at this. Yoshino gets locked down in 1 shot, but keep your eye on Fook on the Wukong. He's looking, he's flash-ing forward, ulting. He's going to clone any second now. After the second R, never mind, he doesn't even have clone. He just does so much damage. He just does so much damage on that Wukong. Another fight here. Big choke. Moyashi gets flashed on, kiting backwards desperately. He has got Rage Blade here, has the damage. On the backside of the fight, 80 carries picking up kills at both ends. Fook goes down 1k for that Zoe. However, I fear it's too little too late. 3 went down for 1. I don't think they can find a kill on anyone else. They're so tanky. They're so tanky on Team Flash. And they will likely be the bot outer tower, and that's a lot of gold. Closing in on a 10k gold lead here for Team Flash. And Jane just doesn't care. He just doesn't care if you're under tower. He doesn't care if you think you're safe. He will just chase you down, and he will just kill you. Such aggressive play. It's always exciting to watch. And this is why Sylas can be such a strong priority pick. Is you open yourselves up to these early skirmishes. These, you know, this absolute kind of dominance playstyle where you don't need to be scared. You can go forward with the stopwatches. You know, we saw what Humanoid did on Sylas in the LEC. I mean, I hope so. That was one of the most insane 1v3s I've seen. But that champion plus stopwatch plus ability power spells absolute disaster. And I said that I was going to finish a thought earlier, but that thought has completely left my head and just been replaced by Jane Giga chatting on the Sylas. I think what I was saying is about the mid lane tempo, right? Finding those good recall timings allows you to do more on the map. Sure, you know, you might spend an extra 10 seconds on the map and get an inhibitor, but maybe that 10 seconds causes you to have to walk back for 20 seconds further, you know, and then get a worse recall, and then your timings are all wrong. That 10 seconds in the inhibitor might cost you, you know, a minute of gameplay, and you can't afford that. Having this, you know, stronger tempo and keeping ahead of this curve, it allows you to be so much more oppressive on these picks, especially when you have such a lead, like Team Flash does here. Both these teams' debut games in this tournament. Very, very strong showing so far for Team Flash. Ricky's on a flank. Will he be able to find anything? Jane with that Glacial Prism absolutely snipes Moyashi. What a clutch ultimate from Jane. My goat. Book going forward and no survivors. Jane flashing forward. Akanu might just need to take a seat in base. I feel like going forward will not get you what you want. Sora mistiming that Zenith blade. But my gosh, Jane. An absolute sniper there. What a close. What a dominating performance out of Team Flash that game. Securing that clutch Silas pick, you know, opting for that ever popular Wukong in the jungle, but piloting it so strong, piloting it so well, not making it a boring pick, not making it a pick where we're gonna fall asleep and then have a team fight at 17 minutes. Being exciting, playing these picks, having support roam early game, playing this mid to bot lane, diving on waves. This is the kind of gameplay that I love Asia for, especially these minor regions. You know, these VCS teams, these Southeast Asian teams in general, these PCS teams. This aggressive playstyle. You know, they almost servers. Like when I watch their pro play, it reminds me of like they're just honey badgers, dude. They just don't care. They will be aggressive. They don't care what you think they should do. They don't care that they're behind or that they're ahead. They will see a play and they will go for it. It feels like that's what LCO or like some of the weaker regions also lack. Is they're too concerned about emulating these bigger regions and they just do it worse. Whereas these teams don't care. They're just unbridled aggression, and they will impact and they will show you what they care. Like, they will show you what matters. They care about killing you, they will kill you. And it makes such an exciting viewer experience. Just absolute domination from Jane. Whenever we looked mid lane, he was finding winning trades, forcing the Zoe's flash, chasing Akainu all the way from mid to bot lane, and then diving him. This guy does not care for anything. He will not stop. Sora with wonderful map movement and really just dominating the map, being ever present, always finding invades, always finding skirmishes, and just being where he needs to be. Probably one of the cleaner games we've seen. A few mistakes out of Sora, getting caught out, once or twice. But overall, you can go replay that game, you can watch how they moved, you can watch the macro, watch the Aphelios to top side, eating up that plating, and you can learn a lot from just watching these games. Here's a replay. This is where Pudding held his cleanse for so long. Being cleanses nothing and flashes out, but it does not matter. Turns around, kills Moyashi, and there's no hope to recover this play. And then here you go. Akano is a refugee. He's a prisoner of this game, having a bit of a rough one. That bot tower saw a lot of death that game. And this Baron, they caught out Yoshino, but again, this Wukong engage. This is a montage. You see those hype reels before tournaments? This is one of those hype reels. Look, going forward and tossing everyone up. That Braum trying desperately to help him, but just getting caught up in the cyclone himself. They can't find these picks onto these targets with so much tenacity. That really is the name of the game today. How reliant is your team on CC? And then how much tenacity can the opposing team build? Because Moyashi's just free hitting here, right? But he isn't doing enough damage. Feels like Kraken Slayer could have been a good option for him. As we will cut away to a break shortly. I am with you, I believe, for one more game today. And if I do check what game that is, bear with me for 1 second. I believe it's the Korean streamers versus J2, J-Team 2. Honestly, I'm not very knowledgeable about the Korean streamer team. However, if anyone in the chat would love to educate me a little bit. I'm sure it'll be an interesting game. I do know they're all high elo, and I'm sure it will be an exciting experience. I'll catch you guys after the break.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Be back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
Psycho and Larko. Psycho is a bit of a sick name. I actually like the spelling. Kind of goes crazy. And they are facing a PCS team. Should be pretty fun. Support is called Cha, which means tea in Mandarin. A little bit of a tidbit of information. But it should be an interesting game, as it's a pretty established, team with J-Team 2 versus this, Korean streamer team. And we really will see kind of how big the region gap is, right? Because the team of, high elo Korean streamers can get together, and they're able to topple this team, and J-Team, could speak to a little bit of a region gap. However, I think I will be pretty confident in saying J-Team 2, as this team from PCS, I wouldn't underrate them at all. I think they're gonna bring the fire, and they could end up just absolutely dominating this game. Ikigai, Giga Chad MVP. I'm pretty sure it was Fook, not Ikigai, so they have the wrong name there. But I believe they're showing the MVP from Team Flash last game being Fook on that Wukong. And did he actually... Oh my god, that is a disgusting KP. It means T in Korean too? Oh, okay. Interesting information. Thank you. And who is Korean streamers? They are Korean streamers. There's a Douyu streamer team. So streamers predominantly, I think, all from China. And there's also a Korean streamer team. So this tournament has invites from the top seeds of all of the Asian academy teams. We have the LJL Academy. We have LCK Challengers. We have the PCS Academy. We have, which is Singapore. Well, I think it might be Greater Southeast Asia now as well. I believe they merged with LMS, if I'm not mistaken. We also have the Vietnam Academy teams, and did I miss any? The LDL, which is the Chinese Academy as well. And there's 2 invite teams. Again, the Korean streamers, and they also have the Chinese streamer team. I actually don't know too many of the streamers. I am familiar with Beifang in the Huya stream team. We have our Mr. 2000 LP Kiana Hack player himself, which would be incredibly exciting to watch. I wouldn't, write him off as a one-trick as well. He has got other champions to a very strong degree. Although, we're not talking about Beifang just yet, as he is not playing today, I believe. I actually don't know many of the Korean streamers. I believe we have some players who have backgrounds in being pro. I believe Natalie, who's the jungler of the Korean streamer team, did have a stint on Sandbox Academy a few years back. So these are all, high elo players, strong players. I also believe Larko, which is the support, many years ago, he had also some pro experience, maybe back in 2016 even. So it'll be very interesting to see how they've kept up with, the meta, or if their champion pools are suited to a tournament of this caliber. Maybe we'll see them playing more for fun. However, there is, a 2 million yen on the line. It is winner takes all. So, perhaps the streamers might feel like they're not going to be able to take it, so they might just do a bit more content gaming. But either way, I'm here. I'm ready to cast it. I'm ready to talk it. I'm ready to try to break it down. Hopefully we get some sensible picks, even if they are a bit wacky. And I think I'll enjoy, breaking it down. We'll see how it is. The stage is so gorgeous, man. It's such a shame that, only one side of the stage gets filled up when the LDL teams play. I'm almost hoping for an LDL versus LDL final, so we can get a full LAN event, both sides, all players on deck, best of 5. However, maybe we'll see one of these minor teams, sneak through, really have a good showing. I mean, Team Flash did amazingly last game. I'm very excited to see Team Flash versing these kind of LDL, LCK Challenger teams. Dude, the music's so nice, man. Just sitting here, sipping on my tea with my broken voice. Cat jamming out. Good time. I actually recently came back from a Korean boot camp. I'm also a relatively higher elo player from the Oceanic region, went to Korea for a couple months. Played with a bunch of Korean streamers. Was also over there during, Tyler 1. The reign of Tyler 1. A lot of the German streamers were over as well. It was a really good time. Playing solo queue was super, super exciting. There was a pretty big Korean streamer I played with. I believe he was an Akshan one trick. I think his name's like Indixi or something. The guy's an absolute monster. I've never seen Akshan seem so broken than when I was in Korea and I was playing with this one guy. He'd win every lane. He'd be everywhere. He'd be killing the enemy jungler at level 3 or level 4. He'd be roaming. He'd be 10 CS a minute somehow. Absolute monster. Hurry up, start the game. Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'll just fly to China and I'll make them start the game for you. I'll be back in a second. I'm sorry. Give me a minute. Sorry, I'm back. No, I didn't make it to China. I'm not gonna lie. But I'm sure they'll get the game underway when they're ready to get the game underway. They are both being played remotely, so we have to excuse any pauses. But so far, has this not been a pretty awesome cast? Hysterics with 4 amazing games. These are some pretty top tier teams, and keep in mind, this is your entertainment for competitive League of Legends. Now that all playoffs are finished, until World starts, right? This is your competitive League of Legends fix. And this is, honestly, probably the best insight into the future of professional League of Legends. As we know it. These are insight into the best academy players, in all of Asia. These are the upcoming players. These are young players. These are upcoming players. These are players who have things to prove. They're not sitting in academy to rot. They're sitting in academy to prove they deserve their spots. Prove they deserve spots on their main teams. Get overseas. From LDL to LPL. From LCK Challenger to winning LCK. This is what these players want. And I guarantee you, 4 or 5 of these players, in the next 5 years, they will be winning worlds. They will be claiming trophies. Perhaps a lot of the players won't be, but keep your eye on the gems. Every game, there'll be one player who'll perform well, and he deserves to go forward. So maybe try and take a different attitude when you watch these games. Instead of watching them and thinking, why couldn't this be Faker? Why couldn't this be Zeus? Maybe watch and be like, damn, this could be Faker. This could be Zeus. These players, they could be the next. Which ones have talent? Which ones are mechanical masterminds? Which one are drafting geniuses? Which ones are griefers, Do your own little scouting. What's going on? We are currently involved in a cast of the Asia Star Championship Invitational, the top of academy teams all over Asia, in a big tournament, 2 million yen prize pool, winner takes all. We're doing some chill solo casts for the group stage. We are going into the 8th game, I believe, which is a game of the Korean streamer team versus J Team 2, a PCS Academy team. That should be the lowdown for anyone who's just joining in. Seems to be a little bit of a delay, but keep in mind, I think we're quite ahead of schedule. So, perhaps teams aren't ready yet. I'm not sure if I'm ready yet. The last few games have been pretty hype. That last game was an absolute masterclass by Team Flash. I was coached in my first year playing Academy. I was coached by a Singaporean guy. Shout out to Omo. Really, really lovely guy. And he's involved with, I think, PCS in the past. Thank you, Hysterics. Here's the fandom link. These are players to watch out for. In this game, I'm going to be honest, this is the game that I'm probably the least prepared for when it comes to knowing players. There are multiple junglers as well, so it's kind of hard to know which exact roster is going to be playing. I have to wait and see for that. Can't give you an exact timing of when we were looking to start. Okay, the song restarted. It's a good sign. Anyone got any TV show recommendations? I don't watch too much TV anymore, but you know, I do enjoy a good bit of television. I'm very into like media and like acting and good production, so I'm always on the lookout for shows that I can really enjoy as a be pretentious here, but as a as an artwork. I enjoy the music. I enjoy the cinematography. Anyone got any submissions for their best television of all time? Oh my, Arcane? Yeah, I think Arcane was incredible. Have you guys watched all of the Arcane Bridging the Rift videos? All the behind the scenes, and I think there's 5 episodes out. Quite incredible. I'd highly recommend it. Watch Atlanta. Never heard of it. I'll put it on the notepad. Atlanta. Small indie show called Game of Thrones. Never heard of it. I have heard it's got a terrible ending, however. Honestly, hearing that alone makes me like not want to watch not want to watch it, which is bad because I'm sure the first few seasons are amazing. Ozark, it's a familiar name. The Boys, I need to get around to it. I've seen far too many A-Team memes to not watch The Boys. Futurama, Bluey. I've never heard of Bluey. Bluey and Atlanta. Honestly, a lot of those animated shows like Futurama always were so deep. Futurama, BoJack Horseman. There's just a few of them. They're actually just really good shows, like genuinely good shows. Yes, Power Rangers Dino Fury Season 2. You guys watch Power Rangers Dino Fury Season 2 on Netflix, and you watch the background characters, you might just spot me. You might just spot... Why not? Good suggestion. Dude, who makes these? Are these like royalty-free beats like made for this broadcast, or is this just like a song that they found? Like, actually, so chill, man. It's like the definition of cat jam interlude music. Well, in this downtime, maybe I'll do a little bit of research for us. What is quite funny is it's actually a lot harder to research some of these smaller teams, as a lot of them aren't registered on some of the main sites that you use to look at competitive games. You have to like really like nose to the ground and search out their games. Like if I'm looking at J Team 2 right now, I'm struggling to find games that are after 2019. So for the past like 3 years, I don't know too much about this, but it seems like J Team 2 disbanded, and they all got a roster together last month, probably for this tournament. I do apologize on my lack of knowledge of the LMS in this case. So potentially, it's not actually like a well-drilled team versing a Korean streamers. This would be like 2 teams that are relatively recently pulled together. Apologies again for the sizable delay. We are quite a bit ahead of schedule, so perhaps that could contribute. But it's okay. We cat, we jam. We drink our tea. Shout out J Team 2 support, Cha. You know what I miss, man? I miss Korean rice when I was in Korea. like the water ratio is different, and like how they fluff, like the rice is so much more moist. It's like really, it's really enjoyable rice. I'm gonna be honest. And obviously it's a side with everything, right? You go curry barbecue, you know, you get rice. Obviously bibimbap comes with rice. Everything is just rice, and it's all so good. I'm a very big fan of Korean rice. What's the likely rank of the players in their respective regions? I mean, these two teams, I guess, are a bit different, as I can't look into their background as much. But majority of the teams are all in the academy system, and it's all the top-seeded teams. It's all the top-placing teams of the academy. So, effectively, in the next few years, you'll see a lot of these players filtering into the main leagues, and hopefully finding success there. So, I can't really put a number rating on their ranks. Or if you mean like rank, you mean like ranking, like solo queue ranking? We're probably looking at top ranking, right? You know, you'd expect these players to be challenger or high grandmaster at the very least. You know, these are the best academy players. You know, in their systems. We started off with some banger games today, right? We had that FPX versus was it FPX versus T1? Or let me double check real quick. I don't want to get this wrong. Oh, we had the FPX Blazing versus T1 Challenger, and that was a absolute cracker of a game. They're always so exciting to watch, and even in that last game, right? These two, you know, minor league teams, they're exciting. You know, they go for things. They're not afraid. That's what I like. I think I like it more having these two, you know, minor region teams that have things to prove versus each other than, you know, one of the minor region teams versus one of the top teams and getting, you know, smacked down. Obviously, it's always exciting when one of those minor region teams can find an upset against those top teams. I just got word that the game is being suspended, and I've been informed to go into a halftime break. So, lads, it has been lovely talking and entertaining you guys for the past little bit, but I will cut to a break. I will go rest my voice, and I'll be back hopefully in the near future as we fix some issues or get the game underway. Thank you guys very much. Thank you for watching the Asian Star Championship Invitational, and I'll catch you guys after the halftime break. I got pranked, I fear. We are directly back into Champion Select. And we are done the first 3 bans. 3 in first pick. See, we see the Kalista ban, we see that Silas ban. These kind of heavy priority champions are being taken out. Directed first picked. You know, a lot of these priority picks, right? This Lucian Nami is out the window with the Lucian ban. Clearly shows that the Korean streamers aren't all too keen to play that Lucian Nami. Perhaps playing something, you know, more traditional. This is Caitlyn buff patch, I believe, as well. So perhaps we'll see a little bit of Caitlyn leaking through. We haven't seen any so far. Very standard, you know, Ahri Wukong. Ahri answers are always interesting. You see a big mix. You see some Vexes occasionally. You used to see Veigar. However, that champion has been, you know, touched down a peg. You've seen champions like the Azir. I did not realize the Ahri had not been locked in, and we have a Sivir instead. We saw this used to great effect earlier. This Wukong to, you know, give space to the Sivir during teamfights is such a strong Such a strong option as I break into a smile as I see the Draven answer absolutely slammed. This Draven, as a response to Sivir, is something we see very, very common. This Draven can just, you know, farm, get his stacks up again, and then just one-shot, you know? He does so much damage, his ulti is going to get that increased execute range, and he's able to cash that in for so much gold. Very common response we've seen. We see a Syndra hovered here. This is pretty interesting. Syndra into Ahri's always been a very interesting skill matchup. Syndra obviously has so much oppressive power with this constant, this constant poke and harassment. And, you know, we'll have a look at the level 1, level 2 of mid lane, and it will be interesting to see how it plays out. Yeah, we do have Psycho on Draven, although every Draven I've had on solo queue has also been a Psycho. They just haven't had it as their in-game name. They've had much more unsavory in-game names than Psycho. So a very aggressive draft so far. Out of the Korean streamers, I like it. They didn't come to play. Banning out the Yuumi. They're not going to deal with any Sivir Yuumi today. Perhaps we'll see a Lulu ban as well. Kind of banning out those enchanters that really, you know, power up that Sivir. Yeah, Natalie previously played for Sandbox, I believe. These games are being played remotely, aside from the LDL teams, so the Chinese Academy teams are going into studio. This game, however, is not between any of those teams. We see an Ornn, confidently picked, pretty strong blind, although, you know, in this case we can see it's into the Renekton. Pretty standard, just gonna kind of dono wall that Renekton pick, keep up with the tanking. We're going to see a jungler here, obviously. We're going to see a jungle and support to round out the comps. Lee Sin immediately hovered. Pretty common champion for a lot of these kind of older school junglers. Always Lee Sin is kind of the standard of, you know, how good are you? What can you play? You know, the Lee Sin's always defaulted into. I don't think we've seen a Lee Sin so far, so this is going to be very exciting. Korean Lee Sin, and I believe Larko is known for his Thresh. I actually went through some of his stream VODs last night, and despite being years old, they were all of Thresh. So I would not be surprised to see something like a Thresh Raven locked in. As it is locked, I think Thresh is a pretty mediocre champion right now. However, when piloted well, always interesting to watch. Bit of a question mark here on Thresh versus Sivir, as she does have the spell shield to counter both the Flay and the hook. And Nautilus has always been a very constant response into Thresh, right? Thresh moves forward to look for a hook, Nautilus just hooks him back, and Thresh, before he gets all, like, you know, too many souls, really is not too strong, right? Not too tanky, often runs Glacial these days instead of Aftershock. You know, he is prone to getting one shot. So I think kind of comfort looks to be king on blue side. They have a few picks that make a lot of sense. You know, the Draven as a Sivir response, but a lot of it just seems to be comfort. B1 the Renekton, being comfortable with that pick blind. Having the Ahri, a bit of a, you know, filler pick, again, blind. The Lee Sin, you know, very comfortable champion for him. Not really that good into Wukong individually, but you can still make magic happen when you lock that champion. And the Thresh just looks like a total, you know, very aggressive pick, but definitely a comfort pick. It'd be very interesting to see what he can do in this lane, as Draven Thresh is an incredibly aggressive lane, but I fear they'll struggle to find purchase against the 2v2 of Sivir Nautilus. And on the other side, we have J-Team 2, right? Pretty standard power picks. The Sivir Wukong lock, all very normal. The Syndra is a bit of a spanner in the works. Pretty aggressive, you know, pretty aggressive pick. Probably, you know, employed here to help keep the Ahri down early game. Constant harassing, you know, constant pressure. Able to play for prio, able to play for a kill even. Will bring a lot of excitement to the 2v2. And the Ornn, you know, good old standard trusty Ornn top lane. He will just build items. He'll engage fights. You know, he'll have a good time. You know, and a wise man once said about Thresh, you know, this champion is not all about his hook. This champion is about his lantern, you know, incredibly powerful tool. And the Flay to peel away the Wukong will be key if they really want to keep Psycho alive. Also, we have some information. Psycho is apparently a Draven monster. I did play with a few insane Dravens in Korea. They absolutely, you know, dominated Grandmaster to Challenger. Perhaps I ran into Psycho. We do see Larko opting for an Aftershock instead of something like the Glacial, which is I guess more modern. Area on the Syndra, constant trading, constant poke. You see Comet as well, but the area I think is better for that, more consistent harassment. She even has Inspiration Secondary with Dematerializer, which will help her get the lane prior and force good recalls. You can already see mid lane, a lot of fighting, a lot of footsies, moving in and out of neutral, landing the spells, and it looks like Adiogs is winning. Already forced out a Corrupting Potion, either side. Laners again, clearing opposite sides. Looks to be red chickens, probably followed soon by a Gromp, the level 3. Both junglers looking to make an impact early game. Pings going down bot lane. Biscuits are in inventories and fighting will be happening. Level 2 bot lane, incredibly important as well. Psycho moving in and out, see if they can bait the Thresh Hook. Flay coming through, big damage onto Tide here. Might force the heal. Okay. Very, very good trade. No summoners burnt just yet. However, this Lee Sin is pathing away, which I find very peculiar, You want to lean in and play into these Draven lanes. But instead he's opting to path towards this Renekton Ornn. But he's coming down for a mid lane gank here very early on. Might see a little charm here, followed by a Lee Sin gank. Adiogs will not be overcommitting forward. Taking the easy poke. Gonna see a charm connect here. Ward jump. Sonic Wave does not connect. He opted to close the gap with a ward. And we looked away from bot lane for a second. And instead of Tide being the one that goes down, it is tea time apparently as Psycho takes a sip for first blood. That is a Draven cash-in. That is the start of a scary, scary snowball. Lee Sin securing bot crab. Does not see the Wukong, but he is spotted out by the ward. Spell shield happens. Successfully. Psycho just cutting it out. Beautiful tempo is such a strong tool for Draven. Okay, we'll see how this kill happens. Probably going to be a flay into a hook, and then it's just too much damage for this Nautilus to deal with. Early heal goes down before the ignite, but it's just simply not enough. The axe damage is so strong. Despite being nerfed on this patch, this champion is still very powerful, still contested. And we'll probably see some Draven at Worlds, which I'm very excited for. He will need to find a good reset timer, as Sivir has pressed recall first. Shah using a little bit of a roam angle. Won't be able to find a kill. Syndra, no flash. Thresh is roaming with the Lee Sin. Ahri could charm flash, and if it connects, should be a kill. She's pulling the wave, which is a dangerous, dangerous game here when she has no teleport. If she dies here, she'd lose the entire wave, and that would really, really spell disaster for her early game. Larko has flash. We could see a pretty aggressive Thresh play here. He helps us cross mid and grab a few souls. Natalie going back to jungling. Psycho has picked up the Noon Quiver. This is a different style of Draven, not opting towards a Dirk or a BF sword, going towards some sort of, Essence Reaver Eclipse build, but instead opting for potentially a Shield Bow, Kraken Slayer, or Gale Force. Honestly, it's a bit of a toss-up between all three. Kraken's usually best DPS. There are some Psychos that love going Gale Force, or Shield Bow was standard a while ago. However, it does cut into your DPS a lot. I'd be happy to see a Kraken Slayer this game. This Syndra's still no flash, and off this wave, we should be seeing level 6 on the Ahri. We do hit it. Both solo lanes, mid lane, have 6, and top wave, should be giving 6 to this Ornn and this Renekton. And now you have 6 on this Ahri, you have those dashes. Those dashes allow you to, gap close and able to land charm. And with no flash on Syndra, really feels like the Korean streamers should be looking to push this advantage in the mid lane. However, this bot lane trading is going wonderful, right? You land in the occasional spear, not spear, the axe. Different weapon. I'm much of an Italy player. You know, landing these axes, each one doing, 130, 140 damage. It adds up over time. Blade of the Ruined King has been started by Johann the Renekton. Is building up a pretty noticeable CS lead. Italy's spending a lot of time close to lanes. Opting to pressure, look for these plays. We have Bayek on the Ari, roaming down. This could be a dive. Both summoners available for the Sivir currently. No flash on the Nautilus. Risky dive though, no stopwatches yet. Bayek ulting forward, that is Psycho with another kill. 2 kills, and just an absolutely clean getaway for that Lee Sin. Just absolutely extending this lead. Mid to bot lane. Very classic. We saw a dive like this happen last game. History repeats itself. This Draven getting further and further ahead. He has picked up the Vamp Scepter and the pickaxe. That's interesting because pickaxe does not go towards shield bow, and Vamp Scepter, you get the Vamp Scepter, crit cloak, and the Noon Quiver. So he's got an extra pickaxe in there for some reason. I wonder if he realizes that. I'm sure he does. I trust in his Draven building ability. Perhaps he's just gone Vamp Scepter for a Bloodthirster, maybe second item, and he's going towards that Gale Force or that Kraken Slayer. Looks like J Team 2 will be playing up for the Herald, not giving any chance of contention really. If you contest it, you're walking into a 5v4. This will just let Psycho extend his lead by hitting the plates. At the end of the day, the Korean streamers are not pulling punches. They're here. Throughout the Draven ultimate, Maokai has chunked a big Q-flash forward by the Renekton. They're going for a pretty explosive fight, but they're not finding any success. Maokai moving back, getting the smite for the healing, and that is just a 3 for 0. They don't have the numbers there. They don't need to contest that. Draven is able to get free plates and, free waves bot lane. But instead, they choose to almost, ego the fight a little bit and, push too hard. Really unnecessary. Psycho's happy. He'd prefer if his team didn't throw some gold back, but he is still ordering towers, ordering waves. Getting close to that 10 CS a minute mark. See, Herald gives, 2.5 plates or so. So if Psycho's sitting bot lane, just getting 2 or 3 plates, it's almost like, recompense for that gold that you're going to lose for the Herald. Wonderful E to cancel that dash. Is he able to find the kill? He chooses to take the Lantern out instead of, flashing forward, flipping a kill there. Respectable though. That Ornn is going to be forced to recall. Johansson out of position here. No flash. Used it earlier. Kaldomik does not land. No healing available. And Civitas runs it back top lane. Finds the kill. However, in the mid lane, the flashless Syndra is not able to escape that gank. Scoreboard reads 4 for 4 now. Still that gold lead. But it's a bit of a pseudo gold lead considering, Herald and platings. However, first tower is likely to go down here. This Draven is going to be so incredibly strong, and if they're not able to shut this guy down, he is going to run over them. It's already 10 minutes 30 in, and 2 towers are falling down. J Team 2 lean into that imbalance. They say, sure, our bot lane isn't going to bat a 2v2 you guys, but we can run top lane, find a kill, and 2v1 the top tower. Kind of respectable if you aren't able to find that lead. you know, in the top lane. If you aren't able to find that lead for your Ornn versus Renekton, you aren't able to trade that, you might as well lean into that imbalance and trade it on your terms. Mythics have come through for the Draven. It is Shield Bow, and he just has an extra pickaxe in his inventory. Perhaps it's for Collector. Team 2 starting up the Dragon. Korean streamers are pretty slow to start. They have no teleport on the Renekton. The Dragon is being completely burnt and will be going down. Still, 2k gold lead for the Korean streamers. Walk completed. Mythics all completed here. All the streamers. Ari looks to be going for Everfrost. Not Ari, I mean the Syndra, sorry, looks to be going for Everfrost or Crown. Most likely Crown. As Syndra kind of range, she's a bit lower range. Can't use the Everfrost as well. And on the side of, you know, blue team, they don't have as many long range abilities, so that Crown isn't able to get procced as easily. There's a bit more value. The Syndra pick, you know, she was winning early laning, but she had a bit of trouble when she got ganked and the flash was forced. It becomes too easy to kill and she has to play too safe. She isn't able to try to Chad 1v1 or trade forward as much. It feels like I've watched this game for 20 minutes. So much has happened. But plates are still up for another minute, and Psycho might be hunting for mid plates, or potentially rotating for top. 130 CS on this Draven. Nearly 13 minutes coming in. He has so much gold. That's one auto attack. Round completed for the Syndra. Both carries have got flash. Lee Sin hasn't really gone for any kind of insects yet, but as the game continues, the Syndra has to be very, very wary how she's positioning. And JII, you know, while he has got stopwatch with no aftershock, he steps up too far, he gets kicked back. Just another free kill for this Draven. This Draven is stacking right now. Hasn't got a kill in a while. He'll have a lot of stacks saved up, ready to cash in. Looks like a shop is being built in the inventory of RUA. He currently has components for his mythic, components for what I can assume would be a frozen heart later on, while also having a bramble vest. He looks to be going for the frozen heart first, but he'll be slow to finish it as he's just spent so much on all these unique components. JII perhaps looking for a pick here with the Nautilus hook. Psycho with 2 full items, the collector completed. Perhaps we're going to see a, you know, Infinity Edge coming through next. Maybe a Lord Dominix. So much damage. It's 5 mid for J-Team 2. Renekton is shoving in that bot wave. They seem to love these heralds. First herald, they also 5-man. They have the teleport for Renekton and they have the numbers up here. So if they do want to contest this, you know, this is their choice. Renekton is pushing up bot lane, but we will likely see a TP started soon. Hook connects. Ornn goes down. Draven is left, untouched in the back so far. Ulti's forward. JII has been claimed. The stun connects. Shieldbow popped, however. Tide is on the wrong side. He's in the wrong neighborhood. 2-shot by Psycho. Herald will be taken as well. Malky goes down to Natalie on the left side of the fight, and that is just a clean ace. And I don't know what went wrong there. It looked like they, you know, almost locked down that Draven initially, and then the Ornn happened, and there was no knock up on the Draven, and he was stable to hit. And they have such a strong front line with this Renekton, you know, with this Lee Sin, with Goredrinker. They can last a long time, and there just isn't enough damage on J-Team 2 to be able to kill them and then move on. You know, they have to either dive onto Psycho, and the only person who can do that in this game is really this Wukong. And if they can't do that, it just seems like the fight, you know, isn't playable for them. It's going to be top tower falling down. They use the Herald very early. If you watch the replay here, the hook doesn't connect. Psycho is able to chad this ward. A beautiful hook by Larko to start the fight. Ornhorn goes down, and he's CC'd. He isn't able to recast that Ornhorn onto the Draven, so Psycho is able to free hit, and you can see how much damage he does. 400 crit, 430 crit with the Collector Claim. You know, 400 crit doesn't sound much when you're used to, you know, 1000 crits later on. But if you think about it, at this stage of the game, that's 2 auto attacks dealing, you know, 900 health, which is easily, you know, half of a carry's HP bar. So when you think about it, 4-shotting someone at this stage of the game really is quite a big threat. We see Tabby's completed for him as well. Defensive option. It's going to make it so much harder for that Wukong to actually find a kill on him, while also going towards that Lord Dominic's Regard, which will help him hit this front line of Ryue, Maoki, and Char. These targets that Draven will have access to hit, he will now be doing, you know, solid damage to him. Looks to be a Black Cleaver being completed for Natalie. And perhaps a Gore Drinker for Johansson. So we're seeing a tankier Renekton build this game. Still opting for that Blade of the Ruined King, for that early damage spike, that dueling potential, that one-shot prowess. But he is going for more of a bruiser, you know, frontline kind of setup. Boots of Swiftness completed. For Syndra, it's a very, you know, abnormal purchase. I guess it could be, you know, for movement against these important skill shots. First hook comes to mind, you know, Sonic Wave, along with the charm of the Ahri. But also, I think when it comes to these kind of purchases, it's likely just you have nothing to buy, and you have 600 gold. So you're just forced to look for Swiftness. He chose Swiftness over Lucids, which is quite interesting. They're quite similar in cost. Perhaps it was a buy, perhaps it's a strategy that I'm not yet aware of. But we do have Adiogs rocking the white Vans. This Syndra pick, we're used to it historically being very high damage. You see the Ludens, you see Rabadon's second item, you used to see Spellbinder. I don't know if you guys remember that item, but my god, Syndras who rush Spellbinder got 100 stacks of spell casts. They they press one button on their items, and it used to be like DFG. You just go completely, you know, kapow, and you're dead. But nowadays, Season 12, we're seeing some pretty safe items being built, so she's going to be lacking a lot of damage until further down the line, which kind of invalidates the Syndra as being such a strong threat. However, she's still very powerful as this, you know, AoE CC. If she's able to ulti a Lee Sin or ulti the Renekton as they go in, and then throw out these balls that stun, Psycho decided to opt for a heal for the 2v2, as opposed to a more traditional, you know, cleanse option that you see most ADCs going. Even into, you know, little CC, having the ability to cleanse is so important. But in this game, he doesn't have it. If he, you know, ends up getting hit by a rogue Syndra stun like he did last fight, and then that's actually followed up by the Ornhorn, maybe he is in trouble. He has built for that safeguard, however. He has got the Ninja Tabbies, and he has got the completed Lord Dominic's Regard. You know, like what he did to the Sivir earlier was 400 damage crits. He'll be able to throw those out onto the tanks this time. And this game is just getting, you know, harder and harder for J-Team to play. The Syndra is looking to fix her build, fix her damage a little bit. Probably picking up the Shadow Flame. At the moment, they do have, you know, both side lanes where they do lose push. Mountain Soul, 20 minutes in the game, both teams with only one dragon apiece. It'll be a very, very long game if we go all the way to Soul. Look at that gold graph. Psycho is just casually chilling with, you know, 3,500 gold up on the next person, and it's all of their team members. All of the Korean streamers are truly, you know, showing the dominance of the Korean server. This server is the best in the world for solo queue. They will be showing that, you know, despite being streamers, they can contend with the pro players. And, you know, sure they're streamers and they're popular, but some of them are also pro players or have history of pro players. So it's not like they're just a bunch of streamers who came for a tournament. These guys are well prepared. As they look to start up the Baron, The Ornn is coming down. Will have Ornn available. Beautiful Ornn, sow them all. Psycho does get knocked up. No one is close enough to follow up, however. Bayek got more than enough of their attention on the side. Going back for mid-wave. Still has the ultimate available. Is able to dash forward and threaten Tide. Tide has both sums. It's a bit of a game of chicken. Tide flashes over the wall. Maoki's in a pretty rough spot. However, it's actually the clone. A bit of tricky gaming going on. But we are going to see 2 items completed for every member of the Korean streamers when this Ari takes the recall. I do believe she should have a Shadow Flame. And this is scary, you know. They have their full core builds. You have this Cleaver on the Renekton second. He actually hasn't gone for the Gore Drinker. He had the same components for Cleaver and Gore Drinker. I made an educated guess that he'd go for his Mythic, but this guy just hates Mythics. Johansson will just be building whatever he wants to build. And even though this Draven is all the way at the back fighting, these ricochets, they do reach the back, and they do damage when you get enough items. So there is still hope for J-Team 2. They do have this kind of strong dive with the Wukong, with the Ornn ultimate. They will have threat. I'd like to see Char try and get like a bit of a flank angle, see if he can get like an R-flash onto this Draven. But as this game kind of stands, this Draven just has way too much gold, has way too much damage, and he can just get away with way too much. Shadow Flame completed for the Syndra. She is a lot more powerful now. Johansson teleporting in to tank the Baron. This will go down very fast. Not on vision yet. Char warding over the wall. Maoki has got Flash, has got Smite. We'll look for it. The red buff resets and I hope he doesn't chase it. Let's look at the Baron Nashor, my man. Ornn goes down. The hook lands. Maybe Maoki gets locked in place. 1 for 1. Support for support. Psycho is just completely zoning the entire team. No one wants to go close to that axe-wielding maniac. Psycho, I should say. Solo zoning all 4 of them himself. Just with his 2 spinning axes. Watch a little replay here, right? They're kind of careful with the Baron. They don't want to flip it too hard. They're looking for a hook onto Maoki, which they do find. But I don't think Lako should have gone over the wall. On the right side of the fight, you just see a charm landing onto Char, and then Psycho 2 auto attacks down. And that is a very dead Nautilus. IE will be very close to completion. We're starting to see 1000 damage crits from this Draven. And this is why it's such a strong pick into the Sivir. If you are able to find an early lead, or even if you're not, if you're able to contend with her and just farm and scale up, you get to a point where, you know, each axe, oh, there we have the IE completion. Each axe is just doing, you know, 3 of Sivir auto attacks. And even though she's attacking so fast, and she is so fast, your autos are just out damaging hers by such a large extent. And you have a very similar, you know, range to Sivir, or even maybe a little bit higher. And you're able to just find this poke in lane, and if you are able to run her over, as she is immobile in the early game, you are able to find these support pairings. It just does so much work. See here, picking up that top outer tower, a lot of gold here. Over 10k gold lead here. And on the bot side, Adiog's having to be very careful. With this Baron push, they can just look to take all these outer towers, take this mid lane tower, and potentially rotate down. Psycho just wants that one attack on Sivir. I know how that feels. He just wants the damage test, and my god does he have damage. That's an 804 damage crit. Straight to Tide's skull. Johansson's in trouble here. Let's have the Dominus to pop. Will flash out early. Immediately followed up. Will fall down. Eventually, hopefully. There we are. But that's 5 of them top lane, you know? That's outer tower mid lane. That's outer tower bot lane. It's time to push pressure forward. There's no sums now on the Syndra. She has no flash. She gets in range. She is in danger. And that's for a what? A 1-2 Renekton? That kill might feel good. And, you know, you need to make a play of some sort. But you really got to look at the play and think, you know, it's not gonna impact much at all. With this next Mountain Dragon coming down in 1 minute. J-Team 2 have to think if they really want to move out of their base or move out of their waves to even try and contest it. little bit of a gold check for the boys. We have Sivir, 1500 gold in pocket, ready to be spent. Syndra's got a bit of money as well, but it's all chump change compared to Psycho's 5k gold lead in AD carry. This guy's a menace. 313 CS at 26 minutes. Someone said earlier in the chat, #1 Draven career, and I'm starting to see it. These defensive items, you know, these Berserker Greaves as opposed to this, these Tabbies, or these plated steel caps as they're now called, as opposed to these Berserker Greaves, it's such a powerful tool. It helps so much against assassins or, you know, these dive threats. As they're looking at Johansson again, he just can't catch a break. He's eating out. Walk towards the tri-bush. Don't walk that way, buddy. Keep walking to the left. Flash by JII. They're not messing around. Horn knock up. Even teleporting, you know, what? 2 screens away? Just to like Q a few times? I think there's like an agreement of if Johansson gets 5 deaths, maybe they win the game or something. Because they are desperate. Desperate to kill this Renekton. Dragon goes the way of the streamers, like I suggested. We do see the 3rd item completed by the Sivir, which is going to be the Lord Doms. I feel like it's a very big waste to knock over the Infinity Edge, as there actually isn't too much armor being built by the streamer side. You know, potentially if there was a locket on the Thresh, you know, or that AoE armor given, maybe he'd find a little bit more value with that. However, with Lucid Boots on the Lee Sin, with a lack of the locket, I think Infinity Edge is much needed, and delaying that by an entire item at this point of the game, it was a little bit of a miscalculation. Stopwatches on the side of the Korean streamers. We have Lee Sin with a stopwatch. We have a Guardian's Angel just completed for Draven, and we have stopwatches in the inventory of both mid lane and support. They get into a fight, they are prepared. They'll be able to buy some time. And these guys just love the top side of the jungle. Always moving as 5, moving as 1 unit. Because individually, they get outmatched. But perhaps if they can find a 5v2 or a 5v1, they can get a few kills back. Psycho just eating that red buff. He'll have Elixir soon. He has 6 items in his inventory. He is a very strong Draven. Guardian's Angel now completed for the Lee Sin. Be able to dive with no fear. He can dive, he can buy time, and he can allow Psycho some space to move forward. Baron spawning now. It's going to be incredibly hard for J-Team 2 to contest, but it feels like they need to contest. As Psycho just face checks 4, has got shield bow, sure, but he will get knocked up and forced into Guardian's Angel. They're all around his body. Are they able to look for him on spawn? They are. This spell's disaster for the Korean streamers. This fight, Malky's hitting, the ADC is free hitting, Tide is just finding damage. Johansson gets landed to safety. Will they get out? Over the wall they go. Larko might be forced to flash. Johansson will eventually fall down. And perhaps J-Team 2 look towards Baron. But another Lantern. Tanking one for the team. It all feels futile. They're just buying time. They both will fall. Lee Sin grabs midwave. You know, there's no danger in ending. They're far too behind to look for an end. But forcing the Draven flash, the Guardian's Angel is down as well. This is, very big. This is a potential comeback here. 10k gold lead down. They're going to be getting this Baron. Big gold influx here for J-Team 2. And this buys the time that Sivir needs to get to her next item. This buys the time so Adiogs can get to that Rabadon's death cap. And then they're going to have real damage. They're going to be versing a Draven who has a Guardian's Angel, which is pointless. Char will fall on the backside of that play. But, what's one more death for this Nautilus? Just what a greedy... I guess he just... And this is so big for J-Team 2. They have their items on their mid lane. They should really use this Baron to just buy time until next Baron and get some items on their Sivir, right? This Sivir, I was talking earlier about, how ahead Psycho is. This Sivir's, barely behind in CS. The gold gap is just through, kills and Draven passive. But this Sivir's able to farm up a Storm. Such strong wave clear. He'll vacuum the jungle like no tomorrow. She'll grab this wave, she'll find a recall for Infinity Edge, and they need to fight this soul point. They really need this gold. I don't know why Wukong seems to be taking some, as Sivir is around 300 gold off of her Infinity Edge. Okay, Maokai has been hooked and autoed twice for 1000 damage. Goes very low, that Whirling Death. Buying some space, allows Lyco to pick up some vision. Wukong needing to base immediately using that Baron Recall in order to get back to the map and even try and contest this dragon. You see Frozen Heart being built by Maokai. It's very strong against these like AD threats. However, there's already a Frozen Heart built by RUA, so the AoE attack speed slow does get a little bit less value. Char has been hooked. However, nothing will become of it. We just have Psycho stacking up for tempo as a fight is breaking out. Bags in the back is going to be falling down very quickly. This is just Sivir allowing to just free hitting on Johansson. Psycho's doing so much damage in the back line. Is he able to carry this fight? 2 shots to Nautilus. Kiting backwards does get stunned. No cleanse for him. Remember, Tide is just free hitting and doing so much damage. And these are the fights I was talking about. No cleanse on Psycho. A rogue, stun lands, he will fall down. J-Tide is able to free hit. This is just the absolute dream of Sivir. This Sivir can get back in the game, can scale, can get his items, and now she has Flash coming up, has Infinity Edge, probably going to get a stopwatch next, and what can stop them? This game was such a convincing lead for the Korean streamers. The J Team 2 found their one opening, Psycho face-shaking a bush, 6-item Draven, and somehow they turned that into a winning fight. Back on the backside, trying to hold the backline in place, it really isn't too scary at all. Not too much of a threat, stopwatch is too early, stun follows, and Tide is just able to free hit. No threat at all onto the Sivir. And despite how much damage Psycho does, it just cannot stop a stun landing, and it's just amazing to see how J Team 2 is able to find these opportunities and overcome such an insane lead. And these ornaments are coming through. You have the Orn upgrades, all giving so much more gold value, so much more invisible gold to the team. So whereas the lead might be 4k gold lead now, 5k gold lead now, when you actually look at the inventories and you consider that each ornament has about a 1000 gold value, it really is just disappearing. And at this point, when team comps matter a lot more, and you have this Renekton, this Lee Sin, who are falling off a cliff when it comes to scaling. Their only use is a kick, their only use is a stun and a health bar. And this Ahri didn't get ahead very much individually. She has some items in her inventory, but really she lacks enough damage to be a threat. She lacks enough resistances and HP to really be a tank. It's kind of this utility mage at this point. This is all on Psycho. Sold his boots, has rapid fire cannon, has the Guardian's Angel, and he needs to put on a performance of a lifetime as Tide is also full build now with the Guardian's Angel on Sivir. Flash is available. The Syndra has fixed her build. She started off building defensively, but now she has her Rabadons, her Shadow Flame, her Void Staff, and a 20-stack Magi. This game is looking up for J Team 2. This Draven is going to find it so hard. Sure, he does damage when he attacks, this Maokai or this Wukong, but you have to justify that if that auto attack lands on the Maokai or the... Not Maokai, this Ornn, sorry. It's Ornn on the Wukong. If those autos are landing, right? What's Tide doing? Is Tide's ricochets reaching the Draven? Is Tide's auto attacks absolutely shredding through the Lee Sin and the Renekton? While this Draven does have a lot of items, it doesn't matter how fed he was earlier, when every single player, every single carry in this game, are full build. Baron spawning in 30 seconds. Elixirs have been purchased for the Draven. Both teams looking for that single fight to break open each other's games. Keep your eyes on the Wukong in these fights. Is he able to find a dive onto Draven? Does he need to dive onto Draven? Where is the Ornn Horn going? How is Psycho forced to flash? All of these questions are imperative to how this game plays out. Trading mid waves. looking for any CC, looking for any poke that you can get to stick on your opponent. Psycho has got the rapid fire cannon. Don't look for an auto attack. JII goes in, does get absolutely one shot. Ornhorn goes down. Keep your eye on Psycho on the left side of the fight. Is he getting kept out? Gets ulted by Syndra, goes down to half. Tide ults, moves forward to Sivir. On the hunt, they're chasing down. Johansson will be chunked. Goes down, Psycho moving forward here. Flashes forward for auto attack onto Syndra. There's so much damage. Is it enough? What a stopwatch. As Psycho is just cleaning this fight up. Can Tide do anything? She gets charmed, and this was a crazy fight. And this timed stand aside, but it does not matter. Psycho is an absolute monster on that. Plays on the edge of the fight, plays on the fringe so well. And this should be the game for the Korean streamers. We had, you know, that was close. Honestly, I thought that it was going to go the side of J Team 2. But that fight was just very, very cleanly played out of the Korean streamers. Psycho on the very fringe of the fight, making sure that he's not committing too far to where he's in danger. He could, you know, tank a Syndra stun, tank a Syndra ultimate, without much recompense. And then when he is needed, he's there to attack. He's there to do so much damage. As JII was one shot at the start of the fight, and the game will end with JII also being one shot. Malky is looking for anything he can, but it will not be enough. The Nexus will fall, and a 13-2 Draven will finish. Johansson, he just decides to ult F4. He's used to solo queue, man. He doesn't need to be in that game any longer than he needs to. He can animation cancel the end of that Nexus explosion into the queue time. He knows his stuff. He's a solo queue grinder for sure. And what a game. Early game we had this, you know, this 2v2 of Sivir Nautilus, which we don't see too often. The Nautilus was a bit of a pick that he obviously mixed into it because of the fish lock, right? You see the Thresh, you're like, okay, Nautilus is good here. But you really lack that identity that you need with Sivir. You lack that Enchanter to peel for the Sivir and to really make sure that when Sivir has her items and she's online, she can do everything she needs to. I think ultimately that's what they lacked. The engage wasn't necessary. You know, they have this Wukong who can look for an engage, this Ornn who can pull the trigger. I feel like having that Nautilus, it didn't do much for them. The one fight that went well, you know, they caught the Draven out. They had the second fight that also went well, where once again, this Draven got stunned, the Sivir was able to free hit. That last fight was not like that. That last fight was just Sivir being kind of zoned away a little bit, too focused on how she can hit the right targets instead of just hitting any targets that she could. She got forced out of the fight. Psycho is just flashing forward, attacking that Syndra, doing so much damage, and he really did convert those 6 items into a win. Too often you see players not play through themselves enough. They have the items, they have the damage, they lack the confidence. That was not the case with the Psycho. That guy had way too much confidence. Base cheeking bushes with no vision, no care, you know. He's a 6-item Draven. He just does not matter. He will just Chad anywhere he wants on the Rift, and thankfully, it did not throw the game, and it led to the win. What a wonderful 4 games I've had with you guys. We're going back into the replay here. Very nice trading here, finding autos. And this was the dive when they moved from mid lane down to bot. Clean 2-man dive. Beautiful, beautiful hook here to start the dive out. He flashes out, breaks the aggro, has the lantern there, ready for someone to just zoom out of tower range. Super clean, and that's how you should play this Thresh. This fight right here, keep in mind, look at Psycho here. Again, moving back, forward moving back. Good ultimate, JII will fall down. And Psycho's shield bow gets popped. And here, Pi just gets 2-shot. And this is the start of Psycho's absolute reign of dominance. Plus 665 for that kill. That Draven was farming for so long. Got these kills, plus 73. Draven passive just leads to so much gold generation. This last fight, right? JII finds purchase, not on what he wanted. He did not want the Renekton there. He meant to land it on the Thresh. Psycho on the left side of this fight. He zones himself from the fight, but so perfectly that he's able to still find autos when he needs to, without being in threat. That Syndra stun misses, and maybe if that landed, this game would have all been different. That charm onto Wukong. Confirming the kill, flash forward onto Adiogs. So well played. Split the fight up too much. Tide is not able to find the kill. And the return of Whirling Death, actually, at the very end, just does so much damage to the Sivir. Solely the Draven has to be one of my favorite Draven skins. Gives me the old school Tyler 1 vibes. But what a game. It's been a pleasure, absolute pleasure casting you guys. I do have to run soon, I have to rest my voice. But it's been a pleasure here on the LPL channel, casting the Asia Star Championship Invitational. We have wonderful games, we have wonderful players, we have the future of potentially oceanic, oceanic, I'm so used to casting OS. We have the future of world talent actually, and Asian talent, coming up in the next few years on our screens. I do bid you guys a lovely evening. I bid you farewell, and I hope I will see you again tomorrow. Thank you very much. I've been Winer, and it's been a pleasure to cast.
Cut my teeth.
Hello. If I am not mistaken, we are now live. If I am mistaken, then I'm talking to myself, which, you know, is a perfectly normal thing to do. But I'm gonna assume that we're good to go. So welcome everyone. We are here for the late night part of the day here at the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. I am a chronicler, and I'm very excited. As apparently my audio is not coming through very well. So for now, I will just be in your right here, and hopefully, eventually, I can make it to both. That'd be ideal, but I'm sure together we can figure it out as we are here in the, I want to say 9th game of the day between Sengoku Academy and J-Team. If you are an LJL enthusiast, you might have seen Sengoku, the main team, as they made their way all the way to the finals, where they got promptly demolished by Detonation Focus Me. J-Team, of course, team that if you're a long-term fan of the region, you might be familiar with. But we are looking to get in the draft here. The bands that have come in already, in terms of the Yumi, despite the nerfs, still not too surprising. Varus actually having such a high priority is somewhat interesting when looking at the current state of the champion, but as is going to be the case often with invitationals like this, there will be a lot of comfort being banned away. Something that we're always going to see, especially when we're not on the cutthroat edge of a league. As give me a short second as I am dealing with a little bit of there we go. Okay, we got everything figured out. We'll be all right, chat. Don't you worry. You and me, we're gonna have a nice night. We're here for the next 4 hours. That is if the games are close, which hopefully there will be. Personally, I am looking forward to some quality entertainment. Sejuani making it past the first rotation here. Not too shocking. I think Sejuani has really risen in priority, originally coming up this year as a topside pick. Ignite, teleport, very, very strong in terms of laning pressure and in terms of setups that were available. And now seeing that she's basically just made her way over, which I think is quite interesting to the jungle. Personally, I would absolutely love if they actually still swapped her, because I think she's still a great top laner, and I don't really see why we would not use the flexibility, as if I'm not mistaken, we are now in fact made it to the other ear as well. So hopefully you can now hear me with both ears, which is much less exhausting for all of you. It is getting slowly later and later here in Seoul, so as the night progresses, we will get progressively more laid back, but you know, we're from the LCK. We're used to laid back attitudes, and I'm sure I can convince all of you. All I'm asking of you, chat, is just be nice. You know, just be friendly. I know this is not a real co-stream, but personally, I always like it when chat's friendly. And it makes everyone's experience better. So if we all try collectively, then I'm sure we can make it happen. So overall, looking at the draft here, Sengoku having an incredible amount of early game dominance. Draven does mitigate that somewhat. But when you look at the Renekton, even with no pick being taken yet, imagine an Aatrox ban would not be too surprising, as more jungle picks get taken away. As of course, the Trundle is a no-brainer when Sejuani is already locked in. The mid-game skirmishing of Sengoku is extremely strong, even with Lucianami getting a little bit more figured out and then moving away from PTA. We see the first strike come through more and more. I personally love Lulu. Don't think Lulu Draven is necessarily great, so I wouldn't be surprised if they end up going for the Leona regardless, but playing an engaged opponent into Nami can be quite tough, and Lulu actually is very, very strong into the Lucian. Renata, also kind of a no-brainer, but they're going to go for Leona instead to augment the hard engage that they already have available. Friendly Twitch chat. We can. It's possible. You know, I personally think that if we just believe enough, you know, for one night, for one evening, we can make it work. Overall, into the Silas, there are a couple of answers that we have seen come up. Personally, I don't mind the Victor too much. I think ever since the 12-14 changes and the nerfs to sustain, Silas still remains the same late game threat, and the 2v2 is going to be, I think no matter what, going to be favored. Yeah, Poppy's good, obviously. Really good for setting up bot side dives, which that is, to me, the name of the game here. For Sengoku, just keep camping bot. Because I think overall, when it looks to the top side, like Aatrox, Silas, and Sejuani is a menace. Poppy, of course, with stat from presence, going to have a lot of pressure, but the main value of that will be to enable the mid and AD carry later in the game. Because I don't think that, unless you 100-0 someone, which pre-6 you probably can, but post-6, neither Silas nor Aatrox are going to go down in a single rotation. So it'll be a toughie. It'll be a toughie here. Really like the J-Team draft. I think they have a lot of skirmishing power on the top side of the map. The one downside is if they fall behind, it's doomed. It is super doomed. You will not have a good time because you are playing multiple melee champions. It's Poppy, and you're playing Draven. And Draven from ahead, as we saw in the previous game, exceptional. Draven from behind is a sad affair. And every Draven player knows this is also why they have the reputation that they do. Because the champion doesn't really work when you don't have the necessary damage. And personally going to be looking at the mid lane skirmishes mostly. To what extent can J-Team use their very strong top side? Not in terms of prio. Do think that the opportunity is here for Sengoku Academy to consistently find place around the map. Should have prio in most lanes, especially past the early levels with Lucian Nami still. Which enables the Poppy to try and make plays all across. And we'll see what is going to end up happening here. Just don't fall behind. That is all you need to do. Really the only thing that is required, which, is easier said than done. So overall, let's get into the first game. Hope you guys are all as excited as I am. And I personally love tournaments like this. I've been a very, very big Challenger fan as we get the T2s pan out here. Taking a look at Summoner's Rift, sunny as always. Personally, I would love it if we had more weather diversity in Summoner Rift. I do feel it is quite boring. It's always sunny. It's no snow, it's no rain. And I think we could use a little bit of climate diversity, personally. Would really appreciate that. See if we can make it happen. And overall, early game here. Not particularly worried about the level 1. Neither team seems to want to commit to that. Instead, it's just going to be a fan out. Both junglers starting on bot side, or on top side of the map rather. So possibility to play towards bot, as I think should definitely be the case. Very good call. Early engage here coming through. And do see Chilliel getting a little bit chunked, but not going to be the end of the world. And overall, the first few levels, unfortunately, I think will be devoid of action. It will not be until we get to the later stage of the game that, the level 6 first objective fights, that both these comps are actually very explosive. So we should have a lot of fun when it comes to that. Game audio, it should be there, but we'll crank it up a little bit. Let me know if this is better. Oh, there we go. That was not on. I don't know if that was on my end, but we should hear something now. We should have in-game sound. Yeah, should be fixed now. And overall, already seeing both junglers move to our bot side. Both junglers going for a full clear as well. Not as bad I couldn't hear. Yeah, let me know if I need to crank it up more. Then I'd be more than happy to. Ooh, very interesting. Going for a very early player is kind of trying to get the crash in. Is going to get taken here. Would have, at the very least, has the flash, but might want to hold it. Yeah, if you're that far up when it comes to Silas and Sejuani. Unfortunately, not making it out. Really nicely done. And this is the power that we talked about earlier. Able to stack that permafrost immediately. Once those chain hits, you are definitely dead. But this does create a window on bot side here. And I know what I'll take if I can choose between a bot kill. But no, it's going to be the Flash Force. Teleport coming in as well. Making his way over. They do get the kill on Char. Now looking for a re-engage. Very nice flash. Forces the flash from Ish as well, but not going to be enough. In the end, going to be a 1-for-0 trade here for the bot lane of Sengoku. Nicely done. I'll crank it up a little bit. I think I don't really know. I don't think I can crank it more than I have done. Chat, so bear with me here. And overall, re-engage not quite working out. Losing your flash on Draven. Not it. Ideally, want to avoid that. As the early game very, very messy. Unsurprisingly, we see both junglers trying to make an early impact. Or the mid gang very, very successful. But bot play, I think that J-Team 2 might have felt a little bit... it's the best way to put this. A little bit tied down by the fact that they invested the teleport. So if you go for the teleport and you don't get anything out of that play, you build up a pretty substantial deficit, as we see now. Sizable lead here in the mid lane, both in terms of CS and in terms of health bar, because now gonna have to back, and you will not be able to teleport back either, because teleport was invested towards bot side of the map. So this basically leaves Victor at 3-6. Was of course taken down early, which helps a lot. That kill was the one reason why the gold lead has not swung too far in the favor of J-Team 2, but it does substantially diminish the impact of the early gank. And overall, I was personally expecting a little bit more action once we got to initial fights, because looking at these setups here, for J-Team in particular, they both have incredibly strong engage, as well as the amount of lockdown that they have available makes it extremely tough, as aggressive early trading here coming through. Child making his way over, does not find the Zen of Blade, and that's going to be the end of that. Wave going to be shoving into J-Team here, and they should be completely fine. Early pickup on the Vamp Scepter here, as this time around do hit. Moyashi is going to be an all-in coming through, but going to be the 1-for-1 trade. Take him down indeed, but I'm not sure. If I saw correctly, it is indeed the Lucian that got the kill first, in which case it's quite bad, but we'll see it in the replay, just to make sure. Obviously, when it comes to Draven all-ins, if you are the one who dies first, you are very, very sad. Stacks somewhat negligible this early on, but it can still provide a substantial gold swing. And overall, do see that the early game, full of action. Both teams very happy to scrap. And we'll now get another look, as the initial combo on Mayashi quite strong, but due to the very, very nice bubble there, yeah, Tide goes down first. So very rough trade in that regard. If he gets the kill first there, they will probably get a sizable gold lead out of that. He cashed first. He did cash first. No, didn't he? I thought we saw Lucian get the kill first, but maybe I am wrong. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, I thought so as well initially, but timers were a little bit... no cash in is big for Sengoku bot lane. Oh, another setup here. Not sure if the flash is available. It was indeed available. It is not anymore though, and with that, subsequent setup around objectives becomes way harder for Sengoku. Victor is this early on, not that impressive. Also hasn't backed for a really long time, so at least he'll have a big spike when he does come through. But without the ability to reposition yourself at a moment's notice, it is a tough act into the hard engage that's available from J-Team 2. Nice attempt here at setting up a dive, but plenty of people are spotted, and as a result, they should just back off it. Get the crash, might get a plate as well, so still a successful endeavor. And this patch is 12-16, if I'm not mistaken. So the bot is wrong. Bot's not actually, bot's lying to you. And first rake in Infernal in terms of individual stats is incredibly strong. Would expect that to be to warrant a high level of prioritization here. And outside of that, how is everyone doing? How are we all feeling? How has your day been? What are you up to? We are in fact a guest here on the LPL. I personally, due to the LCK's working schedule, I'm of course not really able to generally partake, so making my way over here is quite fun. If you just tuned in, as do get the setup here. I don't really think there's a window. Not gonna have the damage available. No 6 quite yet. I think they just hit it now. And if you're wondering why I can't quite see a lot of the stuff going on, unfortunately, quality is a bit rough. So seeing the actual levels for me can be a little bit difficult. And overall, I'm wondering what setup we're going to see is going towards the top side play here. Nice dodge from Ricky. Probably not going to be enough to save him. As again, we see the impact of this Sejuani, reason why this pick has risen in priority so much. We'll get the kill on Chado. Very nicely done there by Mayashi. Dashes forward. Picks himself up the kill. And especially with no mana, I think Tide is pretty dead here. Good flash. And without the help of his bot lane, not enough damage available here, will be the pickup of a number of plates. Still a very successful play. And the cross map is quite good, especially if they can pick up the Drake here as well. You have a Herald and a topside kill with some plates going towards the Aatrox. Now with a sizable lead. Ricky really having it rough there. But the cost that J-Team 2 pays is a Lucian getting substantially further ahead. For Draven, that can spell some issues. And especially with what we have seen recently, Lucian opting towards first strike more. It is most definitely a trade that I think as Son Goku you're not necessarily happy, but you'll take it. If Ricky dies again here though, if they go for another 3-man dive, then that might really change the equation. Individual Infernal Drake, absurdly strong. Really helps with accelerating some of these spikes. Victor and Lucian most notably. And yeah, I'm Chronicler, but I don't know if I even introduced myself. I'm Chronicler. Normally I'm an LCK caster. We've had Hysterics, of course, for the first solo cast of the day. Why not? Doing a stellar job on his first cast. And now I'm here. As that's the third one. No flash available. And if you're Victor, you're not having the best of time. And this is something that I think a lot of teams struggle with, especially at the lower level, which is the tracking of junglers. And it's understandable to get killed there because the amount that you need to overstep to be in threat range there is very little. But as long as you don't keep track of Machias, you don't know where he is, it's so easy to kill. Zenith Blade does hit. Finds the CC combo. Mayashi getting taken very low. Ignite, I think gonna be enough. We'll take him down. Kill doesn't go over the Tide though, so no cash in. And now, on the back of this, really nice flash there. Find by the Poppy. We'll get the kill. Chilio actually scooping that one up. And Cha gonna get taken low. Not actually going to get taken down. And it's a nice kill, finding that as a Sengoku, but overall across the map, I think they're bleeding a little bit too much gold, and this is with a comp that has decent elements of scaling. Both of these teams actually in a kind of an awkward position. I don't say either team has a clear advantage, but if J-Team snowballs, then it becomes very easy for them to play out skirmishes because they can just press any of them any buttons. They can use the Solar Flare, can go in for Sejuani, can find a flank with either the Aatrox or the Silas and completely dunk on whoever they fight. We've already seen Victor get into a lot of trouble. And due to the snowballing natures of a lot of these champs, getting 2 kills on Silas early on makes the subsequent game very hard to play out. So overall, quite a toughie as, again, Ricky just not going to have the best of time here, unfortunately for him. As another dive comes through, he is really the sacrificial crocodile. Gonna get taken down. Not a lot to be done in that 1v2, unfortunately, and the cross-map pings already coming through. But Titan Champ know this is coming, and they should be completely fine. We do see the roam coming over, 4 versus 2. Dive might still be a possibility. A lot of damage going down is into the Leona. Not the best of tidal waves, but yeah, they have to abandon ship regardless. Not going to be able, but first turbot probably going to go over to J-Team 2 here, and as long as Tide and Shot get out, they're going to be very happy. Not too bothered by what is happening on the top side, or on the bot side of the map rather. Still a very favorable trade. Gold lead going to get even bigger. Oh no, they came back. Oh, that's not what you want. That is definitely suboptimal as Kill going to get donated over. Mayashi says, thank you very much. You really didn't have to, but I do quite appreciate it. As get up the kill. This is of course another charge on this inner as well, and if they can get this gold swing, even with that kill being donated over, so sizable. Yeah, Ricky does find a very nice stun. We'll pick up Maoki, and oh no, I don't know. I think you might have to abandon this one. Trying to look for the Darkened Blade. A power Q is enough, but oh, that is a tough trade. Giving 2 kills over to a Renekton at this stage of the game for no real reason. You were winning the cross map, could have just backed off already. Instead, Sengoku getting a little bit of gold bloody game here. 14 kills in 14 minutes. And that's what you'd expect, honestly, in a tournament like this. Very nicely done here by Ricky. Really helps him get back into this game. And yeah, they had it pretty much covered. Even with no Dominus available, you do see the value of reenacting in situations like this. A lot of mobility, point and click CC. Really good use of the slice and dice there from Ricky, using the second activation to get back into the wave, get out of range and stall for as long as he did. Still not going to completely flip the matchup or anything. We still have a very big lead for the Aatrox, but at the very least, we'll be able to be a little more relevant as we get into the later stages of this game. And overall, as we go towards the second Drake here, giving that one over as J-Team does make your mid to late a little more awkward. We'll be first to the objective though, and with no vision really being available, and the response from Sengoku being relatively slow, I don't think they're going to get the Drake. Might be able to win the fight afterwards though. Deep teleport flank coming in. Silas going forward. And Drake being given up. They go all in. Finds the Victor here. He's going to get taken down. And now J-Team 2 smell blood. Keep going forward. And then this type of skirmishes, this comp is insanely strong. Mackie burning will go down in the end. And Ricky now going in. It is a bloodbath here. Gonna get taken down though. Really nice stopwatch found there. And there's Silas really coming into his own. These extended skirmishes where you can find multiple stacks of the permafrost. You can isolate targets one by one. That's what the comp of J-Team does exceptionally well. I don't know about this one though. As Chad does go down. Chili oil getting taken very low. And I'm pretty sure that you'd want that kill if you're tied. Not sure if he picked one up. Based on the amount of stacks that he has, he got one previously, so he won't be too bothered, all things considered. And yeah, as far as I'm aware, this is the first time the tournament has ever been held. And it is a tournament encompassing the Omenia region. We have LDL in here. We have a couple of streamer teams. We have the LDL challenges, of course, as well. And just a really big variety, I think, which is really cool. Getting a lot of different type of teams. VCS, of course, also included. And really gives you a cool insight. I think we can all agree that the amount of international competition we have in League is unfortunately not as much as ideally we'd like to see. And overall, very happy. Is it messy? Sure, but shouldn't bother us too much, as now J-Team 2 really a decisive lead. Interestingly enough, they didn't actually pick up the dragon, but looking at the spikes that they've just hit, they should be completely fine as all tied. Oh no. I'm gonna take it down there. Both summoners being popped. And it's really both teams are wanting to make this fair. They want to keep this a competitive series, and we're seeing some of the inconsistencies, and in the higher leagues might have been gotten rid of. Not going to be the case here. Very nice stat for his presence, but look at that Aatrox coming in, absolutely huge. First kill coming through. Resets now in the pocket, and even with it being a 4 versus 5, Cha gonna try and get Ricky. Ricky actually survives, and I thought it was going to be a J-Team win. I thought that they actually had the damage, even though they shouldn't have, because again, 4 versus 5. And look at the kill on Ricky, and that's probably going to make the Drake inaccessible for them. Pop on red or low. Not going to be the case here. Not going to find the Drake, and Drake, after a considerable amount of time, still up. As we are figuring out some technical difficulties. It's winner takes all. As far as I'm aware, that's the case, yeah. It is first place gets something and no one else does. So there is not a lot of recompense for you if you don't just win the entire tournament. And With what we've seen thus far, unsurprisingly, LDL and Challengers look to be the strongest. FPX in particular looking very, very crisp here on the first day. Decent showing from the T1 roster as well, even though, of course, in Challengers they had a bit of a toughie, getting upset in the semis. And the other teams really struggling to keep up, as is often the case when we look at the leagues above as well. And we do have the best soul, if you ask our beloved Atlas. If you're not familiar, within the LCK, we are big appreciators of the good old Cloud Soul. Was going in here. Ricky, this is the, I want to say, 5th time that he's been stuck in a 1v2. And it doesn't work out, unfortunately. Really getting heavily targeted here. And getting this Aatrox as fat as he is has also created some awkward itemization conundrums for Sangoku here, as we can see. Do have the Marauders picked up here, which in terms of value against Silas, Aatrox not too bad, but is going to significantly delay the amount of burst damage it can do, especially with the Ludens, or the Lucidity boots rather, also being picked up. Also, Miyashi going for the Collector here. Is not the best pickup into the amount of tankiness that the enemy team has. Very, very tough. As Cha gonna be forced to flash. Very nice. Rowdy Field coming down. And now the re-engage comes in. Aatrox not yet in this fight. Poppy trying to split them up, but not going to be enough. Overall, we now see the J team being able, with the teleports invested, to make their way over towards the Baron. This is very early. I don't know if you really want to go for this. So you can set up a trap here. Health bars are quite low, as trying to burst down the Silas here, but stopwatch still available as well. Even if the follow-up damage is there, which it wasn't, actually taking him down, running into that choke point, could have proven to be a big disaster, but at the very least it'll dissuade J-Team from going in and taking them down. As going into the setup of Drakes that we might have coming up here, the advantage right now should be for J-Team pretty clearly, with the amount of gold that they've been able to pick up. Looking at the item spikes, see Warmogs now coming through. Have been seeing a lot more Warmogs being rushed by many a team. Sejuani in particular has always loved Warmog second back in the day. Going for the Cinder Hulk with the Warmogs was very, very powerful, but now a lot of Sejuanis are happy to rush it, even with just the Abami's Cinder, as funneling into a choke point. Going into melee range when the team is this fat and you don't have a good poppy angle, not going to work out. And it is an absolute wipe here. Mayashi gonna get flashed on tight, finding himself the kill as well. And that is a clean ace coming through for J-Team. And that might be the end to the back and forth that we've had. The Son Goku at the very least can match, as the Baron's gonna get taken down. And with Baron buff, also takes away one of the weaker points of this J-Team comp. We've talked a lot about the strengths of having a full melee comp, especially when you can snowball. But the siege is pretty bad. Not really able to reliably siege down turrets unless you want to fully commit to a dive. Now, they can fully commit, clearly, because they are monstrously fat. But it also, with the Baron buff, will give them the shove that they need to actually start breaking up the base. Once the inhibitors start dropping and you can fully deny vision, actually playing the game for Sangoku becomes very hard. And as we see here, going in very hard into a choke point when the vision backup isn't there, unfortunately not working out for Sangoku. It's understandable because they're in a really rough position. They're kind of forced to face Jack here. They have no control of Baron, so they can try, make a play on Baron, and maybe succeed, or they can just give up the Baron, and then the end result will presumably be the same. As, yeah, really see J-Team continue to exert their pressure here. That's going to be an 8th death here for Ricky. Very rough game here on the Renekton. Not quite able to really get it done, and looks like J-Team might be able to pick themselves up their first win here. As I don't know if we need to necessarily go that deep, but with stoppage still available, punish really isn't there. Can't do a lot about this, and do see J-Team opting into a very aggressive shove. Going to leave the Drake for after the base has been broken, wanting to make the most use out of this Baron buff, and looking at the spikes that come through. We're getting close to a death cap here for the Silas. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal as well. Can turn that into a Magus if you want. On the other end, Victor, Morellos, and getting closer to what probably will be a Demonic Embrace, just not really the item breakpoints that you need to win any fight against a team that has Snowball as well as J-Team has. And gonna get the dive in here now. Ricky with a last stand. Do actually get Char quite low. He will get taken down, but you can just take the inhibitor and peace out here if you want. Not going to take the risk though. Baron buff still 1 minute left. With the health bars low on Aatrox, no mana on Sejuani, they decided to peace out regardless. Which, after losing your Leona, definitely a good call. We'll be able to pick up the Drake here. No real option available here. As I say that though, backs are going to come through, teleports available. So if they want to invest that, they guarantee themselves a second Drake. But it's also pretty likely that at this point in the game, Drake stacking will be, or should be rather, quite irrelevant. Getting to a point where the itemization and gold lead for J-Team 2 is so big that no matter what the Drake setup is, they should be able to just run into the enemy base and completely boom them. And gonna get for the Drake regardless. And normally, again, I assume most of you are LPL fans. Normally in the LCK, we would have started talking about what movies we've watched about 5 to 10 minutes ago. Yeah, maybe not 10. Let's say 7. What movies you've been up to, video games you've been playing, weather conversations, always riveting content, personally. Big fan of those. In this case though, it's a co-stream, so I can also just ask questions to chat. You know, we can have a little bit more interaction on a traditional cast. As you might have noticed, I am by myself. I'm not here joined by anyone. I would love if Hysterics was here, you know, or why not even just chat gameplay, but it is you're stuck with just me, and that's, well, unfortunate or fortunate depending on how you look at it. But suffice it to say that this game, by all means, should be over. Now, possible angles for Sengoku. Most likely revolve around getting really high value of a stat-first presence, or getting a 100-0 on ideally the Silas, but I don't think you're getting that, so maybe Tide, but with Summoners up, Flash now almost off cooldown as well. Actually getting that done requires some substantial mistakes from J-Team, someone stepping way too far forward as the engage comes through. They're actually going to cleanse immediately, and see the item diff here. Health bars completely decimated. And that's going to be it as they push forward. J-Team going to find themselves the first win of the tournament here. Sengoku, unfortunately, not going to be able to withstand the pressure. Minion is going to get taken down though. New wave is coming up, but respawn timers are quite low. We are still relatively early into the game, so not sure if they can actually go for the finish now. Looks like they do want to commit. Don't quite find it as, oh, that's what I was talking about. That's a huge shutdown, but it goes to Nami. Oh, chili oil. Spicy for sure, but that's not what you want. If that goes to Victor and it leads to Fall of Item being picked up, then you might feel a little bit better about it. Not going to be the case here, unfortunately. And where's the energy? It's quite late in Korea. And I have very thin walls, so we are keeping it laid back. We are keeping the energy smooth as opposed to hyped. And if that's not, you know, if that's not what you're looking for, I completely understand. But I prefer personally not to get kicked out of my apartment, as I quite like it. And I prefer not being kicked out of my apartment. Which I personally say would make sense. Is Baron going to get set up now here? Or rather, Baron going to spawn now here. Setup not even necessary for J-Team. They can just run in and take this. Because even though they didn't actually end the game, they should still be able to, without a shadow of a doubt, pick up this Baron. As, Sengoku, the Hail Mary. I like it. Try to get into the pit. Not going to be the case. Early smite, but doesn't matter. No one near. And now going into the choke point, Poppin doesn't actually find someone. If you find 2 people there of J-Team, then maybe you can isolate the rest. Not going to be the case here. Poppy going down as well. And that should be the closeout. Mayashi and Chili are running aggressively. Actually, nice attempt here. They try to clear out the wave, but with the Baron buff still available, not going to be the case here. And LCK cast. Yeah, I mean, when it's official LCK casts, I am definitely more excited than this. I guarantee you. But going to shove through now here. Base is open. No one available here for Sengoku to stand tall as she walks up to Draven, regrets it immediately, and a very decisive win here. Early game looks a little bit back and forth. Cross maps from Sengoku at the beginning, not too bad. But the actual mid game, the macro, the teamfight setup from J-Team, miles ahead. And despite some errors left and right, J-Team clearly being the better end here. Very nicely done overall. And personally, I think that in games like this, I am always a huge fan of seeing teams try and stray away from the beaten path. Didn't quite get that in this game. Do see the Draven priority that's been very high this entire tournament come into fruition again. Lucian Army feels like it might be bait as we get further and further into the tournament. Is a lane matchup and just a bot lane in general that does have a very high barrier of execution when it comes to actually getting a lot of value out of it. But the draft team from J-Team, I quite liked. Sejuani with 2 melee top lane is always going to make you happy. Silas in general being an incredibly strong pick, and maybe want to swap it up next time around for Sengoku. Maybe pick themselves up an Azir early, give over that Lucian, make sure you can ban the Silas. Could be a possible opportunity. And yeah, overall, very tough on a day-to-day basis. Fortunately, there's plenty of games to be played. So neither of these 2 teams set in stone anything yet. This is just the first day. There's 4 days of this. So today was me, Hysterics. Why not? I'm here to close out the day, but over the next couple of days we'll have more people in as well. So there'll be a lot of variety. Whatever you prefer, you will get. As very nice even damage spread here from J-Team. Like that. Good teamwork, guys. Making sure everyone feels included, and that was really how the game played out as well. Very snowbally. Mid-game skirmishes, just very well executed, able to continuously snowball against Sengoku, who, after some okay early plays, particular Pop-On being able to find considerable amounts of pressure on the bot side of the map, not really getting anything done in mid-game, unfortunately, and very sad affair here, as I am not entirely sure. I think we're going to do the highlights as well, and then eventually we will go to a break, and then we'll be back in the pick and ban. Thank you so much here. All of you are great, you know, being able to support the up-and-coming scene. I'm a huge fan of. Developmental leagues are really cool, and they give you big street cred when years down the line a player comes up and you can be like, I watched that guy win, or I watched him get demolished and he's much better now. Both of which I think can give you a considerable amount of satisfaction. For Sengoku, drafts, not great, but not the core issue. Just a level of play here. Ricky getting dove as much as he did. No cross map being available, and the aggression here from J-Team 2 just simply being too much. This truly the end. This is where I think the game was decided as a heroic attempt from Sengoku to try and reclaim a little bit of pressure on the Baron. led to them getting absolutely decimated, Baron getting taken, and from that point onwards, no opportunity at all for either or anyone really on Sengoku to find their way back into the game. And going into their future matches, gotta be looking at those mid-game skirmishes. When you're playing into a comp that has as much longevity and target isolation, want to try and stay away. As I think we're going to go to a break. I will be back during Pick and Ban for the continuation of the late night ASCI tournament, Asia Star Challenge Invitational. We have 3 more matches on the docket, so don't go anywhere.
some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons from the past. How can I recover? I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love. I am waiting for some love, baby. I am waiting for love. 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 I am waiting for love.
Star Challengers Invitational. I am Chronicler. I am here for the late night portion of the stream. And we are into the next game between Team Flash and the Korean streamer team. Korean streamer team in their previous game looked strong and also messy, as one would expect of a team that is not a team that generally plays together. Well, not in a professional context at the very least. And gonna get the starters first pick here. A Carly ban is very, very clear sign of respect being shown. Right now, the pick, outside of getting used as a counter pick into champions like Azir or the Gwen, was kind of Gwen has kind of dropped off, which I don't personally mind because the champion is substantially obnoxious. Hasn't really been at the forefront of the matter, so banning it away here. Clear sign to the mid laner for the streamer team. As yeah, we are. I'm not 100% sure if the vibe we're going with here is a late night radio show or soothing podcast. Either of those would work. I am unfortunately limited in terms of my volume and energy levels by the fact that it's getting late in Korea and I have neighbors, so we are doing this from home. We also don't have a co-caster. It is just you're stuck with me. Which, for better or worse, that's going to be the next 3 games as we close out the first day of the Invitational. And we got into pick and ban, then we were promptly booted. So not 100% sure whether we are going to get back or whether we will remain on the waiting list. Might get a little bit of intel as to what has happened, but we might also not. We don't really know. I'm not in the know, guys. I know very little. This tournament all being set up rather last minute, as far as I'm aware. But I heard that LCK Challengers teams were playing, and being the incorrigible Challenger fanboy that I am, I DM'd Hysterics. I want to say yesterday, might have been 2 days ago. It's like, hey, Hysterics, how you doing, man? Hope the LPL was fun. Hope you had a good time. I saw that there was going to be some video gaming happening. And Hysterics, you know, incredibly friendly guy, unsurprisingly. I was like, yeah, you know what? I'll get you. We'll get you involved. And here we are. I thought we were going to cast together, or that I would have been able to co-stream it on my own channel. Neither of those two things are the case. We are now co-streaming, but on the LPL channel. So that is why we are not a traditional cast. We're not looking for the usual, and I personally don't think I'm physically capable of reaching the normal levels of hype that I hit on an LPL cast, because I'm from the LCK, and we joke a lot, and the good teams in the LCK definitely have upped their tempo over the last couple of years, but the stereotype, of course, does exist for a reason. And we in the LCK have to make do with what we get, which is why we go into podcast mode a whole lot more. And for that purpose, ideally you'd have a co-caster. If we do get an elongated pause, then I will be very nicely asking my producer to peace out for a wee bit, as I don't know how many of you have experience of talking over a static image by yourself for an extended period of time while trying to remain entertaining. But it is an arduous ordeal for throw another person in there, and no problem. If I had Hysterics with me, I would barely have to say anything. Man is supremely entertaining, and I could just sit there and be like, yeah, man, you're very funny, Hysterics, and he will do all the heavy lifting. But that's not the case. I am alone. It is just me, and I don't know what's going on. I don't know what the delay is about. I don't know where we are going. But we are going there together. We'll talk with you. Thank you, chat. That's the best part. I haven't really done this yet because it feels weird because I'm casting. But I actually can interact with you, chat. So if you have any questions, feel free to drop them and we'll try to work through them together. As for those of you who've watched my co-streams know, I personally like chat to be a friendly place. And together we can make that happen tonight. Public speaking practice, exactly. Yeah. LPL fans know what I'm talking about. LCK fans as well. You know, the workload, I'd say personally, for LCK and LPL casters, it's a little underwhelming. A lack of practice really is what gets you with casting. So being able to work ball and have more days in which League of Legends is happening is definitely it's a boon. You know, you need to stay on the grind. You need to stay sharp, and you need to keep going. How's the weather? Weather in Seoul is quite nice. It has been a good day. We're in the last few days of summer. Seoul in the summer gets extraordinarily hot. I am unfortunately not very well equipped to deal with heat. I am Dutch, and as the Dutch, we are not particularly well versed in dealing with heat. Because it's perpetually raining in our country. So as a result, the moment it gets above 35 degrees and it is humid, I turn into a human marshmallow, which is definitely suboptimal. But that has almost ended, and autumn in Korea and the end of summer are wonderful. Beautiful parks here. You can relax by the river, order Korean fried chicken. It is a truly amazing experience. LCK LPL feasting in the world, that's my expectation. I know that, it's popular, and especially on the internet, to dunk. I love the LPL LCK rivalry. I think it is extremely cool, and we should appreciate what we have, because for either of these two regions, not having an opponent sucks. You know, like, imagine if in the current phase is the LPL, but like back in the day was the LCK, if your teams never go tested. That's boring. That's not interesting at all. You need to actually work. That's why EDG's win felt so good last Worlds, right? Because they struggled. They had to work so hard for it, and in the end, when you persevere, now I'm not going to pretend that I'm not very sad about it, because I'm an LCK fan. But let's not get into that, because then I'll get sad, and I don't want to be sad. I'm having a wonderful evening here. Looks like a game is about to begin. Thank you very much, Kevin Kim. Much appreciated. Okay, the Riven actually not locked in, unsurprisingly, as it will end up being the Renaxon blind here. So if you're going to get prioritized, then Team Flash can opt into a very similar topside here. Aatrox, of course, is banned, so we'll not have that one available for pickup, as it is a Sivir and Zeri handshake. I thought we were done with these, but we are not. We are still in the era of Boomerang Blades versus Extendo Beams, unfortunately. And we'll see. Udyr is off the table. Yeah, Udyr is not available in this tournament or at Worlds. New Udyr, fun as he might be, will not be gracing our screens, unfortunately. Lulu pickup here would be fine, but Yuumi seems like kind of a no-brainer. To my knowledge, neither of these teams play Cinch support. So Yuumi truly without a counter. If you are unfamiliar or you think I'm memeing, I would invite you to watch the second game of the LCK finals. It was very quick. It was painful for one of the teams. And Cinch support. It's actually very good into Yuumi, but you need to be able to play Cinch support, which that's a whole nother thing. I don't think there's a lot of people that can do that. Overall, though, we see Flash opting into something similar that we saw from J-Team. J-Team in the previous game. But instead of the Aatrox, they will have to opt into maybe a Jax. Would fit with a very similar style. Can also go for Gragas. I really like the Gragas into Renekton matchup. And I think Jax has a much worse time. And being able to still have a melee character, have a second front line when you have as much damage with the Zeri and the Sylas, will be quite nice. The one downside of the comp for Team Flash right now is that you are very heavy on the magic damage, and if you pick a non-AD top laner, then that will make itemization very easily, as there it is. Wasn't banned, not taken away, and Nidalee Renaxon gracing the Rift yet again. Oh boy. Yeah. Nidalee, bringing out the big guns here. Old Udyr doesn't exist anymore. Old Udyr is gone. Old Udyr is no longer here. The caster in question is just Chronicler. There's no one else. We're not supported. Today, Hysterics picks up the first shift. Why not in his first cast? Solo casting for 4,000 people in your first cast. Absolutely terrifying. What a trooper. Really impressive. Solo casts in general, excruciatingly hard. Will end up being the Gragas here. In terms of matchup, big fan. I think the composition uses it well. Another melee character for Sejuani to bounce off of. But oh, the itemization here for the Korean streamer team going to be a problem as Rumble for the pickup here. Now, Rumble in the current meta, definitely undervalued. Is a pick that has such strong early team game fights hold up. Oh, wow. I quite like that. I did not think about the possible swap, but that is a banger. Rumble getting picked up here is, in terms of your Nidalee synergy, not ideal. In terms of your matchups, I love it. I think it's very, very good. Rumble actually able to bully the Gragas in a way that the Renekton just won't be able to. Wonder if this if this creates a incentive for the Gragas to go AP. I don't think you need it. Obviously, have an incredible amount. According to official rule, we're offering a remake. I assume that was for the previous boss. because previously I think we had the Riven locked in, but I don't know, Chad. I have no knowledge of what is about to happen. So unfortunately, we'll just wait and see together what ends up going down. Whether we will get into game, whether this is the correct draft, whether it's going to be none of that. As Renex and Italy, one of the most classic combos in the video game when it comes to early pressure lanes. Second perhaps only to Renex and Elise, but Elise is not a champion anymore, so we don't really see her. In terms of setup for Nidalee, not the best of comps. The Rumble doesn't have good setup, as it looks like this will in fact be the setup that we're going to go with here. Very, very happy, because I'd like to get into the game. I wanna get down. Game number 2 coming right up, as Summoner's Rift graces us yet again with its beautiful presence. Oh, listen to that soothing music. A little bit of camera panning, some drone shots. Absolutely gorgeous. Look at that. Weather, sunny as always. Well, with a side of clouds. As looking at the setups here, we have the Comet being picked up here. Very, very aggressive here for the Yuumi. And on top half of the map, also the Ignite for Johansson, which that's kind of wild when it comes to the amount of pressure that you're able to put out in lane. Does make your side laning a lot harder, but looking at the composition, I don't... Maybe you want a 1-4 at most here with the Korean streamers, which I'm sad they didn't actually pick a name. I would have liked that, as this is a little scary here. As long as Permafrost doesn't proc though, the Korean streamer team has a way stronger level 1, and no Permafrost is procced, and Sejuani is a very, very strong jungler when it comes to finding ganks and actually being able to reliably set up plays with her laners. Oh no. Oh, this is not... This is how scrims are lost. You know how scrim meta is completely different? This happens, level 1, and then the enemy team just perma punishes you and plays like absolute maniacs, and then you never get to play the game again. Now, of course, Renekton comps are notoriously fallible once we get to the late stage of the game, but let's talk a little about what the impact is of what we've seen here thus far. So, we have an incredible amount of early pressure. We have Prio in the mid lane as well, so there is an opportunity here to try and get a little bit of aggression towards the Sejuani. Fop not going to be able to pick up his Raptors and his Gromp. Whereas the entire top half of the map, of course, still available here. No camps being taken just yet. Bot side, though, is expected. Yuumi and Sivir, until the Noon Quiver is picked up, going to have a tough time actually chewing through those waves, especially with the nerfs that are coming to Sivir's wave clear, to try and nerf this exact part of the kit. Very aggressive coming through that. Not going to be enough. Cole picks up here as well for Pudding, so even if they don't get anything, they're vibing. They're perfectly fine. They don't particularly mind, I'd say. And look at the Sejuani now, making her way over. Oh, Smite is available though, so it's going to force the Smite out. Oh, if the spear hits. Bot lane is roaming up, so Soran Pudding making sure that at least the crab is secured. But this is the power in Italy early on. Even if you don't play around the great setup that you have in mid, which not really needed to. We'll give up the Gromp here. Good uses of the bot lane prior as well for Team Flash. Actually being able to help out Fop so that he's able to get and stay on relative parity. Still obviously going to be behind because he has now cleared all the jungle he's going to get. And as long as Lako and Psycho don't get taken down, they should be good to go. Will be still a sizable CS lead for the Nidalee, but not an absolute disaster, as this is the combo. This is the Renex in Italy. Seen it so many times. Very little counterplay to point and click CC, but I quite like the positioning here from Jane. No, not the minion. Does go for it, and that is going to spell his doom. Oh, does go for the re-engage then. Doesn't quite have the damage. Chain Lash almost enough. Double flash. Chain expertly done. Keeps himself alive. Forces the double summoners and... Hold up, what? Excuse me? That's not allowed. What? I'm looking forward to the replay of that one, because if you're not really supposed to lose a lane when you have Ignite and you're playing into tank Gragas. So Jane or Joshina are at it. You're a baller. Show me what you got. As Johnson going into the early overheat and goes back, I assume, to try and maybe set up, and already at this point doesn't have flash and ignite, so it really is the extended trade here. Very nicely done by Yoshino, able to just take down the Rumble, who had already used his earlier summoners, I assume, in an attempt to all-in. Didn't actually get the all-in, and then you're down summoners, so Gragas knows that if he can get multiple rotations off and you just dies, oh no. Oh, it's a bad time. Permafrost being stacked, Johnson gonna get taken down. Yoshino doesn't have flash though. He's not going to be in range just yet. Johnson definitely going down, but at the very least, Nidalee going to be able to pick up the kill, and Yoshino now going to try and get out, but Nidalee extremely good chase here. As long as the spear lands, Yoshino does find the body slam, and with Jane roaming over, going to be enough. Very nicely done in the early game by Team Flash. We see that even though, of course, Fop does go down, it's not the end of the world. Overall, getting more called into your Gragas is quite nice. And Johnson getting taken down this early on twice is not what you want. Rumble not being a pressure lane and Rumble falling behind substantially really delays his one-item spike. And a Rumble that doesn't get a lot of value out of a first equalizer, that doesn't get to his, what I assume will be a Night Harvester. Personally, I like Rocket Belt more, but we'll see what they end up going with. And early Sorkpen Boots really has a tough time scaling to the later parts of the game. Attempt number 2. First time around, Jane getting a incredible amount of value off the 2 flashes, but not going to be the case here. And alrighty, looking really good here early on. 14 flash, of course. Both these teams already picked up 1 win today. So whichever team is able to get the win here will be able to go towards the 2-0. The saving grace here for Team Korean streamers is the Sivir Yuumi. Because as much as I like Zeri, and overall in 5v5, the Team Flash comp is a lot stronger when it comes to front to back, which we'll get into a little bit later. The sheer scaling presence of any hyper carry with a Yuumi attached to it is ludicrous. And while the Team Flash comp has obviously Zeri, has great front line and a lot of pressure in general, there's no smite available, so Nidalee should never get this. Might have a little bit of a skirmish here as Johnson roams over, but not going to be the case. The straight up front to back should be better for Team Flash, but I can never count out a hyper carry with a Sivir. All you need is one botched engage and then the sustain comes through, but overall, loving what Team Flash has been able to do so far. Been able to mitigate the threat of the Rumble. That laning phase now much less scary, with Yoshino already with a sizable gold lead, can be able to just scale very nicely into the tanky items, and once he picks up some MR, the game becomes much harder to play. Johansson will still have a considerable amount of damage onto people like Jane, people like Pudding, Sora, but not so much in the side lane anymore. And overall, do have everyone roaming over. Very big tempo lead here for Team Flash. Much smarter in the play, and this is what should happen. We already talked a little bit. Team Streamers, of course, is in terms of individual players, they're all very good. If I remember correctly, they are all around challenger level, at the very least on the Korean server, which is a pretty big barrier to breach. But they're not a team necessarily. Nidalee is going to get taken down. Not sure if their smite still did come through, as that is fighting on an equalizer. But the equalizer actually getting a lot of work done. Double kill here for the Zeri. Johansson now kind of stuck in an awkward position. We'll get taken down here, and I picked up by Sora, so it was indeed thought that I was able to pick up the eye. Overall, insanely big win. And let's go over in the replay what actually happened there. But getting a triple early on Zeri kind of throws that conversation we had early out of the window. And looking at the composition that the Korean streamers have, there's not a lot of lockdown for Yuumi. There's no Camille, there's no Vi. There isn't really a reliable way to lock down this champion. And Renata is not the best enchanter when it comes to turning an 80 carry into a 1v9 machine, as much value as her ultimate has. Yumi and Lulu are obviously a lot stronger for that. It doesn't really matter if you can't lock down the champion, and with the composition that you have here on Korean streamers, it's very short range. And at least Spears notwithstanding. As let's take another look at this fight, see what actually happened here. As it is initially looking okay, and then Jane finds a beautiful, beautiful ultimate, which kind of cuts off the escape route. The fact that Pudding actually gets this kill here is so big. Because what happens is Renekton thinks, you know, my 80 carry is fine. I can easily make my way over, help the rest of the team. Because if Sivir gets that kill, it might look very different. Instead, it is more kills into the Zeri, accelerating one of the biggest win conditions here for Team Flash. And oh no, that is not looking good. No ultimate available though. Here for the Renekton, Johansson looks like he will die for the sins of his mid laner. Gonna go down both in the end. And this is where I think the coordination that we're seeing here from Team Flash is showing clearly that mechanical skill is one thing, but actually being able to play the map, actually having drilled, knowing what objectives to go for, what plays to go for, and playing as a cohesive unit, very, very strong. And now they are just running them over. Team Flash, absolutely stellar job here, playing really, really, really well. What an ASMR cast. Absolutely. It's late night in Seoul. We are embracing the laid back vibes. If I could play lo-fi hip-hop on this co-stream, I would. I truly, I would. I know the Star Guardian OST is quite nice. I don't think I can. I would love to. That would really, to me, cement it. And we're getting different experiences. You know, if this is too low energy for you, tomorrow, I think Hysterics open up today again. Obviously, Man's a Brick of Energy will be completely different. Earlier today, we had Why Not. So much depth in his analysis. First cast ever. Doing a really, really good job casting early on. Very scary. I have worked my way up from what was extremely low stakes cast. Extremely. I'm talking, I think we had 5 viewers on the first tournament I ever casted. It was the secondary broadcast of a Dutch collegiate league. It was not great. The audio was bad. Everything about it was pretty terrible. You know, company wasn't great either. They were the classic, we're paying you in exposure, which I was starting out, so, you know, you make do. But coming in, like Why Not did, and just throwing down a solo cast, which casters know how hard solo casting is. Casting in general is obviously, it's a skill. You need to invest a lot of time in it to actually be good in it. Oh my god, Yoshino, what a gamer. Just walks it off. No biggie. Not threatened at all. Unbothered. Managing his time well. And while that's happening, due to the investment of resources on the top side of the map, Flash is absolutely smacking the bot half. Able to zone, cycle off a wave, and this is looking like a proper shellacking, as my dear friend Atlas would say. But back to solo casting. Solo casting is very tough because a lot of what makes casting fun, what makes a cast good to listen to, is the synergy and the chemistry between two casters. You know, it's why people have favorite casting duos. It's why if you're an LPL fan, you're probably a huge fan of your Hysterics and Lyric, Munch and Dagda. You know, many of these great duos that have in-jokes that clearly like each other and they get along really well. And coming in and not having the casting fundamentals and having to do a solo cast, not having any backup, is extremely tough. As putting Zeri might make it. No ultimate available for Johansson, so can't cut off that escape route. Still has Flash available as well. That is wild. Doesn't even have to invest it in. Korean streamer team, absolute shambles here. Very the Dutch are. I mean, if you want, I would very, very happily cast for a little bit in a Dutch accent. The Dutch accent is a thing of beauty, and it might really help you appreciate, you know, where I come from, the Netherlands. This is how our minister president talks Dutch. He's a great guy. Well, I don't necessarily know if that's true, actually, given that. But we don't need to get into that. What the main... excuse me for that. What my main point is that we are here just to have fun. It's a co-stream. It's not an official cast. There's no co-caster. What I would do for his Sterksreis beside me, I cannot tell you. But as far as I'm aware, he's asleep, which is good for him. He worked hard today because he actually did a play-by-play cast as well, which very hard on the vocal cords, all things considered. The strain of continuously talking and actually, in his case, hyping up team fights and really driving home the emotional impacts that these video games have. Very, very tough. But what we are doing here is if you're not an LCK fan, if you are someone that justifiably so, you know, maybe throws a meme left or right as a psycho, nice spell shield down, gonna stay alive, then you might have heard things about the LCK, that it's a bit resident sleeper, which sometimes it is, especially if, you know, we got our Fred Brians. If you don't know Fred Brian, by the way, remember Morgan? Remember that guy? Playing the LPL. Munch loves him, never shuts up about him, absolutely enamored with him. Playing on Fred Brian now, and if you don't know Fred Brian, you don't have to. Watch one series and you'll love them. They're not very good. They are one of the worst teams in the LCK. But the fan base, let me tell you, the fan base, they're exquisite. And if there are any bro fans out there, you know what to do. You know what to do. And the reason why we are going for the low-key energy stream is not just because we are alone, and this match is getting absolutely wrecked by Team Flash. Like, I can't really highlight front to backing into this team now is virtually impossible. We are approaching the Zeri threat and power spike, and I want to do a little bit of talk about the game just so we can close that chapter off and continue with talking utter nonsense, as is the LCK way. Spikes that are being hit here. We're getting very close to the... There's a lot of components there for Fop, but I assume that he's looking to go for a Warmog second, a Sora. Flash, not going to be enough. Doesn't have the damage available, so we'll get taken down. That's a nice little bit of gold, but not really going to lead to anything in the grand scheme of things. But you have a front to back comp, which is good. Front to back's easy to play out, as a Psycho is definitely dead. Oh, does it flash? Oh, no. Oh, that's tough. That's not what you want. Teleport comes in. Oh, no Yoshino, but they should still be able to. Pudding flashes. That's the permafrost. There's the chains. And now the chase comes through. Stolen ultimate going to be enough here. Look at the amount of damage coming through. That's a quadra for Pudding. What a maniac. Gets the kills. That Infinity Edge going to be done. And we can go back. So now that we have sufficiently praised Team Flash for what has been an absolutely stellar performance here. Just great cross map. Yoshino playing a weak side masterclass. And a couple of great skirmishes. Zeri's monstrously fed. This game is donezo. We go back to how are you doing, chat? How are you feeling? How was your day? What have you been... What brought you to this co-stream? Are you an LPL fan? Are you a Challengers fan? Do you just like Academy regions? Are you a big enjoyer of the up-and-coming players? Do you just want to be that guy? As, yeah, I'm pretty sure he gets out. There is the third proc. Oof. Nicely done there by Lacko. That's going to be a big shutdown. Jane getting taken down. At least Psycho will be able to finish the second item. So that's something. That's nice at least. That is helpful. Overall, this replay is just... I wish we had music. I wish we could really highlight the comedic shenanigans that are unfolding here, as we're just going in one by one. Again, it's a streamer team. So this team probably has played a couple of matches. They probably played some scrims to prep a little bit. But they are not a professional team. They don't really have the coordination that you would expect from a team that actually plays together. And as we're seeing here, the power of Team Flash coming through very, very nicely done. Oh god, look at it. Look at it. I'm Spike. As Johansson is in. He's going on a mission. The mission is unfortunately for him unsuccessful, as Psycho is dead, and that is. You can just run into the base. Team Flash. There is no recourse. There is no counterplay. You can go for Baron if you want. 20-minute Baron. Why not? Give it a go. See how it feels. See how it feels. VCS fans, nice. Nice. Good for you. Very, very good. I personally am very excited that the VCS is back at Worlds. It has been truly... we have missed them dearly. And even I, an LCK fan, have to admit that coming in, you know, Saigon Buffalo, they were not the best team. They were good. They were a suitable team. It was good to see the VCS region come back, and I'm happy they were at MSI. But seeing that bot lane come in and immediately get the early kill on Guma and Carrier, that was huge. Like, that was such a cool moment. Very reminiscent of what happened with Pentanet last year, where they were able to make the miracle run. And something that I think really brings a lot of depth. Was it enough? No, and it shouldn't be, because again, even with the lanes not working out, was of course still T1. But moments like that are still big. You know, getting the big solo kills when you are from a region that, while strong, maybe not quite on the level of some of the bigger ones, is really, really cool. It's been a bad time for Renekton's, guys. The Renektons have not had a good time. This one is not too bad. It's 1-4. The previous one was, I want to say, 2-8, 2-9. By the time we were done, it was a roughie. It was a bad time. I really hope the visa issues are gone as well. It would be a tragedy if the VCS doesn't make it again, especially because we want to see the best seed, right? This team has so much fans. Even in challenges, we've had a Vietnamese player debut this year as Team Flash. They won the game approximately 10 minutes ago. They are just now certifying it. They've gone to the notary. They've signed all the papers. Everything's filed. And that will be an absolute shellacking. I think shellacking is under 25 minutes. Wild gold lead. Cross map domination here. Early skirmishes. Way too much for the Korean stream team to deal with. And hands can only get you so far. If you go for a comp like that and you don't get the early lead, you are going to get absolutely boomed. I will definitely drop you. I will drop you my info afterwards. Thank you very much. But the VCS is one of the regions that has such a storied history, and I don't know if I'll be at Worlds. I can't comment on that. Personally, of course, I would love to represent the LCK, but between you and me, chat, the coolest thing to me, barring LCK teams winning, which I would like if we got a little bit of that this year, you know, that'd be cool. It's been a while. Is play-ins, because play-ins is, for me, is coming from the Benelux region. If you don't know, the Benelux region, we don't have a lot going on. The best player that who's the best player that has come out of the region? It's probably Bwipo. It's the last one I remember. And that was what he debuted like 6 years ago. So there's not a lot going on there. Seeing regions like the VCS, like the PCS, like the LLA come in, and that's why this tournament is so cool as well, and try and stand up to the big, the popular, and the frankly insanely strong teams it's such a cool storyline. And whenever the win comes through, you can't help but root for them. In this match, it was utter domination. Korean streamers went for a draft which had one big pressure point. The pressure point did not work. Jane ate the early gank, was completely fine. And then the Rumble top, R5, fun as it was, didn't work at all. And then they had no pressure. And they got boomed very, very aggressively. So maybe a case of outsmarting yourself there. As the Renekton was, I imagine, originally meant for top. Potting, to me, a really good showcase, and this is a skill I very highly value in players. which is the ability to push leads. Now, he was extraordinarily fed, but overall, being able to get early leads on a scaling champion and then really drive it home, I thought was very, very cool. Really exciting here. And overall, the performance from Team Flash probably going to make other teams in this group feel substantially more scared. This is one of my favorite moments, as Yoshino just actually denies the ultimate from 4, but at this point it doesn't matter anymore. Gold leads immense, and we talked about hypotheticals, what happens if you get into a front to back later in the game and you have a Renata ultimate, you have the short range composition and you're not far enough ahead. That never mattered because the Korean streamer team was never ahead. They just got demolished. And as we get into our final 2 games of the night, I'm hoping we get a good back and forth. We've been treated to some relatively one-sided matches, and I'd personally would absolutely love to have a little bit more back and forth. Thank you for being here at the late night show of the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. We have 2 more matches on the docket. We are going to keep the late night radio station vibes going. Go grab a drink, you know, and be back in I want to say 5 to 10 minutes. And we'll get right on with the 3rd game.
On the concrete, down an old alley, on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, or taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, or taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
Welcome back everyone to the Asia Star Challengers Invitational group stage. Day 1, we are here for the late night part. We are vibing collectively. I can only hope that you guys are as excited as I am, as we're gonna go into the second game in a row for Korean streamers after they got violently decimated, going up against Sengoku Academy. Going to see whether either of these two teams, well, not either, one of them is going to break their losing streak and be able to pick up a win here. And then with the final game of the day, we'll also get J-Team 2 taking on Team Flash. So that's the next match. That'll be a banger. Let's stick around now for the Korean streamers who got, again, snowballed against very hard. And then lost the game very, very quickly versus Sengoku, who at least in the early game was able to find a substantial amount of pressure and then fumbled a couple of the mid-game team fights. Ricky in particular having a toughie on the Crocodile. Fortunately for him, won't be having to play it this time around. Is now deep into pick and ban. Silas remains absurdly high priority in the current meta. Incredible champion, even the nerfs to his sustain are going to be enough. As Trundle, without a shadow of a doubt, going to be on the ban list here for Sengoku. No jungler being picked up and horrible matchup into Sejuani. And I'm wondering whether Olaf comes back. Because Olaf, of course, after his rework, had a little bit of a stint as a top laner, but historically has been an incredible matchup into the Sejuani. With the Trundle banned away, maybe it is time. Maybe it's time for a comeback. That could be cool. I don't think it's happening tonight. I don't think it's happening anytime soon, but together we can hope. If you're wondering what the hell's going on, who's this guy? He's not an LPL caster. That is correct. I am here as a guest from the LCK to talk about challenges, and then I'm not casting any of the challengers teams, but that's okay. That's not a problem at all. We are here late night in Seoul, coming in from my living room where my walls are thin. So I'd love to get more excited, but I cannot. So instead, I will try to make this as smooth an experience as I possibly can for all of you. We have the Nidalee being the ban away here. Natalie, of course, playing that in the previous game, and even though it was not successful, still not wanting to give that one over. Talia going to get picked up here. Very strong in terms of scaling, able to find the empowered E, or the E rather, changed, of course, a couple of patches ago, to deny the dashes that Beck and Johnson are going to be looking for. Now support and jungle still need to get picked up. It's going to be the Wukong, and picking Wukong into a Talia is a toughie. A lot of the power of the Wukong comes from his backline access, being able to find and threaten the, in this case, Sivir. But onto Talia, that's already hard. There's also a cannon, and Korean streamers gonna run into very similar issues if they can't find the early game leads. If they fall behind against Sengoku, they are going to get clapped. Because you don't really have a reliable way. Can be solidified even more with the pickup that comes through here. Both traditional enchanters are banned here. Maybe it's Soraka time. Chili oil. I don't know if you want to go for that. Looks like it will be the Amumu instead. Is a pick that doesn't necessarily has the best of synergy with. Oh my god, he does it. Oh, Chilio, it's as if you're listening to me. Absolutely wonderful. The reason why Soraka is a really high value pick here is because Renata doesn't really have a way to reliably shut it down, and you're playing into many a melee character that has no choice but to run into the root. So wonderful draft here from Sengoku, and Team Korean streamers is going to really hand stiff the living hell out of this one if they want to have a real shot. And based on the previous game, I'd say that is going to be a little hard. I am indeed the last caster for the day. This is the second to last match. The last match is coming up right after this. That will be J-Team 2 versus Team Flash. And if this game is another stomp like the previous one, we're gonna get into questions. We're gonna talk about you guys. This is a co-stream after all. I am a caster, but I'm not casting this. I am simply here as a host, trying to keep all of you entertained as we watch the gameplay happen. because there's no co-caster. And solo casts are kind of peculiar in that you can do a lot of things with them, but it always kind of feels off. So my approach personally is just don't cast. Just do something else entirely. And that's what we're going for here. That's what we're looking at. And also I can't shout because I will get my neighbors to be very mad at me. So don't want that. And I'm asking you, chat, join me. Join me in this co-stream. Join me in these wholesome vibes. Join me. Spam IA and chat if that's your, your preferred cute emote. That's the one that my heart always goes out to. And let's see if Sengoku Academy is able to pick themselves up a win here. When it comes to individual level of play, Korean streamers very, very respected. These players are all incredibly good at the video game. But for any of these established teams, they practice day in, day out together in an attempt to go and reliably deal with any situation that might be thrown at them, including some Korean streamers trying to brute force their way into a win. Overall, the draft here from Sengoku Academy, very, very strong. Soraka is very high value, shouldn't really get punished. It's a melee comp, trying to play into Talia, trying to play into Cannon. Very, very tough. But if Korean streamers get ahead, then they do snowball exceptionally well. So that is the one thing they need to avoid. Track Natalie early. Make sure you don't die in the 1v1 and the 2v2 and get to the mid game unscathed. And it's looking peachy. It's looking peachy here. As oh, thank you, chat. Incredible. A sensible volume casters. Why not? We were just earlier giving you credit for how well you did on your first cast. First casts are always spooky, and as I say that, as I'm trying to create a relaxed atmosphere, we already have an invade. Does make sense as Beck. What you doing, buddy? Okay, just give him a little love tap. Is that gonna be it? Back is probably still gonna come through here. And before we go back into the continuation of the late night show here and late night radio show. Yeah, it's not a late night show. I think it carries a whole different ambiance. I'm not American. The only accent I can do is Dutch, and that's not good for anyone unless you want to sound like a Dutch reporter, which I don't know why you would. It's pretty niche. What we're going to be looking at in terms of setup, we have both AD carries going for the Ghost. Ghost has originated, or we started seeing it as a response for the Sivir and Zeri matchup, where the summoner just has an incredible amount of value in the late stage of the game. Obviously, Ghost also just in general a really strong summoner that has been buffed repeatedly. Johnson going for the PTA. PTA and Renekton has already fallen out of favor, but into matchups like the Cannon, I do think it has a substantial amount of value, as you will generally never be able to actually get the longer traits. So trying to just utilize a burst window, the traditional slice and dice in, get an empowered stun and trade as much as you can before you peace out is ideally what you're going to be looking for. Like the pressure there from Popon though. Wukong, especially after all the nerfs, has a relatively lackluster jungle clear, and being able to pressure him early on really makes his life a lot more miserable. You want to ideally try and pressure him. Unfortunately, due to the prior that was there for back, we don't really get a lead out of it. Instead, Popon just uses a lot of time and is not able. So good defensive warding there from Korean streamers, helping out a lot because of the early spot. We get the early rotation over from back. As a result, we will not see any early shenanigans. We will not see Natalie put substantially far behind, and that's a good look early on here for the side of Korean streamers, who definitely had a roughie in the previous one. And yeah, Sengoku right now sitting on 0-2. Korean streamers 1-1, so Sengoku trying to break their losing streak here. As, look at that, chat. Look at that. I'm proud of all of you. I'm proud of all of you. This is great. This is lovely. This is getting the ambience that we're looking for. We're all having a good time. Everyone here, and, you know, you can like the VCS more, you can like the LJL more, you can like the LPL more, which obviously it's the LPL stream. That's what is expected, and that's okay. But let's all have a good time here together. As a little bit of pressure coming through, and the mana bar for Mayashi and Chilo Oil getting a little low. Pop on here, nice timing window. But we do see Natalie in the general vicinity. Oh, the window here is beautiful. Can Psycho get out alive? Uses the ghost, has flash available as well. Moyashi barely has any damage. Natalie comes in. That's the early damage. Shiraka only suffers. Only there as an enabler for the handshake. Very nicely done by Lacko, and it is a absolute disaster here for Sengoku Academy. Oh lord, that is painful, because that is a ton of gold going over. Your early win condition, or one of your win conditions, falling behind substantially. A lot of summoners get used as well, and if that play works out, you're feeling peachy. You're feeling wonderful, because this composition from the Korean streams has to snowball. They don't have an option. If they get into the mid game on an even footing, it's doomed. It's bad. It's not okay. It's a bad time altogether. And by being able to avoid that, getting early leads allows you to set up mid game objectives so much more effectively. And this comp, when ahead, it just perma-dives you. It will. There's so many tools. There's so much CC. There's so much skirmishing power that if you give up early Drakes, especially, we have the Mountain already, which is, in my opinion, the best individual Drake. To get 9% resistances is insane. As we've taken a look here, the problem is that Moyashi doesn't have any mana, and Popon holds on to the flash here. So that buys a lot of time. Cycle with very early Ghost. Can't believe he gets the flash in there and then gets out alive. Lacko with a beautiful handshake. Actually getting both the kill and the stun there. Only downside here for Team Korean streamers is that the kills are picked up by the Renata, which obviously not ideal, but not the end of the world. You're still getting yourself a substantial lead as pre-recorded casting. Yes, I am not actually live. I am a sentient AI that only exists to follow a predetermined script by which this game has been decided. That's what's actually happening here. I am not real, and maybe neither are you. But let's not get into that. We're watching video games. There's no need to get too metaphorical. There's Rome coming through here. Kind of gonna look for an attempt to play, but not really having the control. Natalie now looking for a punish. Nice two-man unit, though. Makes it a little bit harder. Natalie also doesn't have his ultimate available just yet. Not going to be the case. Gonna pick that up as this is the window you're looking for, but Ricky doing a good job. Goes for the aggressive ultimate. Dominus is available, but Ricky still has flash available. Trying to kite this one out, but the burst from Johansson, simply too much. Holds on to his flash as well. Very big there, because that means he can still go for incredibly aggressive setups, either in lane or around objective later on. And Korean streamers, they had one job. Just one. Snowball early game. But they didn't even have to snowball the laning phase. They could snowball around an early objective, around a misposition, a slow rotation from Sengoku, but I don't think we're even going to get there right now. We're proxying waves. 7 minutes in. It is definitely a toughie. And coming back from a position like this is not impossible. Draw from Sengoku is very, very strong, but there's an equilibrium, which if you haven't seen it and you like sci-fi movies, as Ricky unfortunately is going to get taken very low, but nice lightning rush, able to at least delay his doom. Natalie does have a Cyclone available, so I'm pretty sure he's still very, very dead. As Johansson gets out, I don't know. I thought the slice and dice was going to kill him, but he's fine. But Equilibrium, a wonderful film. If you like sci-fi, very John Wick-esque, Christian Bale in a dystopian world, sign me up. Wonderful. Please watch. Big recommendation. But the equilibrium of scaling versus how much can you actually give up. How late are you going to hit your spikes, and how big is the enemy momentum going to get? And what we're looking at right now is a situation where Korean streamers are going to be so far ahead that barring them actually just running into 5-man ultimates and not using their cooldowns and just kind of running it, kind of trolling, it becomes very hard to actually lose. Now, we haven't quite reached that yet. We're still a little bit off. But that's where eventually we might get. And it is a toughie. If Chronicler was where he will meow like a cat at some point, but that will prove I was a cat and not a person, which that opens up a whole nother can of worms. I don't know if we can get into that personally, but we'll see. We'll see if this situation arises. Maybe if we get a Yumi game. Maybe. Just maybe. This is a co-stream after all. We can be silly. We can be weird. It's Herald being set up here. Johansson, Prowler's Claw Renekton in this situation. I'm a big fan. You're supposed to win this game pre-20 minutes anyway. Prowler's Claw, really good spike. Should also help you to stick, and means you don't have to use your Slice and Dice, or you can use Slice and Dice, but then follow up. As dive attempts coming through now. Oh, Psycho. Really nice done. Wish has to be used. Very good deterrent. Found there by the Aphelios. Able to get himself a lot of pressure. And while this was happening, they got Herald. They're probably going to get the first turret blood on top side. And Senkoku Academy, the main team, made it to finals. Got promptly dumpstered by DFM, sure. But they got there in the first place, which in of itself is quite a big achievement. The Academy team, unfortunately, seems to be struggling a lot more. And this is showcasing as well that this Korean streamer team, when it comes to individual level play, they are quite strong. And if you can not match the mechanics, if you don't match the early skirmishes, you're going to have a really bad time. And that is what we are witnessing here. And I'm pretty sure Ricky's bad times are just beginning. He's going to be able to clear the wave, and they don't want to take the risk. They do have a reasonable amount of control over here, but it is still a cannon. Can be somewhat finicky as... Apparently Johnson doesn't need help, as the PTA getting a ton of value there. Early value of a Dirk is exceptional. And overall, it's looking dire, Sengoku fans. And if the Gold League get bigger, we're going to get off topic. We are leaning into the co-stream. We are getting weird. Maybe we hit some audience questions. Maybe we do a quiz. Personally, in the LCK, when times are rough, we resort to quizzes. We resort to video game recommendations. Always a big one. Anything really to pass the time and have an enjoyable experience. Who's the most exciting player to watch in this game? That's a toughie. That's a toughie. I'm not quite sure. Can you please do League Finals? This unexcitement excites me. I am extremely excited, I'll have you know. But I am unfortunately locked down, as is Mr. Johansson, as he gets taken down. Nice gank there from Popon. Counteracting the dive. Still cross map is much better for Korean streamers, but you'll take anything you can get at this point. But it's getting late in Korea. It's 10:30 right now, which isn't particularly late by any means, but it's still evening. People in Korea work hard, you know, they have to get up in the morning, and if they have a guy shouting about a video game in the living room, that's not ideal. Normally, I'd have a co-caster here. I'm, of course, a caller caster, although I did dabble in play-by-play, so the hype man never really is me as Moyashi. Gonna get taken very, very low. Someone has used Wish, keeps him alive for a very long time, but Natalie, so fed. Divine Thunder done already, even with that good cancel from Popon, is able to delay, but they're gonna have to give the wave, gonna have to give up so much pressure here, and Psycho, especially with the Crescendum available, is going to take this turret and shred it solo. That's 600 gold. 600 gold going into the pockets of Aphelios. And we're getting in shellacking territory again. Last time it was Team Korean streamers that got boomed. Sengoku, unfortunately, looked to be on the receiving end of it this time around. Do you want some company on the cast? Rob, there would be nothing more than I would love having you. But as far as I'm aware, there is many a reason why we cannot be together, unfortunately. It is definitely a toughie. You don't need to do this, Psycho, but he will. He will do it. Doesn't need to at all. No, surely no. He hasn't bought yet. He's sitting on 600 gold. Oh my god. No, that's not okay. That's 200 years right there. That's not allowed. Can't do that. He went home and bought a guild force. No, not okay. Not okay. Psycho living up to his name. Insane. Unbelievable. Oh. This is going to be another stomp. Absolutely. Hey, chat. And if you're not feeling the fun, we don't make fun of teams here. We praise the better team. And we try to encourage the losing team. That's what we do. That's what the late night ASCI stream is all about. I mean, maybe tomorrow will be different. Tomorrow I'm not doing the late shift. I'll be doing a middle of the day shifts, which will be very different in terms of energy. You know, can we have Dutch accent back? Absolutely. If only for a few minutes. I think that in the long run, it distracts a little bit from the gameplay experience. But for chat, especially because this game is clearly over, we will try and liven it up any way we can. As while that bot line play was happening, on the top side of the map, there was an attempt from Sengoku to punish an aggressive move from Korean streamers, but it just wasn't enough. They don't have the damage. They don't have the items. Like, I don't know what you're going to do. It's simply impossible. You just don't have the stats. I'm not good at maths. I chose my degree solely based on the complete lack of mathematics that it had. But you don't have to be able to do math to know that this is a bad situation. It's looking tough. Okay, well, we'll go back. Did you just change your accent? Yes. That is an authentic Dutch accent. I'm not going to actually speak Dutch, because this is an inclusive stream, and we are here to entertain everyone, as long as they speak English. Well, Dutch, I guess. But we're going to assume most people speak English. So, jokes aside, with the gold that is still available here for Psycho, the fact that this works out is kind of ludicrous, especially with Soraka there. But due to the Crescendum and Severum combo, the amount of burst that he has available is absolutely nuts. As a result, is able to pick up the kill. Chili, although getting a little bit scared, and as a result, getting zoned away for a wee bit there, provides Psycho with the time that he needs to actually get the kill. Double Hex Drink is coming through in there as well, and this is something that if you snowball a game very aggressively, in terms of itemization, it becomes so much easier, because the amount of gold that you're able to spend on win more is substantial. And right now, Moyashi doesn't exist in this video game. He's not real. You might see a Sivir, but that's an illusion. You know, we talked about this earlier. Not real. Not an actual champion. So as a result, you're relying on the CC and lockdown from Akainu, who has not finished Luden, so at the very least has some damage available. And from Ricky is Maelstroms, right? But if you buy Mercs, and they bought 3 Mercs, and you buy MR, and we're seeing a Verdant Barrier, we're seeing double Hex Drinker, good luck. Good luck getting through this health boss. I don't think you're doing it. If the gold lead wasn't enough, itemization from the Korean streamers is very nice here. In fact, just going to bait out a Talia W. Not going to be enough. And it's a roughie. How do you do it? Duo cast with myself with a Dutch accent. Okay. We can do this, chat. We can do this. Okay, hear me out. We're only going to do this for a little bit because I think it'll be a disaster. But I think we can give it a go. So, tell me, Chronicler, what does Team Korean streamers need to do here to find a way back into this game? Because they're in a really tough spot. The map is falling, Shelly's crashing. What do they do? So that's... No, I can't do it. It's too cringe. I can't. I'm sorry. I tried. I really wanted to, but that's got to be a limit, chat. There's a limit, and I can't do it. I'm sorry. I wanted to answer in earnest, but having a conversation with myself is just too weird. No, can't do it. I really wanted to. I was so close to committing. I'm sorry. I'm letting you down. I'm trying to do my best. I want to be the most entertaining caster I can be. We're here on the late night ASCI show. I can't do it. Can't be done. Hear me out. I will fight through my own cringe if this game lasts past 30 minutes. If we get past 30 minutes, chat, I will do the remainder of this cast like I am 2 casters. Dutch play-by-play chronicler and normal chronicler. If this game lasts past 30 minutes, I'm making a commitment here. That's what we'll do. That's the deal. That's what's gonna happen. Oh god. The real problem with solo casting is that, and I'm sure anyone that is in performing arts can relate to this. In casting, you always try to strike a balance between entertainment, as we are just now invading very deep and unnecessarily into the enemy jungle. Natalie has flash as well, so they should be able to get the turret and peace out. But you try to find a barrier between entertainment, or a balance rather, between entertainment and between actual content and analysis, especially in League, right? We're really heavy on our analysis. We love deep dives. We love very analytical casters. So people like Kadril, like Azale, like LS are as popular as they are. Yeah, he's dead. Oh, Soraka actually getting a tunnel whip done. But this is what I'm talking about. Oh, no, actually, do get the shut. Very nicely done. Goes to Talia. Natalie overstepping a wee bit there. Gonna get taken down. As Psycho, again, lives up to his name. And this is not okay. I'm feeling really good about my 30 minutes battle chat. As, unfortunately, Sengoku Academy getting absolutely demolished here. Gonna get taken very, very low. As Psycho flashes over the wall. This is release of Phalios, making their way to the rift near you, and I was worried about 30 minutes. I don't even know we're going to hit 20, as the death time is obviously very, very short, so don't expect this to actually lead to anything. But coming into the game, we said we had one setup for Team Korean streamers. It was Snowball. They did. They snowballed, and now they're vibing. Now they're vibing. So back to what we were talking about. Okay, back to what we're talking about. It's entertainment versus actual content versus depth. And in the LCK, historically as a region, we've obviously been very heavily skewed towards entertainment, right? In Monty and Doha, most of Korean English casting is based upon Tasteless and Autosis, the original casting archon, two StarCraft casters who are the biggest influence on my personal casting and who I see as the epitome of quality esports casting. And you want to maintain that balance. If you're on the LEC, you know they're a bit more heavy-handed in the storylines. That's what they love. That's what they do well. That's what they provide. In the LCK, you can get a little bit silly, but you need to make sure that you stay on the good side of that line. You can't just be silly, because it will start to feel disrespectful. You know, the players, they put in the work. Even though we're playing a video game, the effort, the time, the sweat, the blood and tears that these players put in is very real. So you need to always respect that. As Johansson is definitely dead. I want to see how many people he takes with him. As, is he dead? He does have flash. I don't think Akainu wins that. He seems to realize that as well. And he still has... Okay, that's more. No, he's not going to live. Surely, chat. Surely he dies. No, man. Come on. Come on, man. Give him something. Give him something. That was a stolen wish. Oh my god. So, back to the line. Back to entertainment. Back to entertainment. Oh my god, that was... yeah. Okay. We'll just ignore what's happening on the screens because it's a little sad, chat. So, you don't want to cross that line. And it's something for every caster. Where they draw that line is very differently. It's why casters are so different in styles. You know, what is suitable for one cast might not be suitable for another. Which is also why Worlds generally has a very different feel from domestic casts. How the casters behave and how they talk and how willing they go off that line is very, very different because the stakes are so much higher. My core point being, if you don't have a co-caster to draw you back, you will just keep sliding down that line. And that's the issue. That's what you find yourself in inevitably in a solo cast. I want to be silly, and I'm just going to keep sliding down that line of silliness. And normally, you know, there's Hysterics, there's Munch, there's Atlas, there's Veldes, who gives you a little yank and like, let's get back to the game. Let's get serious for a little bit. But there's no one holding me back. Well, I guess Dutch Chronicler, but he doesn't show up for another 6.5 minutes. So there's no one holding you back. And that's a terrifying thing, because it means that eventually you just go insane. People love that, of course, because it's why Jetlagged Kobe is one of the best casters of all time. Can't beat Jetlagged Kobe. Can't be done. It's impossible. Can't do it. It's not a thing. It's too funny. because it's unhinged. You know, it's the mania that makes it entertaining. But tonight we try to stay on the good side of that line. That's the goal. That's what we want. He says, after making a bet with Chad, that if we hit the 30 minutes, he's going to do a double cast by himself. So, make of that what you will. Spec, going to use his ultimate. Doesn't have level 16 yet, but probably going to be looking for another one very shortly. In terms of useful silent ultimates, I'd still argue that the best one would be the Slicing Maelstrom, as... Yeah, we're going to start at Baron. We are 14k gold ahead. It is dire. It is very dire. Pokemon gonna... Oh no. No. Oh no. 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 No, don't do this. Come on, no. No, not the pause. Not the pause. Because, you know what makes a caster go insane? even faster than anything else. even when it's two of them, it's a pause. No, man. No, they couldn't. They wouldn't do this to me. No. No, I'm alone. It's the late night show. Everything's got to run smoothly. Can't do this. This is not allowed. Oh god, I don't know what's going on, chat. Jokes aside, I'm hoping that you'll all stay with me. That we're in this together. You as viewers, me as the unfortunate sod that has to keep talking, and everything will be all right. Called like that. I can't. I would if I could, chat, but I cannot. I have you guys. That's the important thing here. That's the key thing. Because if I didn't have chat and I would just sit there, I mean, I wouldn't be casting, I guess. But if I didn't have you guys, I wouldn't have the illusion of people. You know, I wouldn't have the concept of conversation. And I would very quickly, I don't even know what I would talk about. Like, normally I get swept back, you know, even on my own co-stream. There's guests, the games, there's breaks, but now there is no break. I don't know for how long. I will be in there. Maybe it's the Twilight Zone. Maybe all of this is just happening and not happening at the same time. But I have chat, and that's what matters. I assume it's just a connection issue, and they will be coming back. We are the voices. Yeah, you are the voices going on inside my head. What's the Blink 182 lyric? Oh. Chad, come on, I miss you. Blink 182. What's the line? It's such a good song. So, something that also has a delay due to ping issue. What's your fondest memory from casting Chronicler? Very good question, Rob. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Good question. Personally, it's a toughie. It might be the spring finals for LCK were absolutely incredible. And it's tough between MSI and Worlds, because MSI was my first tournament where I was in person. I got to meet so many cool people. But as like a singular moment, the experience of doing Worlds, because if you watch me as well at Worlds, don't waste your time. There you go. Thank you, chat. Don't waste your time. Amazing. I'm not a musician like Hysteric, so I can't actually play the song here, but I would if I could. So it probably is like being part of Worlds while being stuck in Destia was both very funny, but also being able to do that was incredible, and being able to tell the story of LCK players was an honor. I've been an LCK fanboy for, and it's funny because I'm doing this on the LPL stream, right? And I've been a fan of League in general, but I'm a very boring guy. I only have heart for one region, and that's the LCK and Challengers and all its offshoots. As much as I love the Benelux and developmental leagues, which is the main reason why we're here in the first place. Being able to talk. Oh, there we go. We're back in game. This didn't count, by the way, for the timer. Just wanna highlight that. And no, Chad. No, don't mess with me. another thing that is hard, and that is getting harder as... Because I don't know if you guys know this, but if you get sufficiently sleep deprived, which I'm not getting at, I'm getting tired. You know, I've been talking for 3 hours straight at this point to myself. But at some point, if you get sleep deprived, the brain basically behaves as if you're drunk. So your inhibition's lower, you have more difficulty forming coherent thoughts, overall your coordination just goes down the drain. For me, I'm currently co-streaming. I've done a 1.5 years of co-streaming challenges. But I'm on an official broadcast now. One of the things that people always highlight when they see my personal cast is how much swearing I do. And it's getting tougher, chat. I'm sharing my struggle with you because on my co-streams I can truly let loose. And right now I'm in this weird limbo where I'm not really casting and I'm co-streaming. But I also need to behave. And it's a toughie. 4 more minutes to the Dutch accent is now going to be pushing in here. Double inhibs going down. Triple inhib generally is the point of no return. We've passed the point of no return approximately 50 minutes ago, unfortunately for Sengoku Academy. As we are making our way over. You can just run at them. There we go. Stolen ultimate from Bake. Coming up huge. Does have stopwatch. Needs to use it. Pounding back's nice, but that's just not enough available stats here. Psycho flashes in. One taps a bunch of people. And that is going to be it. Unfortunately, Sengoku going 0-3 here. Not quite able, and they keep running into issues very early on. The laning phase just not going the way that they want. And Korean streamers showcase that they might struggle if they fall behind, but if they don't, this team slaps. Individually, in terms of mechanics, they can definitely fight with the best of them. Lucky caster. Sorry, chat. We'll see if we can bring it up again for the next one. Okay, we'll see if we can get another bet going. In the next match. I don't think we should. Actually, no, we probably will, because the next match should be really, really good. Next match is going to be J Team versus Team Flash. Both these two teams looked very good, very crisp, and excited to see what they can bring in today. For Sengoku Academy, I like to draft a lot, but it was contingent on getting through the laning phase unscathed. Even level 6 spikes I don't think are that bad, but fell behind early. And the composition of Korean streamers really pushes their leads very well. There is a ton of burst, there's a ton of lockdown, a lot of dive potential as well. So even underneath your turret, if you're caught in a rotation or not really reading the map state well, you just get boomed. There's not a lot of recalls available. Champions like Silas Renekton, when they get ahead, become atrociously strong and very frustrating to face. And as a result, we will be going to an 0-3 score here for the side of Sengoku Gaming. Team Korean streamers, they're vibing, they're having a good time, they picked themselves up a win. Key thing here for them is being able to at least try and maintain a top end towards the standings. And do note that they are 2-1 now, and they will still have a shot at making it out of the groups, as we will be seeing one of the other teams that are currently 2-0, if I'm not mistaken, go to 2-1, whereas the other one will hit a 3-0. And again, see the issue here. Gold lead starts very early, and once the gold starts spiking, as much as it does, between 5, 10, 15 minutes, you reach terminal velocity, and the amount of gameplay that you have to output becomes impossible. Doesn't really matter which players you put in at that point. If you don't have the items, you're just not going to be able to play. And overall, very convincing win here from Team Korean streamers. Definitely a win more team. A team that is able to win lane, win game, and not bring that much otherwise. But if they win lane, they look crazy. And as someone who's played a fair amount of Korean solo queue, that's kind of how it goes. If you win early, you're vibing. Everyone's having a grand old time. But if not, you might as well sit and fountain, because people are not going to play the video game anymore. As overall, here we already see these are the little moments, the mechanical outplays that are found, with Moyashi not actually having a lot of mana available, Popon holding the flash, knowing that Psycho also has his available, and as a result, being unable to win these early skirmishes, huge snowball coming through, and even despite plays like this in mid-game that were gratuitous, to say the least, it didn't really end up mattering. The overall level of item supremacy that was built up by Team Korean streamers was more than enough to just kind of get away with whatever they wanted to do. So they just kind of boomed them. They just murdered them. And that's the point where the LCK cost normally goes off rails. That's the point where you get into storylines, where you get into memes, you get into pure entertainment. And we've had a bunch of those matches today. This was definitely one of those, as yeah, we're just flashing into the enemy base at an inappropriate early time. That is going to be it from me for now, but don't worry, the late night show not quite done yet. We have one more game coming right up. It will be Team Flash versus J Team 2. Both these two teams are looking really good thus far. Very excited to see who's going to bring it. Hope you'll be there as well. We'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. Stick around and let's close out the day together.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take.
Welcome back, everyone, to the late night radio show here at Asia Star Challengers Invitational. It's group stage day one. I am Chronicler. We are getting to the end of a lovely day. 12 games in a row. Up and coming teams from many a region. VCS, LJL, PCS, LJL and LCK Challengers, plus a couple of streamer teams as well. It is a wonderful group of teams. Both these two teams thus far have been doing very, very well. I'm going to see which of the two going to be able to get the win here in the final game of the day. as we are making our way through the draft. Silas has been extremely high priority in terms of picks and bans. Going to get banned away here as well. Unsurprisingly, Draven also making his way onto the ban list. Lucian, even though the success has been middling, going to get taken off the board here. And we're not seeing a ton of draft diversity. We are most certainly seeing the staples that we've come to expect at this point in time. Wukong, Silas, Renekton, Taliyah. Sejuani has risen in prior considerably. Very strong jungler. Trundle still up there. Usually second rotation pickup has been dropped a little bit. And the Azir actually making it through here. Now Azir, of course, a team that when it comes to the early laning prio has an incredible amount of power. Not necessarily that great in terms of skirmishing. Not that great when it comes to 2v2s or early fights. But in purely enabling, Azir is one of the strongest laners that we have at the moment. Able to play into effectively anything that isn't Silas. Akali is a good counter, but does have a very high execution flaw, and is also a pick that in many situations just feels pretty lackluster unless you're able to really pop off. So that is an option here for Team Flash, but not going to be the case here. Going to go for the Aphelios. Very strong pick. Sivir has of course been given a bunch of nerfs, slowly turn her into a bit more reasonable of a late game carry, instead of having her be a free scaling team fighting monster that had no recourse really. And with this, no supports picked up yet. Have the presumably mid laner and top laner for Team Flash here. Taliyah is a jungle champion still, even at this point. Taliyah Renekton still quite strong. But most teams have been shying away from that and preferring it to just play her in the jungle. We'll see whether that's going to remain the case here as well. Fire getting taken away. Kind of a sign that J-Team also is on the impression that this will be a mid lane Taliyah. Yuumi taken away here. And with that, Renata pickup seems like a no-brainer here for Team Flash. Very strong pick. Works well with Aphelios, provides considerable laning pressure, and if it does end up being Lulu, Renata should be able to, at the very least, generate a bit more prio. And overall, R5 counter pick is available here. So until the last moment, like this a lot of teams have kind of shied away from this, but keeping unclear where we are actually going to throw down this Taliyah has a lot of value in terms of drafting. Now, when it comes to counter picks into the Renata, is quite tough. Personally, Renata is just extremely strong into many a comp, especially when it's short range. The Ashe support coming out here. So I love Ashe support, not just into Kalista, but overall, I think the pick has a lot of value, provides reliable hard engage, and this would solidify. Really nice, well-rounded composition. Sign obviously going to have a tough time into Renekton early, but at the very least will be able to somewhat mitigate. Only thing I'm sad about is that it's not the Ornn. I think Ornn into Renekton is actually a matchup that you're completely comfortable with. If you misplay in this one and the Renekton is able to actually get pressure on you, especially when we go for the Blade Ruin King build, and you consistently get the cancels on the shields with the Empowered W, it becomes very, very tough. Bro, are you a human or an AI? I am in fact an AI. I am only here to pretend that you guys have something to listen to. I'm not actually an individual. Anything you might have seen from me on the LCK is fake. I am merely a concept. I do not actually exist. Nocturne gonna get picked up here. Nocturne quite strong into Immember's AD carries like the Sivir. Also very hard to find consistent spell shield value into the pick. And looking at the composition here, when it comes to front to back, when it comes to late game, J-Team, it's so easy. You have great engage. Sign as primary engage, I personally say, is relatively lackluster. But when you add the Ashe in there, when you add the Wukong with flanks, you add the Sivir ultimate, it all comes down into a nice, tight package. Good front line for Sivir. You have reliable backline dive with and backline axes with your Wukong and your Azir. So overall, very, very strong comp if you can get to that stage. On the flip side, though, the mid-game presence of Nocturne, the early fighting of a Renekton Taliyah combo, even though that combo is not nearly as strong as it used to be due to how Taliyah was changed, is a combination that can snowball the game very, very well. And if you fall behind with the J team comp and your Sivir and your Azir don't hit the power spikes, you don't do any. Your comp doesn't do anything. You're very reliant on actually getting the damage, actually finding, because your pick potential is pretty lackluster outside of the stray arrows, and your side laning is also not going to really stand up to what the opponents have. Don't worry, I believe that you. Thank you. Do you have a lawyer? I specialize in representing AIs. So, personally, I actually have I'm an AI, but I do have a law degree that I'm not using because I'm talking about video games for an unreasonable amount of hours a week. But I appreciate the offer nonetheless, and I will keep it in consideration as final draft. We have had 12 games today. I have not done all 12. I'm not a miracle worker. I've just done the last 3. It's getting later in Korea, so we're keeping it low-key. We're keeping it vibey. We're keeping it friendly. And let's see who takes the win here. Between the VCS, PCS, always a fun rivalry to see. Personally, really been liking the look of Team Flash in the previous game. That looks very clean, very, very consistently able to get the angles, get the team fights, get the cross maps, and that does bode well for the future. Now, I am quite hungry, and I didn't actually utilize my breaks very well, and I am currently looking at a bowl of very nice, well-made pasta that is slowly congealing into a sad mess. So I hope all of you are appreciating the sacrifices that I am making. It's this pasta. So it's a classic pasta pesto with a little bit of chicken, some spinach. You know, nothing out of the ordinary, but very, very nice. A little bit of Parmesan and Pecorino Romano sprinkled on top, well seasoned. Cracker black pepper. Exquisite. Really, really nice bowl of pasta. Can't eat it. I need to talk to you guys as... Oh, I love this. This is a strategy that, of course, has not been seen in pro play for quite a while, but back in the day, when lane swaps were the thing, this used to be absolutely huge. So what is happening here, and this is a wonderfully prepared strat from J Team, is they're able to utilize the early invade. So Maoki is able to clear the entire enemy bot side jungle. However, by going into the jungle, UA is able to completely deny any cross-map possibility, only costs him the teleport, which, especially post-teleport changes, with until teleport being a thing, or unleashed rather, you don't care about your teleport. Like, obviously your laning phase will be a little bit rough, but you get 2 buffs. You get a blue buff early on, which means that your wave clear will be a lot more accessible as well. And the possibility now for Thought to try and get anything going on the cross map becomes a lot harder. Do see though that the Zir is relatively shoved in. Marky was able to get himself the big raptor, as we are going to get into a little bit of a fight here. And yeah, for Thought, this feels horrible. Really, really bad, because like, what do? You're Nocturne, you want to power farm to 6, want to get there as soon as possible. And J Team, very well prepared strat here. I don't know about that flash. I don't... We're getting there though. Slowdown coming through. Azir, not necessarily the strongest, but Ashe chasing potential is insane. And man, J Team, looking very, very confident. There's no mana though, and this isn't Azir by himself. He will definitely go down, although Jane doesn't quite find the angle. Doesn't have mana right now. Oh, Maoki goes down. This is where the Renekton can be quite strong, but I think the health bar is just simply too low. Char with a wonderful roam here early on. Yoshino going for the ring around the rosy. Jane almost must have mana for that Q. Char tanking it. Auto coming through the shield. Adiox is going to go down in the end. Char now a level 2. Ashe. Final auto will come true. That's the frost shot. That will get it done. What a absolute sense of mayhem. Tied. Yeah, that you're not having a good time. You are stuck underneath your turret, and overall, J Team, you had such a good lead. You had such a beautiful setup. And then they overchase. The punishment is immense, because not only does Sivir get bullied out of a lot of gold, but the overall kill trade not favorable at all. Now, the experience advantage that you build up for yourself going to be completely mitigated. And I love the strategy, but definitely an overstep coming through here from J Team. Wild. We don't care. Just eat it. I can't. Did you make it yourself? I did. Yeah, I am personally a big hobby cook. I cook a lot. I try to diversify as much as I can in terms of cuisine. Really like to try and make different recipes from different regions, and really, it's a very soothing hobby. I don't have a lot of time, especially during the season, because of all the work we do on LCK. As any LPL viewer, any LPL caster will know the struggle when your region never really stops. It can be tough, but yeah, very, very, very big fan of the old cook. That's the Fiesta. This is actually, yeah. So I want to quickly, before we get back into cooking talk, highlight a little bit what is happening, what happened here, what position J Team put themselves in, and then how Team Flash was able to kind of bounce back from it. Because as a jungler, it really depended on like what type of jungler you are. But Nocturne is one of the easiest examples because he's a very straightforward jungler. You want to power farm to 6, and then you want to make plays with your ultimate. Like TF, champions like Nocturne are really reliant on finding a lot of value with that initial ultimate. So the longer you can delay that ultimate, the easier it gets for the enemy team to respond to it and to deal with it. By delaying the Nocturne early, that spike becomes much later, and the value of the pick sharply drops. So by using the power of Sion, clearing out your jungle, setting up a vertical jungling situation, and effectively creating a no-win scenario for your opponent, you've already got yourself such a big lead. As I don't know if they can kill Yoshino here. He does have to use Dominus, but I'm pretty sure he just gets out. Ooh, this is a good dive opportunity though. Jane does have ultimate, can roam towards the top side of the map. Hadiox gonna go in here, and they needed a response. There's no response there, and with 3 people, they can go for this dive, no problem. Not necessary, but it's an execute, so who cares? And this is maybe the nerfs coming in for a little bit of hijinks across the map, and interesting situation there. That should not have happened. And will lead to a bit of a gold lead being built up here for Jane. Main issue though is that while all of this is happening, and as good as the top side response is, when it comes down to it, J Team have not really been able to find a decisive lead in terms of CS, and their bot lane is getting boomed. Pudding is able to get an immense CS lead here, because Tide has basically been left alone. Char has been very proactive on the map. And overall, it's a toughie in terms of game state, because J Team has a composition that scales in terms of straight 5v5, which, especially at this level, will be generally how most action takes place in the later stage of the game, is very rough. It's incredibly strong in front line. You have good zoning, you have good range, you have good engage, you have good damage. It just has everything. You know, it's the whole package. And for Team Flash, it's much more, it's the 2v2s, the 3v3s, the skirmishes, trying to isolate target in side lanes and then use their ultimates, right? So any situation that you can find yourself in that's messy should be better for Team Flash. Their roaming potential in general is just, you have 2 semi-globals, but call them globals for the sake of argument, and a Renekton and a Renata. So all these elements really love aggressive early play, aggressive skirmishing. But when it comes down to it, despite I think the execution from J Team not being as crisp as it could have been, they're not behind. And not being behind with this comp, you're winning. You're happy. As long as you don't fall behind to the point of no return, you can win this game. Like, that's just how it works. If you hit your free spike on Tide, you hit your free spike on Adiox, that's just, no matter the game state, you can win. And that's 4 people. Are you kidding me, Team Flash? No, you wouldn't. They are. Force the Flash. That's a heavy investment. That's a heavy investment. To get themselves a sum. Ghost was used for them. They will get the Herald as well. But as we see Tide, wow, using the Ghost on bot side. A lot of damage going down on Pudding. He's forced to Ghost as well. They might get the Herald. Looking to start it up here, but not the best of trades. If you get that kill, you're going to be feeling a lot better about that. But especially with Maoki still alive. They go in on Sora. 6 is available. Good handshake there. Very nicely done. Mikey using Jane as a kind of a getaway. Will get taken down in the end. Very nice seismic shove there from Jane. And now that power from Team Flash coming through cross map, kind of mitigated. This is another example. The aggression, the instinct is understandable, but by exercising a little bit of restraint, you can just get a Drake there, right? Deny the plates and get a Drake. You should not want to fight aggressively with this comp, which, this is me coming from an LCK point of view. We read into that a lot. But in this case, truly, looking at the compositions, just take it slow and you'll be fine. There's no need to overforce. Just trade cross map well and you'll be in a wonderful position come late game. Not going to be the case. Why is this caster so weirdly calming? Because I am actually an AI. I am not real. I'm not a real person. The chronicler that you see on the LCK is fake. And I'm a collective illusion. As nice. Now that Monkey gets out, he'll be fine. And the real reason is it's late in Seoul. It's 12:30 or 11:30. I've been solo casting for 3 hours, which is extremely draining to the voice. So if I actually went completely ham, then I would also kill my voice, and I would rather not do that, as I should be completely fine here. And I can't be loud. So instead we are opting to go for the complete opposite, and we're going for the most soothing, zen, laid back vibe possible. We're going to talk about the games, we're going to talk about food, we can talk about movies. You know, this is a co-stream after all. It's on the LPR stream, but effectively this is a co-stream. So we can do whatever we feel like, chat. You and me, just have a good time. There's no pressure. I'm going to eat my bowl of pasta as soon as I'm done. We've had a good time so far. This tournament, seeing teams from different regions face off, always very entertaining. All the different storylines, the scrim cultures, the different playstyles clashing into one another. It's very entertaining. Right now, game state is definitely favorable for Team Flash. I think walking up here as J-Team is quite hard. And with the lanes, both bot and mid shoved in, I think this should be a free dragon. But giving up first Drake is not the end of the world. As long as they can keep this turret alive, and they won't. Fop has the Herald available, and we'll just throw that down, and that will be the end of it. Oh my god, is that Orcs? Is that Orcs in my is that the real LPL caster Orcs? What a fucking gamer. Unbelievable. Love that guy. As overall, pressure coming through now. Gonna be able to pick up the Drake here. We'll take it down, and this is kind of running into what we mentioned earlier, where the amount of pressure that is found by the Team Flash composition should be more than enough. And I do like the casting tournament. That's awesome. I'm happy to hear that. The Herald not smashing is actually huge though, as we missed that. We got distracted by the dragon. And pressure now coming through. But not getting first turbo is actually really big. Kinda shocked that that they were not able to secure that. And it's understandable, because in this situation, ideally you try to simultaneously use the pressure from the Herald, get the first turret blood, and also pick up the Drake. But that's a substantial gold swing that you're missing out on. I've seen Flash losing. I mean, they're not losing. They're still in a decent position. This game is completely up in the air. We don't really know who's going to win here. Main thing though is that in terms of scaling, J-Team has a huge advantage. So if the pace of the game stays low, then they're completely fine. As only Ashe got hit, and Ashe you don't really care about. Ashe is completely fine, and they'll be completely okay. No issues there whatsoever. Because again, damage is not actually coming from them. Pudding trying to go for a big player, goes in aggressively. And final auto, does get it, is definitely going to die. So at least is able to trade evenly for it. As long as Tide doesn't die, they want to give the kill over. Not going to be the case. I think giving over the kill to Azir is more than fine. And they're going to be completely okay. All things considered. Trading 1-for-1, trading evenly. When you outskill like this, you are vibing. Dutch accent co-cost at 30 minutes. No. I'm not doing that. Yeah, I assume the read there from Pudding was that he was dead anyway with the rotation coming in, so you might as well try and cement the kill, get the 1v1. But this is what we saw right here. This is huge. Them not getting the Herald first blood, and now the first blood going over to Sivir is really big. That's a huge gold swing. that Team Flash are missing out on. And the cool thing to me about developmental leagues is that you can see the right concepts and the right ideas are there, but it also showcases how hard proper execution is. In a game like League, where the smallest movements can make a really big difference, being unable to crisply execute on these very basic ideas. Like, obviously, Team Flash, they're a good team. They made good players. They know how they should play out the play. But actually getting it done, especially into an opponent that's always looking for openings, is very tough. ASMR casting, absolutely yes. We are keeping it vibey. We are keeping it late night radio show. That's what we're doing here. So if you missed today, if you just tuned in, earlier today we had Hysterics, which, come on, we all know and love Hysterics. He started off the day with pure energy, with really good matches as well. We got FPX versus DK, DK versus T1. Just a lot of high quality gameplay there. Both the CL teams and the LDL teams look incredibly strong, unsurprisingly. Very cool to see. Then we had Why Not with his debut casts, and doing a solo cast as your first cast in front of 3,000 people, 4,000 people, that's insane. That's wild. Very, very impressive to be able to pull that off. Do a good job on that. Is not something that many people could easily do, because as it turns out, talking continuously without pause for an extended period of time is excruciatingly tough at some point. If you don't, you can take the shortcut, which is what I do, where you just talk nonsense at some point. You just lose focus. You start talking about past as here is the engage coming through. A lot of aggression comes down. We'll get the Sivir. There's a couple of orders coming through there. Chan and Adiox hitting each other, but neither of them really going to have the damage. No flash available. This is what you need to do as Team Flash. Push that lead as far as you can. Able to pick up 2 kills there. Very, very big. Might lead into the next Drake as well. This is the type of mid-game snowball that you're looking for. We haven't hit the big spikes. You know, Tide's looking to finish at the very least his Infinity Edge. Adiox is gonna probably go Shadow Flame. And then Deathcap next. That's where you become a real threat. And both these two teams don't really have the opportunity. And right now, it's looking quite good. Dutch play-by-play. We're not doing the Dutch play-by-play. So hear me out. Hear me out, chat. We need to find a scenario that is suitably unlikely for me to commit to that. Okay, so if anyone has any good offers, I will cast pretending to be 2 casters. And but I need a scenario. I can't just give away a promise like that for free. It's bad business. So we need something. How big does the gold league need to be before we commit to a comeback? As oh, that is diving a sign. Not a fan of that. Good cleanse. Oh, if there's one more member there, or if anyone else on the team is a teleport that isn't UA that's already there, they get tripled there and the game's probably over. Getting this Drake is so big. Or Team Flash. That's a risky one. That is a toughie, as I'm actually mistaken. I thought that we would have the possibility here for J-Team 2 to reach the 3-0 as well, but they're 1-1. Important to highlight that, as yeah, that was very unfortunate. That's the Renekton flank for you. TP coming in and not really being matched. Is Dragon or Baron still? Fine, we'll do that. We'll hit that. But yeah, we are. This is not how the LCK usually is. Why they go for Simon instead of Drake. So the notion here is that what I assume was the concept, or what's the idea, is that giving up an individual Drake, especially in Ocean, which is as like a separate Drake, doesn't matter at all. Ocean Drake alone sucks. Mountain Drake alone is really good. Infernal's really good. I personally like Cloud, but I know people are not that high on it. I think Hextech is kind of meh. It doesn't really get good until you stack up more of them. Obviously Hextech Soul is incredible, but individual Drakes doesn't really matter. And if you can get a kill there on Sion, like just 100-0 him and then get the turret, you're vibing as, oh my god. Oh my, did you guys, you know what that is? You know how they call Azir, you know, he scoops people? That was an ice cream scoop. He literally scooped that crocodile in front of an Asha. That is wild. Get me a replay of that. That was a banger. Oh baby. Let's see that again. Nicely done. That's synergy right there. Absolutely wonderful. Because this is the type of moments that really take tempo out of the game. Fortunately for Team Flash, they're still able to pick up the bot side turret, because the amount of gold that you get from these turrets, the inners inside specifically, is astronomical. So they really help with accelerating the overall item state that you're in. The problem is that if you're also losing mid lane turret, this is a good collapse. You want to fight here. Really nicely done. All the level 2 ultimate coming through here, but oh no, Nocturne is dead. Oh no, it's a front to back after all. They didn't have to renect. That's bad. Oh boy, that is horrible. That is a possible game winning moment there for Team Flash. If you nail that play, you win the game. Because if you get that, you get Baron, then you can start opening up the bases. Instead, you hard engage. Don't have the full team there. So the idea behind that play is right, but the execution is just completely off, and that's just a recurring theme here. Because there's no Renekton. Teleport comes in, and this is really big. Once Nocturne ultimate comes through, you can't TP. So if the coordination from Team Flash there is better, if they wait longer and coordinate Jane's ultimate with the Nocturne ultimate, they can get that done. You can fight the 4v4 and then you might be fine. So it's actually really big there that the Nocturne ultimate, and because the moment that Talia ultimate comes through, you know what's happening, right? Like really, really crisp teleport there by Adiox as well, because you need to be so careful in situations like that. Because if you're too late, like you can't teleport because of paranoia. Really nicely done. What are they doing? So the key thing here is, well, I'm not. No, chat. Let's go. This time we go for the 40 minutes. Okay. If we go past 40 minutes, I'll do it. It's really straining on my voice, and also I don't really want to. 40 minutes is the timer. If we get past, I'm gonna be insane at that point anyway, with my ball of pasta staring at me. If we hit 40 minutes, I will do the remainder of cast in 2 voices. So let the record show that that's the case, because I don't think we're getting there. I think from this point onwards, J Team just run them down. Like Tide's getting very close to an Infinity Edge. A lot of gold gonna be put in the pockets now. They can get a second Drake and not care about Drakes for the next 10 minutes and be fine as, oh no. But it's again, it's not really the angle I think that you're looking for. Really nice flash there by Tide. They'll get Maoki, but the AD carry is still alive. Oh my god, Poddy. He's nuts. What a gamer. Really, really, really big there. Adiox not really in a position where he can solo carry yet. Takes a lot of tempo out of the Baron buff. And this is what you need to keep doing as Team Flash. Keep looking for the creative angles. Because if you actually front to back, it's doomed. Can't do it. You can't get through Sign in enough time. And Pudding. I love that play, but that build's not gonna age well, my guy. As, oh god. Oh, they're still here. Adiox coming in hot. But doesn't actually find anything. They'll probably kill Yoshino, maybe? No, not even him. I'm a bit confused, chat. I thought I had a good grasp of what was happening in this game, and I'm now starting to think that I was wrong. And I do in fact not have any idea of what's going on. I actually don't know what is happening, and I'm very confused. Which, that's fine. Okay, they get the Drake. J-Team is still in a favorable position. It's both these teams have a lot going on. And that's cool. That's fine. It just, I come from a region where, and this is obviously one of the big problems with the LCK, is that we're fairly predictable. And our younger teams and our good teams are very different, right? The truly exceptional LCK teams and the Challenger teams as well. Challenger teams are unhinged. They're insane. If you've watched today's matches, you'll know. They don't play like traditional LCK at all. But the LCK is an issue of being predictable. But especially when you compare LCK casting to a lot of other regions, it makes casting very different because you can get generally a really good read on what a team will do if you know the team and if you know the game state for the LCK standards. But it doesn't really apply to a lot of other regions. LPL is the best example in that they are really good at turning around game states and they're very good at looking for openings. But even other regions, like even something like LEC, where I think the mechanical level is not up to par, the amount of creativity that you get is kind of mind-blowing. And that's kind of throwing me off. You know, that is tough. But I have been forged in the fires of the Benelux. And also challenges. So nothing tilts me, chat. It can't be done. Well, LCK losing in a 5-game finals at an international event, that actually tilts me for like a month. But normal games? Can't be done. Untiltable. After you've seen a Benelux team win with the same composition like 15 games in a row and teams just don't adapt, you can't be tilted. Can't be done. It's not possible. As overall, game state for Team Flash I think is somewhat subpar. They still have good scaling in the Aphelios, but going for Collector into Wukong and Sion is definitely suboptimal. What we did see is that if he gets on top of Tide or on top of Char, he 2-taps them, which that's valuable. But it also shouldn't really happen. And it does mean that if you ever get caught in actual front to back, you're not going to kill either of the two. Like, it's just not happening. Obviously, Lord Dominic's feels a little bad to build second because it's a very weak spike. And you don't really want to go PT because you still want to get at least a bit of threat. Although I always really like BT second on Aphelios. I think that item just really synergizes well with the champion. It's a toughie. It's a really rough one. But they still have the spikes, I think, to actually kill them if J-Team overstep. And they have been. They have been overstepping pretty reliably. As if you're wondering, well, we're doing it very late back. It's late in Seoul. It's 11:30. We're doing a solo cast, so we need to be easy on the voice. So we try to make this as pleasant of an experience altogether as humanly possible. And I'm glad you're all here with me. It has been a journey today. Started off with hysterics, then went to why not, and now I am here. Stuck with me as here we go. Need to avoid the traditional front to back at all costs. Not really happening. Renata doesn't get too much value, and overall, that's a lot of cooldowns being blown. And I think in the neutral, you're going to be very happy with this as J-Team. Still have the Azir scoop available. I don't think you can Baron off of this. I don't think you can do it. They wanted to really try. There's no Infinity Edge yet on Sivir. So this is as good as it's going to get, probably. Hail Mary. I think I like it from Team Flash. You got to try something. You can't just try and not take risks in this game, but it's not paying off. Oh, the flash forward going to get cancelled, but it doesn't matter. Still got the job done. Jane has to flash away. We'll be fine for now. Oh no, J-Team, I don't know about that. You can no. Oh, I don't know. Pudding is still alive. Putting out a lot of damage, but he see the issue. And oh, it's Tide that flashes forward. Bail out, not going to be enough. Just a split second too late. And J-Team, everyone still goes down. Jane's gonna stall for a little bit longer. I am baffled, chat. I am thoroughly confused, but that was awesome. That was a cool fight. Loved the first flip. Didn't care for the second flip. Jane has a Seraphs as well, so I don't know if Yue can kill him. No, he needs to go on the reinforcements. Pigeon's coming in. It's like 2 Azir autos and you're good to go. Right? No. 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 Jane's a god. That man is a god. Unbelievable. Oh, ain't no way. Ain't no way. He made it out. What a gamer. That's a highlight moment right there. I want Team Flash to win. That's it. Come on, Team Flash. Get him. You gotta at this point. You can't do that. You can't make that play and then not deliver. As they are going to give up Soul Point, which is very bad. No one is really killing Sion. Oh, as I say, that gets pulled back in. Blue will come through from Pudding. They're really trying, but now the Sivir does have the item available. Does have Infinity Edge, rather. As, this is the most boring caster who I listen in my entire life. I am sorry to hear that. It's very unfortunate that your experience is not good. It's completely understandable. We are trying to create an alternative experience here, and if that's not for you, that's okay. I get it. It's completely fine. I won't hold it against you. For your own sake, you know, just mute me. It's fine. The gameplay's still great. We're still having a wonderful time here, and I don't know who's gonna win this game. I do know we're getting close to the 40-minute mark, and that's a big point right there. That is where I get weird, and also in terms of actual fighting, J Team should have such a big lead, because one of the key issues with the team Flash comp, besides how well they skill, and they can still win this game 100%. I think J Team is favored, but we have seen that their execution isn't necessarily extremely crisp. So with what Team Flash have right now, their ability to blow up a single target is exceptional. Right, Pudding has gone for extremely aggressive build with the Collector. They have a relatively beefy Renekton. They have Nocturne, so killing one target is fine. As we get to the later stage of the game, though, as long as either Adiox or Tide live, you lose the fight, because both those start doing too much damage. And like actually killing both should be impossible with the amount of frontline and peel that's available for J Team, as we're just gonna flip. We're just gonna flip the Baron. Please don't actually flip it. Please. Please just try and get a fight out of it. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Or just play. I don't know what the timer is on Drake. From gut feeling, I want to say like 2 minutes. 2.5 maybe. Just play for Soul Point. And just play for Soul Point and you'll be good to go. You will be completely fine. And I'm not worried about negative comments. Don't you worry, chat. I've read enough Twitch chat in my life as starting the fight here. I think I'm gonna get the Nash for sure. It's just about to follow a fight. What a call here. As now they are stuck in the pit. Sivir's auto attacking. Really good engage. Oh, Jay popped. So getting taken low. Will be fine. Pudding doesn't find the back line. Monkey make his way over the wall. They're dead. They're dead. They can't. No, surely they can't walk out of here. Look at the chakrams. Pudding goes in. Doesn't quite find it though. Adiox coming up absolutely huge. And that might be it. That might be the saving grace. What a play from the Azeda. Oh, beautifully done. The restraint on J Team as they realized that even though the Baron was gone, Team Flash, you're not getting out of that pit. It's not happening. No Flash available for Pudding, so they're forced to fight to the death. Ooh, that was tense. What a game. What a wonderful game. Gonna make it way. It's gonna be the end of it. Wow, one team fight win. No 40 minutes needed. Absolutely well done. Super exciting ending here. Ooh. This was great. So this is in my opinion, games like this is peak League of Legends. Is it a perfect? No, of course it isn't. But if you are obsessed with your games being perfect, then you're gonna enjoy very little League of Legends gameplay in your life, right? Because then only the best of the best, like only, I don't know, like Top versus JDG is good, or only Genji versus T1. That was not a very entertaining series actually, so that's a bad example. But moments like this where both teams really are pushed to the limit, I love it. It's so cool to see. And in the end, the team with better composure won. J Team, even though they made a couple of mistakes, were able to make the reads, see the plays coming, a couple of really crisp ultimates, and if that Pigeon doesn't get MVP, then I don't know. That was a really nicely done by the side of J Team, who are now going to be tied 2-1 together with their opponents. I feel like I'm watching an ASMR video. Yes, it's a late night radio show vibe that we're going for. So I'm glad that it worked out, and hopefully, ideally, I would love to actually cast with Hysterics for one of these matches. That'd be the dream, right? Cast for Hysterics on one of these matches, and then we can do a real cast. Because I don't normally cast like this. You know, I'm not that low key. But for a solo cast late at night, this is what we're gonna get. But I would absolutely love to, and then we can have some real fun. But for now, we're not completely done yet. We're gonna wrap it up in a little bit. You know, we're gonna see who. I guess we're not gonna see who picks up the MVP. Actually, maybe you guys will. I will not. I will definitely not. We're gonna take a look at the team fight charts, maybe some replays. But before we wrap that all up, before we take a look at that, thank you all for being here. It was a wonderful evening. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. We took care of it. 4 hours by us. Look at that goal graph. That's perfect. That's peak entertainment right there. Peak gameplay. Well, maybe peak gameplay is a stretch. Peak entertainment. That's what we'll go for. The overall setup from Team Flash was really good. And J-Team with that opener should have had it in the back from the beginning. And then they got a little bit overexcited. And didn't quite end up working out. But overall, I think it was a good look. And if this is not your thing, again, I want to reiterate, that's fine. Maybe you prefer your cast more energy. I can guarantee you that tomorrow, as we get into 12 more games, 12 more games tomorrow, it's going to be a really long day again. We're going to have Hysterics casting again, who is obviously going to be a lot more high feed than I will. Should be really exciting. So we'll have something for everyone. As here we see these type of plays, I again want to give credit to Adiox for the Azir gameplay. Really well done. I think that he was a really good anchor point for his team, and compositions like this, which are 2-threat comms, can really fall apart if either of them are not playing that well. I think Type played completely fine. But to me, the Azir was really reliable with his positioning. Really good anchor. Really able to always output maximum damage and like kind of sustain through the fight. Sure, doing damage, but making sure that you could actually go for continuous aggressive plays whenever it was really necessary. Plenty of things for both these two teams to take away from, you know, try and look at in VOD review. Because it was definitely messy, but a really fun series. And hopefully tomorrow when we have more, I think EDG and Nongshim are going to be facing off. More LDL and LCK Challengers facing off against one another. I'm hoping we get similar games. I'm sure it'll be messy, but it'll be supremely entertaining. As yeah, these goal graphs, I love it. I love the back and forths. Very entertaining. As I will enjoy my pasta. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. That's going to be amazing. I'm really excited. As overall, it's a good day. Maybe we'll do. I don't know. I'm having a severe lack of communication, but I maybe will be looking at some graphics. But I think that might have been it for today. I think that is going to be it. Let me quickly double check before we call it. Tomorrow I'll be on the day shift, so maybe we can be a little bit more excited. Little bit more action. I can't promise anything though. I'm not 100% sure what shift I'm on. Thank you guys so much. There'll be more tomorrow. This is 4 days of high octane gameplay. We got 12 games a day. We're gonna have a ton more people coming in. It's not just me, Hysterics, and Wine. I'm not gonna give anything away. I'm not gonna spoil it, but it'll be super fun. I hope you guys all had a good day. Thank you so much for having me. It was an absolute pleasure. Have a very good evening, afternoon, or morning, and I'll be seeing you all tomorrow. Take care.